Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Charlotte didn't deal with the Death Eaters frozen in the living room. So, where they're sitting now, they're surrounded by Death Eaters. I have to say that this scene is quite spectacular. A group of Death Eaters in black robes are frozen in ice, and among them are Charlotte and Sirius. Harry sat aside, listening to what Charlotte and Sirius had to say. He was a little confused. What locket, and who is Bella? Charlotte threw the locket in her hand and said casually, "Oh, because this is Voldemort's Horcrux." As soon as he said this, the coffee cup in Lupin's hand couldn't hold it anymore. It spilled directly on the ground, but he didn't care at all. Lupin and Sirius stared at Charlotte at the same time. Watching Charlotte flick the locket in her hand casually, their hearts were beating wildly. "This is the Horcrux of the mysterious man, 027, the two said in unison. Charlotte nodded, and Sirius carefully looked at the locket in Charlotte's hand. Regulus has always been a disgrace to the Lake family, because Regulus is a Death Eater. Later, even if Regulus died later, and Creature brought his relics back, this could not wash away the disgraceful reputation of the Regulus family. Countless guesses flashed through Sirius' mind in an instant, with doubts and disgust, and Charlotte watched the changes in Sirius' expression. Said, "I don't think this is Mr. Regulus deliberately hiding Voldemort's Horcrux." Sirius looked at Charlotte. Regulus was the most staunch Death Eater in the Lake family. Isn't it normal for a Death Eater to hide Voldemort's Horcruxes? Back then, it was Creature who brought back this box, and at the same time, news of Regulus' death. The relationship between Sirius and this younger brother is not good, or in fact, the relationship between Sirius and everyone in the Lake family is normal. After all, although Regulus became a Death Eater and was reviled by others, the person who has always been the shame of the family is actually himself. As one of the oldest pure-blood families, the Lake family values their blood very much. And Sirius didn't care about his bloodline at all, and had great kindness and sympathy for Mahuchuan. For the Boo Lake family, this is almost unacceptable. Sirius finished talking about his family's affairs lightly, without expressing much of his own opinion. After listening to Sirius' words, Charlotte looked at Sirius. This pure-blood traitor didn't change anything because of the family's attitude, but because he left the family when he was young, he was extremely determined. Creature brought back the locket. Regulus also died at that time. I don't think he deliberately hid the Horcrux. After all, Voldemort did not die at that time. Xiaolu said, although it is possible to tell Sirius the real facts, he is not the person involved. Such a straightforward statement of the facts may be picked up by Street Mungo. Listening to Charlotte's words, Sirius raised his head to look at Charlotte, his eyes flickering. He understood what Charlotte meant, and anyway, Regulus seemed to see Voldemort's truest form in the end. He sighed, then turned over the matter and said, "We should give this locket to Dumbledore. Destroying a Horcrux is not an easy task. I think only Dumbledore has the ability to destroy this locket. It is difficult to make a Horcrux, and it is destined to be difficult to destroy a Horcrux. Only things as powerful as the Horcrux can destroy the Horcrux, such as the poison of the basilisk, and so on." Lupin looked at the box in Charlotte's hand and suddenly felt a headache. Horcruxes. The scene they least wanted to see happened. Voldemort had Horcruxes, and there seemed to be more than one. In other words, the greatest terror in the magic world has not been eliminated, and may even continue to exist. Lupin rubbed his head and said, "Well, leave it to me first, and I'll take it to Dumbledore. By the way, Harry, Charlotte, next semester, I will be your defense against the dark arts teacher." Lupin said, "Want to get the locket?" Charlotte threw the locket indifferently and said, "It's not hard to destroy, and don't give it to Dumbledore." Lupin and Sirius looked at Charlotte. Charlotte thought, and a red flame burst out from the palm of her hand, instantly enveloping the entire locket. The red flame burns the black magic that protects the locket, and the dark green magic power emanates from the locket, intertwined with the red flame. At the same time, the locket made an extremely shrill cry. Amidst the shouts, a black mark appeared, and the surrounding air was instantly suppressed to the lowest level. With a bang, the red flame also turned into a green flame and instantly rose above the crowd. Harry gasped heavily, feeling the unbearable pain from the mark on his forehead. Charlotte looked at the dark green flames, and the dark mark disappeared instantly, turning into a distorted face of Voldemort. He roared, looking at the person who burned his Horcrux in front of him. "It's you again, Charlotte Elwes." Charlotte curled her lips. "Meet you again, Mr. Voldemort. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The Horcrux disappeared in the red flames, and Voldemort's sharp cry also disappeared in the flames. In the end, only the responses were left echoing through the lake home. With a wave of his wand, Charlotte cleared away the ashes from the locket. He blinked and looked across at the stunned Lupin and Sirius. "It's a simple matter, and I don't think there's any need to bother Headmaster Dumbledore. Simple things." Lupin and Sirius looked at each other. What did they just see? A second-year student actually cast Fiend Fire in front of them. Fiend Fire, that's not something that ordinary students can do. No, even 3.3 is not something that students can do. Casting Fierce Flame requires a very strong magical support. After all, the source of Fierce Flame is to burn its own magic power. If there is no strong magical support, even wizards will be swallowed by Fierce Flame during casting. But what do they see now? A child destroying Voldemort's Horcrux with Fiend Fire. Sirius and Lupin froze, and it took a long time for Lupin to find his voice. "Oh, you're right." He looked at Charlotte. There was no trace of the locket on his hand. There was really no need to bother Dumbledore because he would. Sirius shook his head and said with shock, "There are so many talented people in the wizarding world. Charlotte, I think I finally understand why Crazy Eye Moody said that staying by your side is the safest place in the world. Because he was afraid that Bella would wait for the Death Eaters to come back again." Sirius and Lupin sat in the living room all night, and Sirius was a little relieved when it was dawn. Harry and Charlotte went to rest early, and in the morning, Sirius asked the other elves to cook breakfast for Charlotte and Harry. Seeing that Harry and Charlotte were still safe, Sirius and Lupin went to rest in peace. Charlotte and Harry sat at the dining table, and Harry excitedly talked about what happened to Charlotte last night. "Oh my God, it's really too strong." Harry looked at Charlotte. "Charlotte, how can you be so strong?" Charlotte looked at Harry and said, "You will also become stronger. In the new semester, I will guide you to learn spells. Then, can I also learn the Guardian Charm?" Harry looked at Charlotte with wide eyes, and Charlotte nodded. At this moment, an owl flew in through the window. Coo. Charlotte looked at the owl, took sickle from the table, and threw it into the bag tied to the owl's feet, and then took the newspaper on the owl. "This is Charlotte's subscription to the Daily Prophet." Harry leaned over from across the table and asked, "What happened today?" Charlotte glanced at the paper 16 before handing it to Harry. When he saw the title, Harry exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God! Merlin! Dementors have attacked the Ministry of Magic." Charlotte ate breakfast and said, "The Dementors left during the day, and not many wizards were injured. It seems that after we left the lake house, it was all the prisoners' conspiracy. Also, it didn't seem like Harry was the reason these people wanted to trap them in the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, these people would prefer to be able to send Harry back. Will Hogwarts be affected?" Harry was a little worried. "Voldemort is secretly moving more and more. Oh, I'm really worried. What if we can't go to school?" For Harry, Hogwarts is his second home besides the Blue Lakes. Of course not. With Dumbledore here, Hogwarts will always be the safest place. Besides, this is only part of the Ministry of Magic. These things are not something we should worry about. Charlotte picked up the bread and began to chew. I have to say, he really doesn't like Western breakfast. Next time, do you want to suggest to the house elf to have some Hushao breakfast or something? Anyway, pasta such as Xylong Bayo should be similar, right? Harry let out a breath. That's good, but why aren't we worrying about these things? Charlotte, Voldemort, it seems. Although Harry had been feeling very uncomfortable when the Horcruxes were destroyed last night, he was also paying attention. He heard Voldemort's voice and what he said to Charlotte. Harry's voice trailed off. Charlotte, was it you? I mean, what happened before, what we heard in Hogsmeade before, was what you did, right? So, you killed Voldemort, right? Charlotte nodded. Yes. Charlotte blinked. So, knowing such a dangerous thing, shouldn't Mr. Potter stay away from me? Harry immediately sat up straight, his face flushed. Of course not. Charlotte, we will always be your companions, won't we? No matter how dangerous it is, we will be with you. Charlotte said with a smile. Of course, we will always be best friends. Sirius and Lupin walked down the stairs. Although they didn't sleep all night, Sirius and Lupin couldn't sleep at all now. Because I couldn't sleep, I went downstairs to have breakfast. Sitting next to Harry, Sirius saw the newspaper in his hand, looked at the news in the newspaper, and said, Dementors have attacked the Ministry of Magic. Charlotte looked at Sirius. Sirius, you were at the Ministry of Magic Street yesterday. How did you get back? Judging from the photos in the newspaper, there are definitely not a few Dementors surrounding the Ministry of Magic. So how did Sirius and Lupin come back so quickly? Crazy-Eyed Moody helped us come back. We got back from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic through Portkey and Apparition. Lupin explained on the sidelines, taking 2 bites of bread along the way. I think we should pay attention. Charlotte pointed to the Dementor in the newspaper. Even if the one in the newspaper is not a Dementor entity, you can still feel the horror of the Dementor when you see it in the newspaper. Pay attention to what? The other 3 people at the dining table looked at the newspaper. Dementors don't just attack the Ministry of Magic. Whether the current Dementors are on Voldemort's side or not, they won't be under the control of the Ministry of Magic. I think it won't be long before they will be in the Muggle world. We found traces of Dementors inside, Charlotte said. This is actually what he is worried about, although the Dark Wizard has not yet planned to completely set off a war between humans and Muggles. But this is estimated to be a matter of time. Since Voldemort and Grindelwald were killed by him last time, they have been completely silent in the dark. This is a bad omen. We'll tell Dumbledore about this, said Sirius. Charlotte nodded. The wizarding world has not yet been exposed. Otherwise, the collision of the 2 worlds will cause great panic. Just like the witch massacre in the Middle Ages, it was because some wizards were accidentally exposed, which caused a huge backlash for Muggles. Although the 250 wizards who died in that massacre could not be said to be countless, there were not many. For the next few days, Lupin stayed at Brake's house. Not only Lupin came, but also Mad-Eye Moody came. The reason is naturally that they are afraid that those Death Eaters will make a comeback. But the Death Eaters haven't been seen outside for a while. On the contrary, the Daily Prophet kept sending various news. Some people said they saw Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley, some said they saw Death Eaters in Diagon Alley, and some said they saw Death Eaters in Hogsmeade. Prisoners of Azkaban seem to be scattered all over the world. It has gradually become normal for Aurors to capture prisoners, so they're no longer noticed by wizards. And Charlotte has been staying in the library of the Lake family, and Mad-Eye Moody comes up to see him from time to time. I really don't know. How can you fit so many books in such a small head? Crazy-Eyed Moody looked at Charlotte, who was almost buried by books. Because Charlotte read more and more books, Charlotte's reading speed is gradually increasing. He chose a place to sit, and then kept taking books from the bookshelves on both sides. After reading for a few days, the bookshelves were almost empty, and the books were piled up by his side. Charlotte looked up at Crazy-Eyed Moody and said, "Oh, of course it's because you don't read, Mr. Moody." He needed a deeper understanding of the entire wizarding world, and with Voldemort and Grindelwald, it was always good to know more. The collection of books in Boo Lake's house is very rich, although it is slightly worse than that of old Antonio, but it is not bad at all. And because Lake is one of the oldest pure-blood families, the things recorded in the books are more detailed than those recorded in the vampires. Charlotte. Harry entered from outside. Recently, he often reads books with Charlotte, hoping to make himself better. Charlotte looked up, and Harry was holding a cup of hot chocolate beside Charlotte. Charlotte. Harry seemed to have something to say, and Charlotte put down the book in her hand. "What are you trying to say, Harry?" Harry struggled for a moment and said, "It's the scar on my forehead. Recently, I've always felt that the scar is getting more and more painful." Harry touched the lightning-shaped scar on his head. This scar brought him honor, but also brought him danger. Although Sirius and the others were unwilling to say anything, he knew that because of this scar, he has to give a lot. Don't worry, Charlotte thought for a while, and then replied, "This scar will not do you any harm. It will only remind you that Voldemort has appeared." Harry blinked, and Charlotte suddenly felt the book in her bracelet move. Charlotte reached out and took out the diary, and Harry felt a bit of novelty about what appeared in Charlotte's hand, and asked, "What is this?" "Tom Riddle's diary." "Well, Tom Riddle is what we often call Voldemort." Harry blinked. "This is Voldemort's diary?" Harry said in surprise. He looked at the diary, feeling a little uncomfortable. Charlotte reached out to touch the diary, and he felt that the diary seemed to be shaking. Could it be that the previous dark mark triggered this diary? After all, it's still Voldemort's soul, even if it's of a different age. "Charlotte, what's wrong with this diary?" Charlotte thought about it. Riddle was Voldemort's previous Horcrux, and it stands to reason that at a certain distance, Voldemort would not be able to arouse Riddle in this book. Why, Riddle suddenly reacted. "Harry, please go give me a pen," Charlotte said. Harry nodded and stood up and walked towards the desk. Halfway back with the pen in hand, he felt the scar on his forehead start to hurt more, as if something was about to come out of that scar. "Ah!" Harry couldn't help shouting and fell to his knees and curled up on the floor. Charlotte immediately stood up. The diary in his hand was shaking wildly. Yipping was about to fall out of his hand. Charlotte's eyes opened, and he looked down at Harry. At some point on Harry's body, thick dark green mist emanated from his body, forming a strange pattern in the air. Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly, and he firmly pressed down on the diary in his hand, which was trembling frantically, wanting to head towards Harry. Voldemort. Horcruxes are things that store Voldemort's soul fragments. Generally speaking, except for special souls like Tom Riddle, all kinds of soul fragments do not have the consciousness of the main soul. But last night's Horcrux seemed to be a little special. I don't know what Voldemort did, but he actually entered Harry's body. And Harry already had Voldemort's soul fragment in his body, which was also considered half of his Horcrux. This kind of entry went with the flow, without any trace, and even deceived Charlotte. The dark mark gradually took shape in the air, and Voldemort's distorted head gradually appeared in the air. Charlotte squinted slightly and looked at Voldemort. It has to be said that the Voldemort without the body looks more terrifying than the Voldemort with the body, and it is a bit disgusting. After all, when the dark green smoke flows, it looks like mold on a decaying corner, with a disgusting smell. "Charlotte, Elvis!" Voldemort looked at Charlotte with hatred. It was the child in front of him that caused him to fall to this level again. Charlotte pulled out her own wand, then threw the diary on the floor, stomping on it in an instant. The diary was still trembling crazily, but it couldn't break away from Chong Luo's power. "Voldemort, it seems that I have to destroy your main soul before you know how to cherish life," Charlotte said. The tip of the wand in his hand was constantly condensing blue magic power. Voldemort roared like a toothless skeleton, and the green smoke from Harry's body rushed towards him. The protruding smoke nose almost touched Charlotte's face, and Charlotte cast a barrier in front of her in disgust, squeezing Voldemort's face out. "Don't get so close, Voldemort. I don't like your dead fish eyes." Voldemort was furious, and his sharp, hoarse voice sounded, "Charlotte, you can't kill me this time. I want you to pay the price. Now I am Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. As long as he doesn't die, I will never perish." Charlotte frowned slightly. He looked at Voldemort, laughing wildly. His outstretched hands were like two bat wings, which looked extremely disgusting. "You think I won't kill Harry Potter?" Charlotte stepped on the diary and said, "Tom, I hope you'll be quiet. After all, I'm talking to your future." Voldemort stared viciously at Charlotte, who was looking at the diary, making no secret of his greed. That was his Horcrux. As long as he got the Horcrux, he could naturally abandon Harry Potter. After all, Harry Potter was not his complete Horcrux. He could only seize control of Harry's body for a while. For the rest of the time, he could only hide in his body, and because of that flesh and blood, He had to accept the corrosive forces of the magic power in Harry's body every moment. This feeling is not good for Mano, but it was exactly what Voldemort wanted. Harry Potter is Charlotte's partner, isn't he? In this way, using Harry can make Sue Luo a tool in his hands. Surrender to me. Charlotte Elvis, I will forgive you for everything you have done in the past, and together we will set off a revolution in the magic world, raise the banner, and conquer the entire world. Voldemort shouted, and the surrounding curtains and books, he was blown to the ground by a gust of wind almost instantly, and dark green flames seemed to light up all around. The evil breath enveloped the entire room in an instant. Charlotte looked at Voldemort. Okay. He smiled, stretched out his hand. Magic power poured out from his hand, and Harry, who had fallen on the ground, quickly flew into his hand. Charlotte clamped Harry's neck with her hand and said with a smile, "But the premise of surrendering to you, I've already said it before, Voldemort, take your life to make me surrender." Dark green flames radiated from Harry's body, carrying extremely powerful corrosive power. Even the floor was corroded by the dark green flames to form small pits one after another. With Charlotte holding Harry's neck in his hands, he squinted slightly at Voldemort, and Voldemort became extremely manic. Even Voldemort could see that Charlotte didn't care if it killed Harry. Like a bat covered in flames, he rushed toward Charlotte. With a movement of the wand in Charlotte's hand, the white magic power instantly formed a shield in front of him. The white magic power collided with the dark green flame, and Charlotte held Harry's neck in her hands and said coldly, "I hope next time Mr. Voldemort can use another method." His hands were tightly locked on Harry's neck, slowly tightening. Harry's face gradually turned red. Now that Voldemort resided in Harry's body, he could clearly feel the passing of life, although Harry's death did not make him die at the same time. But now he is very fragile. If Harry dies, with his remaining strength now, he can't escape the Lake family at all. Maybe as soon as he appeared, he would be caught by Charlotte. Once the main soul is destroyed, although he still has the possibility of resurrection, the one who returns at that time will no longer be the invincible Dark Lord. Not to mention Charlotte. Maybe even the little ones at Hogwarts could hurt him. 937 Voldemort's eyes were full of hatred. He roared, "Charlotte! Charlotte!" The violent airflow blew the surrounding windows, blowing up all the books on the bookshelves and swept them crazily in the wind. The dark green flames stirred wildly and rushed toward Charlotte, but it was useless. Charlotte stood where she was, without moving a bit, and in his hands, Harry's life was slowly slipping away. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Boom! "Hey, brat, what's the matter?" was Mad Eyes Moody's voice. The dark green flame disappeared in an instant. Voldemort's figure completely disappeared, and the diary under Charlotte's feet also stopped vibrating and was quietly stepped on by Charlotte. Charlotte let go of Harry's neck, and with a wave of her wand, Harry's expression returned to normal. He was panting heavily, his eyes tightly closed, and his face was full of pain. Charlotte walked over and opened the study door. Crazy-eyed Moody stood at the door, wanting to make some jokes, but seeing the mess in the room, he froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened to Harry?" Charlotte glanced at Harry, gay, and put him on the sofa in the study with a wave of her wand. "Mad Eye Moody, I think you should call Harry Voldemort. Harry or Harry Voldemort," Charlotte said with a shrug. Crazy-eyed Moody frowned. He looked at Charlotte. "What do you mean? You are a member of the Order of the Phoenix. I think you know better than me what this means. Harry is Voldemort's Horcrux. Just a few days ago, Brake's house was attacked. When I destroyed the Horcrux, Voldemort entered inside Harry's body. The soul in the Horcrux had indeed been destroyed, but the soul fragments would not do such an act of behavior. The only explanation could only be that Voldemort used some means to enter Harry's body during the process of his destruction. No wonder the scar on Harry's forehead hurt so much when he destroyed the Horcrux. He originally thought it was the reason for the dark mark, but now it seems that it is not. Crazy-eyed Moody looked at Harry in the study. He stretched out his hand to pull Charlotte out and swung his wand to set up a barrier in the study. Charlotte stood behind and said, "You don't need to be so nervous. Voldemort's strength is very weak. After fighting me just now, he probably fell into a deep sleep. Without a month or two of cultivation, he can't wake up." Crazy Eyes Moody looked very serious. The worst has happened. Dumbledore had said before that Harry might be Voldemort's Horcrux, but none of them thought it was true. And, worst of all, Voldemort entered Harry's body. The person who will kill Voldemort in the future becomes Voldemort. I have to say, this is a very funny thing. Mad-Eye Moody brought Charlotte downstairs, and Dumbledore also showed up at Boulake's house. Dumbledore greeted Charlotte, winking mischievously. "Little Mr. Elvis, we meet again." Charlotte smiled and said, "Principal Dumbledore." Mad-Eye Moody hurried towards Dumbledore. "Albus, it's over. Harry has become Voldemort." Hearing this, Sirius was sitting on the side, and he and Lupin stood up suddenly, and Sirius shouted, "What?" Dumbledore looked very calm. He looked at everyone and motioned for them to sit down. Sirius said anxiously, "Dumbledore, we should save Harry." "I know, Sirius. This matter is not what we expected." Dumbledore still seemed very wise. "But at the same time, this is also our opportunity." Sirius stood aside, his voice extremely excited. "Opportunity? Dumbledore, you mean to let Harry die? Harry is James' child, my godson, and I will not let anyone hurt him." Sirius looked around the crowd. Sirius lost control. After he came out of Azkaban, his mood was not very stable. In the days of living with Harry, he still maintained restraint, because the love for Harry in his heart supported him. But when Harry was about to be hurt by others, Sirius couldn't sit still. "What? You all want to kill Harry?" After Sirius made his voice, no one spoke. Sirius roared and reached out to grab Lupin's collar beside him. "Lupin, you think so too? Calm down, Sirius. No one said to hurt Harry." Lupin stretched out his hand and looked at Sirius firmly. "I, like you, don't want anyone to hurt Harry. Why don't you trust Dumbledore? Calm down. Harry is in the study now. I think we should go and see him first." Sirius regained his sanity a little, looked at Lupin, then turned around and headed upstairs. Lupin followed behind him, signaling to the crowd that he would make sure Sirius didn't do anything crazy. Dumbledore scanned the crowd, and besides Lupin and Sirius, only Mad-Eye Moody and Charlotte were present. Charlotte stood aside and said, "Oh, I'm not a member of the Order of the Phoenix. I guess I should leave for a while." Dumbledore snorted, picked up the fruit from the table, and said, "Of course not, but little Mr. Elvis has been involved in our affairs a lot. Sit down. We need your strength." In the end, Dumbledore looked at Charlotte. His eyes became extremely sincere. "This is not an appropriate request for a sophomore Hogwarts, but for you, it is our somewhat excessive request." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore, thought about it, and thought it was nothing. After all, this matter has something to do with him. Charlotte, in all fairness, couldn't have watched Harry die in front of him without a proper solution. Of course, the headmaster's request. As a student of Hogwarts, how could I not do it? Charlotte sat across from Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Crazy Eyes Moody and Charlotte and said, "Voldemort is sleeping in Harry's body, but Harry is not a perfect Horcrux. Harry has not completely become Voldemort, but just a container that can hold Voldemort. Harry's blood is extremely poisonous to Voldemort, especially now that he has no body of his own. In Harry's body, he will be consumed every 10 years and 10 seconds. Of course, we can't expect Voldemort to be exhausted in Harry's body. After all, Voldemort's strength is far beyond what Harry can contend with." Dumbledore looked at Charlotte and said, "We need to lure Voldemort out. Keep him out of Harry's body for a while." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore, who thought for a moment, and said, "I think we can use his Horcruxes. Voldemort's Horcrux, he has one in his hand, but he doesn't want to use Riddle's diary now. But he doesn't know where the other Horcruxes are. For example, in Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirement, there is the golden crown of Ravenclaw hidden. In the Room of Requirement lies the diadem of Ron Crow." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore. There was a smile in Dumbledore's eyes, and he said, "I think you already know what to do, Mr. Elvis. I am very relieved, and I will hand Harry over to you. By the way, Fox has passed into Nirvana." I've been thinking about it. Maybe something like this is needed. Although you refused, I still think it is necessary to hand this over to you." Dumbledore reached out, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. A small bottle shining with golden light appeared in his hand. Crazy Eyes Moody looked at Dumbledore with some surprise in his eyes. Phoenix blood. The most precious magical animal in the wizarding world must be the phoenix, because the phoenix is almost never born, and they only help the Dumbledore family. Only the Dumbledore family can see Phoenix and get help from Phoenix. The things on the Phoenix are the most precious things in the magic world. Even a feather is worth more in the market than ordinary materials. Not to mention Phoenix blood, even a single drop can drive wizards crazy. Dumbledore put the Phoenix blood on Charlotte's hand, and Charlotte took it and put it in her bead. "I need you to do me a favor." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore. He has actually been looking for Dumbledore recently, and now that he sees Dumbledore, he could just tell Dumbledore about it. Dumbledore blinked and seemed to have guessed what Charlotte was thinking. "Of course this matter is possible, but you are still a student at Hogwarts, but I don't think this matter is too difficult, Mr. Elvis Jr." Crazy Eyes Moody sat on the side and said angrily, "I'm afraid even my magic eyes can't see through the charades you play." Dumbledore smiled, stood up holding the apple, and said to Charlotte, "School is about to start. Remember to go back to Hogwarts." After Dumbledore left, Mad-Eye Moody and Charlotte walked upstairs to the study together. Harry had already woken up, looking at Sirius and Lupin beside him in confusion. Sirius looked a little frustrated. Lupin looked at Sirius, saw them, and hurried over. "What good solution did you discuss?" Crazy Eyes Moody shrugged. "It was this little wizard who discussed it with Dumbledore. I don't know." 27. Charlotte looked at Lupin and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm still alive, Voldemort won't hide in Harry's body forever. Harry's body is just Voldemort's incomplete soul fragments, not a complete Horcrux. Can't hurt Harry." Lupin nodded, choosing to trust the little wizard in front of him. The start of Hogwarts was coming soon. Harry didn't feel any discomfort, and Sirius himself sent Charlotte and Harry to platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express soon reached the platform, and Harry turned to look at Sirius. He always felt that Sirius seemed to be in a bad mood these past few days, so Harry stretched out his hand and waved at Sirius. "Sirius, here I am, writing to you, asking for flowers." Sirius lifted his spirits, bid farewell to Harry and also to Charlotte. The two carried their salutes together and walked onto the train. When the things were put away, Hermione and Xiaoya walked over side by side and greeted them. "I have to say that I haven't seen each other for a winter vacation, and both of them have grown a lot, and they have become even more beautiful. Let's go and salute." Charlotte and Harry took Joya and Hermione to salute and put their hands on the carriage. Standing beside Charlotte, Harry whispered, "Charlotte, is Sirius dissatisfied with me?" Charlotte wondered, "Why do you ask that? He doesn't look very happy," Harry said. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. "Probably because there is another person living in your body." 0. "Maybe he's just worried about you." "Well, the new semester is about to start, so there's no need to think too much about it." Charlotte reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder, and then sat in the car with Harry. Ron also came in from the outside after a while and greeted the four of them happily. "Hey, happy new term. Hopefully, this term, our defense against the dark arts teacher won't be that Lockhart." Ron sat aside, looking very happy. "Oh, of course not. I don't like that teacher at all." George and Fred poked their heads out from the outside, and Fred reached out and rubbed Ron's head. "That's right, that egomaniac." Fred put on a funny face. Several people in the carriage laughed. George and Fred said a few more words, then turned and left. The train started quickly, heading towards Hogwarts. Hermione was about to open the book to read, but saw that Harry seemed a little disappointed. She asked, "Harry, you seem a little unhappy." Harry froze for a moment, raised his head to look at Hermione, and said, No, I just have some. By the way, Charlotte, this new semester, can I learn magic spells from you?" Harry was a sensitive child. Although he felt that Sirius was unhappy, he didn't know the reason. His intuition faintly told him that maybe he could solve this problem by becoming stronger. Charlotte looked at Harry. Of course, I hope you don't give up halfway like Animagus last time. Peter, I know. In the deepest dark room in Nocturne Alley, the mouse that Pettigrew turned into fled on the ground. Dolohov stretched out his foot and stepped on Pettigrew's tail. Pettigrew quickly turned human, and he gave Dolohov a disgusted look. You didn't bring Harry Potter back, Pettigrew. Bella looked at Pettigrew. She picked up her curly hair, looked at Pettigrew, and a crazy look flashed in her eyes from time to time. It's not like you don't know that Harry has Charlotte by his side. As long as he's there, we can't do anything. Pettigrew complained. If he hadn't run fast, if Sirius hadn't happened to come, he would have died directly under Charlotte's wand. Charlotte, it's a problem, said a Death Eater nearby. Dolohov sneered disdainfully. Why, what can you do? The Master has already entered the body of the child, named Potter 8 or 7 times. As long as we can find another Horcrux and catch Harry Potter, the Master can be resurrected. There are always times when he leaves, and there are always times when he is weak. Bella turned her head and looked at Dolohov. You are right, Dolohov. Even if he doesn't have it, we can let him have it. Pettigrew's eyes shone viciously, and he liked to trample on the proud son of heaven. Let me do this matter. No matter how powerful his spell is, he is still a 13-year-old child, as long as he pinches his heart fiercely, and then steps on his feet. Isn't that all right? Dolohov's eyes twinkled, and he looked at Pettigrew, narrowing his eyes slightly. Dirty Mouse, I will forgive your mistake this time. If you can no longer create value, I will replace the Master and kill you. Hogwarts. Charlotte and others chatted all the way, and finally arrived at Hogwarts at night. This year they're Hogwarts third-year students, and Ginny Luna and the others were promoted to the 2nd grade. Several people looked at the rows of freshmen following Hagrid not far away, and then turned around and boarded the carriage leading to Hogwarts. Hermione was chirping about what she asked Professor McGonagall about this year's class schedule. Professor McGonagall said it's great that we can choose our own courses. I want to take any course, Ron said on the side. Choosing courses, I don't care about anything else except potions. Hermione turned her head and said disapprovingly, Ron, if you continue like this, what are you going to do when we graduate? We're only in 3rd grade now. Why should we think about this? Ron didn't understand, frowning tightly, unwilling to listen to Hermione's lecture. Hermione snorted, turned her head away from Ron, and looked at Charlotte instead. Charlotte, what courses are you going to take? The carriage was swaying all the time. Charlotte was resting with her eyes closed, and when Hermione asked him, she replied, I don't think Principal Dumbledore will refuse me not to choose courses, but I will probably choose protection of magical creatures and divination. There are 5 elective courses this year, namely protection of magical creatures, divination, arithmetic divination, ancient runes, and Muggle studies. These 5 doors are not difficult for me, especially Fantastic Beasts. It feels like a professional counterpart. Although he was talking about choosing these 2 courses, Charlotte decided to take all 5 courses. There is no such thing as Hogwarts not being able to miss classes, and he doesn't need to go to class, so he has more time to do so. Inside the carriage, several people said this. Charlotte leaned on the carriage, thinking about something else. Harry had Voldemort's main soul in him. This is a great opportunity for myself. Voldemort, who killed the main soul, would be greatly weakened, so he was no longer a threat. But Charlotte looked at Harry. He didn't understand why Voldemort entered Harry's body at this moment. It didn't do Voldemort any favors. Moreover, although Harry has Voldemort's remnant soul, Harry himself is a big killer to Voldemort. Did Quirrell feel pain even if he touched Harry without looking at him? Even Voldemort couldn't break Harry's mother's spell with her life. So why? Charlotte frowned. Harry looked at Charlotte cautiously. Charlotte, what's wrong with me? Only then did Charlotte notice that everyone in the carriage was looking at him, and Charlotte blinked. It's nothing, I just think your robe looks nice. Just as he was talking, the carriage had already arrived. Charlotte jumped out of the carriage, and Harry looked at the robe on his body. Aren't everyone's robes the same? The new students and the old students took different paths. Charlotte and the others entered the castle through the gate of Hogwarts, and soon arrived at the auditorium, and sat down at the long tables of their respective colleges. Xiaoya sat beside Charlotte and whispered, "Charlotte, have you heard about this summer vacation?" Xiaoya always felt that all the major and dangerous things that happened in this world might have something to do with Charlotte. After all, Charlotte was so powerful that even the Dark Lords seemed to ignore her. Charlotte thought for a while and asked, "You mean the Ministry of Magic being attacked by Dementors?" Xiaoya nodded. "Yeah, it seems to be very serious. Even the Ministry of Magic was attacked by Dementors. There was news of a mysterious person disappearing before. Could it be fake? Probably not." Charlotte shook her head, then continued. "The Dementors did attack the Ministry of Magic." "Ah!" Xiaoya exclaimed, and the wizards around looked over, and she immediately whispered, "Are you there?" Charlotte nodded and shook her head. "I was at Lake's house when it happened, but I do know about it." Xiaoya blinked her eyes. With a bit of worry in her eyes, she reached out and grabbed the corner of Jinloi. "Are you going to take risks?" Charlotte raised her eyebrows. "This matter has nothing to do with me. Why should I take risks?" Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. You always do dangerous 2.6 things." The two talked for a while, and then the sorting ceremony began in the auditorium. After the sorting ceremony and the entrance ceremony were over, Charlotte took Joya back to La 1 Keluo's dormitory. Once back in the dormitory, Charlotte took out her diary. He didn't mention this diary to anyone, including Dumbledore. Charlotte took out her pen and paper and wrote in her diary, "Have you sensed your own body? Tom, do you want to see him?" The diary was silent for a long time. In all fairness, Tom would certainly like to see his own body. However, this means that he must become a part of the main body and become a prop for his resurrection. Tom Riddle was Voldemort, but not just Voldemort. Charlotte didn't force Tom to speak, and after a while, the diary showed writing. "Mr. Grindelwald, will you help me?" Charlotte looked at the handwriting on the diary, and then wrote, "Of course, who would refuse an ally?" Tom hesitated. He wants to come out again, have a physical body again, and stand in this living world. However, he needs someone to help him. If it was Voldemort, his future man, then he must have disappeared. Tom, unwilling to disappear. "The ally you were talking about is me, or the future me?" A line of words reappeared on the diary. Charlotte was holding the quill, and he subconsciously wanted to turn the pen, but looking at the quill, he restrained himself. There are already ballpoint pens in the Muggle world now, so when's the time to get one? Charlotte dipped in ink and wrote in the diary, "It could be you, or you in the future." Tom was silent again. It was an easy choice. If you choose your present self, you must kill your future self. If you choose your future self, your current self will definitely disappear. Multiple choice questions. Charlotte reached out and closed the diary. He knew that Tom would make a choice, and he also knew what decision Tom would make. No matter the time, Voldemort was always selfish. For his own life, he can use everything, even himself. Charlotte smiled, then threw the diary on the desk. Charles Anthony came back from the outside and threw himself on the bed at once. He turned his head to look at Charlotte, looking very tired. "Charlotte, have you heard? There seems to be something wrong with the Ministry of Magic. I think the mysterious man has returned completely. The previous news about him must be false. He hasn't disappeared, right?" Charlotte also turned her head to look at Child. "Maybe, but even if he comes back, he won't come to Hogwarts. After all, this is the safest place in the world." Even during Voldemort's reign, Hogwarts remained open. Originally, the number of wizards was small, let alone the next generation of wizards. Even Voldemort would not easily attack the little wizard. After all, if everyone died, no one would respond to his revolution. "You said that this is the safest place in the world." Charles fell into a deep sleep, and Charlotte also slowly closed her eyes. But he didn't know that the danger seemed to be coming quietly. Slytherin welcomes a lot of students in the new semester. Among them, a girl is the most eye-catching. Cassin Delawall. At this moment, she was standing downstairs in the Slytherin dormitory in a black robe, with her chest folded, looking at the person in front of her with some impatience. The person in front of him was also wearing a black robe, and a cold voice came from the black robe. "Cassandela, I need you to get close to that man, Charlotte Elvis." Cassandela pulled her pretty face coldly and said, Why should I help you? The man in black sneered. You don't want others to know that you have an uncle in Azkaban, and I can help him get rid of this crime. As long as you stay close to that boy. Cashin Della frowned. I don't understand. What are you trying to do? You don't need to know, Cassandella. 21. The man in black sneered, and then disappeared in place. Cashandella looked at the moon above her head. The cold wind was blowing her robe. Cashandella frowned and turned to go downstairs. The night passed peacefully until the next day. Harry and Ron came to Charlotte excitedly. Charlotte. Charlotte waved at them, and he walked towards the three of them, while Xiaoyu said, You actually slept late in the dormitory? Charlotte coughed. How could it be said that she was sleeping late when she overslept? Ahem. Okay, let's go to lunch. I remember Harry has a friendly match in the afternoon. Charlotte looked at Harry. This afternoon, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have a friendly match, and while Ravenclaw has lessons to attend, Charlotte doesn't. Unfortunately, I'm going to go to divination class today, Zia said with her head down. Charlotte looked at the three of them. Where's Hermione? Why don't you see her? Ron complained. Oh, she took all the electives. I really don't know how she got there, God. I really don't understand. Ron was complaining when there was an angry voice from behind. Ron looked back bitterly. Sorry, Hermione. Hermione walked up to the four of them in a hurry, looked at Charlotte, and said with some resentment, Didn't you say you would go to arithmetic and divination? This morning is arithmetic and divination class, and I didn't see you in class. Xiaoyu jumped out, stuck out her tongue, and said, You don't know. Someone overslept today. Sorry, I don't seem to have any electives. Charlotte smiled. He was a free man in Hogwarts. He didn't have to take classes, and he didn't have to take electives. Even Snape, who didn't like him being so free, didn't force him to take courses. After all, for him, the content of these courses is too simple. Don't be complacent. I will definitely surpass you by the end of this semester. Hermione clenched her fists and said. Charlotte nodded, and Joya, Hermione, and Ron Harry walked forward while talking with Hermione and Ron Harry. Charlotte was a step behind. A blonde girl stepped on high heels and walked in from the outside, followed by two boys who didn't seem very smart. Charlotte blinked, and the girl walked in front of him, raised her head. You are Charlotte Elvis? Charlotte blinked. Even though he was only in the third grade now, he was still taller than Cashandella by a lot. Charlotte looked down at the girl in front of her. In order to show her big sister temperament, Cashandella hugged her chest very close to Charlotte. I am Charlotte Elvis. Charlotte replied. Cashandella blinked, and she was too hard for a while. She was too close to Charlotte, and because she was wearing high heels, her feet seemed to be unable to support her. But the momentum cannot be lost. Cashandella stared at Charlotte with a cold face. In her eyes, she was like a cold, poisonous snake, staring closely at Charlotte. Charlotte looked as usual, but a little surprised. He stared at Casandella, wondering what the freshman was trying to do. Casandella looked at Charlotte, mistaking his surprise for fear. She felt a little smug. Are you scared? Charlotte, I heard that you're the first grader. Casandella pulled out the excuse she had made a long time ago, and she looked at Charlotte with her head up. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Huh? Casandella was about to get closer, using her snake-like eyes to force Charlotte so that Charlotte might surrender at her feet. But because the feet were too high, her feet twitched and she fell forward uncontrollably. Ah! Exclaimed. Casandella, with the eyes of a poisonous snake, fell into Charlotte's arms. No! The little wizards who were standing near the entrance of the restaurant and wanted to watch the excitement were all stunned. Joya and Hermione turned their heads and stared at Casandella and Charlotte with strange eyes. Harry and Ron were also taken aback. Casandella, who fell into Charlotte's arms, was flushed. Charlotte raised her hands in the air, looked at Casandella with raised eyebrows, and said, Punksy. Cashandella's face is even more red. Like an overripe apple, she angrily struggled out of Charlotte's arms, stepped back in shame and anger, and shouted, I didn't touch porcelain. Then he didn't dare to look at Charlotte anymore, turned around, and ran into the crowd. Charlotte stood up, and a green bat-shaped hairpin was thrown on the ground. He reached out to pick it up, and then fell to sight from the side. There's already a Harry Potter in this school. Charlotte Elwes. Don't you want to be as famous as Potter? Malfoy walked up to him angrily and said a harsh word. Charlotte put the hairpin into her arms as if nothing had happened. I don't bother you to care about this matter, Malfoy. Malfoy stared at Charlotte and whispered coldly next to Charlotte. Stay away from Casandela, Muggles. Malfoy spoke in such a low voice that not many people heard him. So, it's because of Casandela? Charlotte blinked and said with a bit of mischief. Look at you, Malfoy. She won't take a fancy to you. Malfoy looked furious, his face flushed red. Shut up, Charlotte Elwes. Charlotte shrugged and turned around. We just look at the results, don't we? Malfoy was jumping furiously behind him. Malfoy's thoughts had not been discovered yet, so he could only get angry at Charlotte, but there was nothing he could do. The glory of a Malfoy family does not allow him to court Casandela like a male dog in heat. Charlotte walked into the dining room, and Joya and Hermione sat on the stool with their arms crossed, looking a little depressed. Ron was sitting on the side, saw Charlotte, and hastily moved away from the seat close to Hermione. Oh my God, Charlotte, you're finally here. Charlotte sat down, turning first to look at Ron and Harry. Harry almost buried his head in the bowl full of milk, while Ron was holding a piece of bread, almost crushing the bread with nervousness. What just happened? Ron asked in a low voice. Xiaoya's voice came. Humph. Is there anything we can't hear? Cough. Charlotte turned her head and said, Oh, I just met Punxsutawney just now. Hermione and Joya were taken aback for a moment. Punxsutawney? Of course. Charlotte took a piece of bread. Harry looked up from the milk bowl and looked at Charlotte. Did that girl touch you? It's a very serious thing among Muggles. It's just a misunderstanding, nothing serious, Charlotte said while eating the bread. Hermione snorted twice. Okay. By the way, shall we go watch Harry play this afternoon? Charlotte nods. Come down. After lunch, Joya and Hermione waved goodbye to them. They were going to class together this afternoon. Ron and Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and Ron said, I don't want to see Hermione again within today. Charlotte reached out and patted Ron and said, let's go to the Quidditch pitch first. The three walked side by side to the Quidditch pitch. Although it was a friendly match, the pitch was still full of people. After all, Quidditch is the most popular sport in the wizarding world. Charlotte looked around the court and then sat down on Winclaw's seat, and Ron simply sat next to Charlotte from Gryffindor's seat. Next door to Winclaw was Hufflepuff and Slytherin, and Charlotte sat right next to Slytherin. Slytherin also had a lot of people here this afternoon. After all, Slytherin students like to watch Gryffindor make a fool of himself. The ball game started soon, and Charlotte sat on the highest seat, watching Harry ride on the Nimbus 2000 and fly around the field to catch the snitch. At this moment, Charlotte saw two Slytherin girls rushing over from one side, and then a pair of fat brothers beside him moved out of the way, and the two girls took their seats, and one of them, the blonde girl, was obviously its Casandela. Ron reached out and patted Charlotte, and said in a low voice, Charlotte, don't you see that this is the one who touched you? Charlotte held Ron's shoulders to keep him from saying, Look at Bizhan. Casandela stretched out her hand to stroke her hair. She panted, but said mercilessly, What's the point of Gryffindor playing? I heard that Harry Potter seems to be very good. Huh. I can enter the Quidditch team next year. It will definitely be stronger than him. The Slytherin girl next to Casandela said, Casandela, don't say that. Harry Potter is indeed very good. We have already lost to Gryffindor many times. F********y. That's because Slytherin doesn't have me. I will definitely become Slytherin's new seeker and then stomp Harry Potter under his feet. Casandela's haughty and indifferent voice sounded, causing the surrounding people looked at her. Casandela's face was red again, but she didn't change her haughty tone at all. Don't say that. F******Y reached out and pulled Casandela. Judging by her weak performance, I really don't know how she was assigned to Slytherin. Casandela frowned. F******Y whispered. However, I heard that the most powerful seeker at Hogwarts is not Harry Potter. Who is that? It's Charlotte Elvis. Casandela muttered under her breath. Why him again? He is the number one in the grade, and he is the record scorer for the school year. So why is he even a seeker? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why didn't seem to hear what Cassandela said, and continued. He seems to be La Wenkeluo's seeker. According to De Qianzhao, because he has revised all the rules of the International Quidditch League. I heard that his record seems to have found the snitch within a minute. Within a minute. F asterisk 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 Y's tone was full of envy. Cassandela frowned. Well, F asterisk 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 Y, I don't like to hear this. I'll pass him anyway. F asterisk 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 Y stuck out her tongue. Cassandela looked up to the sky and said, I'm the best. No one can surpass me, including Charlotte Elvis. The game ended quickly, and Harry caught the golden snitch brilliantly in 10 minutes, successfully ending the game. Charlotte stood up, and Cassandela also stood up, just touching Charlotte's clothes. She turned her head and cursed irritably, and saw Jinlaw smiling at her. Miss Wall, I am looking forward to your challenge. Cassandela's little face, who was talking about surpassing Charlotte, jumped up and turned into a red apple. Cassandela's little face suddenly turned red. She looked at Charlotte, bit her lips tightly, held back her shame and anger, held her head up like a peacock, and said, Then you are ready to accept my challenge. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Of course. Cassandela pulled F asterisk 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 Y and turned away like a proud peacock. Charlotte stood where she was, looking at Cassandela's back, and Ron said from the side, It's really strange. She is obviously a student of Slytherin. Why does she always want to trouble you? I want to know too. Charlotte shook her head. This is also a question he is curious about. However, many behaviors of girls are incomprehensible. After thinking about it, Charlotte put the matter aside. After the friendly match ended, Charlotte proposed that the three of them go to Hogsmeade to celebrate together, and Harry and Ron readily agreed. Third-year students can go to Hogsmeade at will in their free time. After all, Hogsmeade is not far from Hogwarts. There is not much danger for students in the past. But when the three of them reached the door, Snape, McGonagall, and Lupin were standing in the doorway, talking with serious faces. Snape saw three people approaching. His stern eyes flicked to Ron, then to Charlotte and Harry. What are you doing here? His voice was as low as ever, and his eyes were as dark as ever. 163. Professor McGonagall stood up from the side, looked at the three, and said, There will be an announcement soon. This semester, there are no special circumstances. Even students above the 3rd grade cannot go to Hogsmeade. Ron said in surprise, Why? There was no such rule before. Lupin coughed. Let's go back first. Charlotte didn't question it. He looked behind Snape. He could feel that the vicinity of Hogwarts became a bit dark, as if a layer of fog surrounded Hogwarts. He remembered seeing Dementors in Hogsmeade earlier. Are those Dementors from Hogsmeade to near Hogwarts? In the next second, Lupin's words confirmed his thoughts. The vicinity of Hogwarts is very dangerous these days. Please don't walk around casually. Charlotte nodded and said, I see, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Lupin. Then he walked back with Ron and Harry asked in a low voice, What happened? Why are they not being let out all of a sudden? Ron blinked, thought, and suddenly said, Couldn't it be the one that attacked Harry last time, the Dementor? It should be a Dementor. Don't worry. With Dumbledore here, nothing will happen to us. Harry and Ron nodded and followed Charlotte back inside Hogwarts. While walking, Lupin followed up from behind, reaching out to pat Charlotte and Harry on the shoulders. Harry turned his head and looked at Lupin with surprise. Professor Lupin. Lupin looked at the two with a smile. Hello. Then he looked at Charlotte and said with admiration, I just learned from Dumbledore that you can choose the courses you want, which is really amazing. I have never seen a little wizard like you in Hogwarts. Seer the genius wizard mentioned by the Daily is indeed worthy of the name. In class today, Lupin gave when Claw and Hufflepuff taught defense against the dark arts, but didn't see Charlotte among when Claw's students after class. He inquired about the students of La Wenkolau and got a reply from the students of La Wenkolau. It turned out that Charlotte had Dumbledore's permission to take the courses she needed. Lupin's straightforward praise made Charlotte feel a little embarrassed. He looked at Lupin, coughed, and said, No, I just like reading. Only then did Lupin come to his senses. He stopped his praise and looked at the three of them seriously, especially Harry and Ron. I know you were curious about what happened outside. I can only tell you, don't be too curious and don't go near the Forbidden Forest during this time. We'll take care of these things soon. Harry looked up at Lupin and said, BGFG, is it a Dementor? Lupin was surprised and said, You already know? We've seen Dementors in Hogsmeade before, Ron said, telling the story of how Charlotte had saved Harry in Hogsmeade. Lupin turned to Charlotte, somewhat shocked that he could drive away the Dementors. It is indeed a Dementor, but it has nothing to do with you. Although the Dementor has arrived at Hogwarts from near Hogsmeade, the number is actually not many. Although the Dementors have been from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, and even in the Forbidden Forest, there are actually not many Dementors. There are other things that Lupin didn't tell them. That is, as Charlotte said, they've discovered Dementors in the Muggle world. Compared with Hogwarts here, these few days are almost overwhelmingly busy. Knowing the situation, the three of Charlotte headed back. Without Voldemort's rule, and because the Ministry of Magic is not willing to accept Dementors anymore, even with Death Eaters, the degree of freedom of Dementors is getting higher and higher. At this moment, Harry reached out and tugged at Charlotte's robe. Charlotte, can I follow you to learn Guardian spells? Charlotte blinked. Of course. He was idle anyway, so why not study how to get Voldemort out of Harry's body? Charlotte doesn't have classes to attend, but Harry and Ron don't. So they agreed to learn Guardian spells together in a room of requirement on weekends. Soon it was the weekend, and even Joa and Hermione were in the room of requirement together. Charlotte conjured up a sofa, leaned on the sofa, and lazily looked at the four little wizards opposite. He had handed over the spell to them, but practiced it all morning. The effect was mediocre. Only Hermione's wand changed slightly. Her wand released a white ball of light, but unfortunately it didn't last long before dissipating. After watching the practice of the four wizards for a while, Charlotte took out the diary from her pocket. The diary still didn't respond. It seems that Tom is very tangled. Charlotte took out another quill, said a spell, and the quill was naturally stained with ink. He wrote in his diary, Tom Riddle, I think it's time for you to decide who to choose. Of course, I hope you choose your future. After all, his power is stronger than yours. Up. Who can't stand being inferior? Who can't accept that others are stronger than themselves? Of course, 16-year-old Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Sure enough, in less than a while, Tom's handwriting appeared in the diary. I'm willing to help you and be your ally. Charlotte smiled and continued, Wise choice, Tom. The key piece is ready, isn't it, Dash? A wise soul, and another main soul weakened by wand 2. This battle is really exciting. However, not yet. Charlotte glanced at Harry. Now that Voldemort's strength hasn't been weakened much, staying in the container for a longer time will make this battle more interesting, isn't it? Harry shivered slightly, feeling a gust of cool wind blowing on his neck. He stretched out his hand to wrap his robe tighter and said, It's really cold here. Hermione was trying hard to cast the spell beside him, and upon hearing this, she replied, Maybe it's because you didn't cast the spell. Hermione gripped her wand tightly angrily. It's been a morning. For a master of spells, she didn't even learn this spell in one morning. Xiaoya sat directly on the ground and waved her magic wand all morning. Even if the magic power was not exhausted, her physical strength was unbearable. Charlotte got up from the sofa, walked in front of the four people, and said, Relax, you don't need to be so anxious. Think about happiness and happiness in your heart. Anything is fine. Then, with this feeling in mind, find out your guardian animal. Charlotte reached out and pulled Joe up, who was sitting on the ground. I have recalled countless times that I ate tomato, scrambled eggs. Xiaoya said dejectedly. Charlotte was taken aback. For you, is this the happiest thing? Xiaoya nodded. Although their vampires no longer drink human blood, they still drink the blood of other animals and occasionally drink some tomato juice. On the day when she got tired of drinking tomato juice, a vampire from the east came to their house, and she made tomato scrambled eggs, which was the best thing Joya had ever eaten. None of them. Charlotte looked at Xiaoya in amazement, watched her respond excitedly, and blinked. I think you need to change a happy memory. The mana value that can transform Animagus. It is impossible not to cast the Guardian spell. Charlotte was still wondering if Joya didn't have the talent for magic spells. Now he knows. Xiaoya looked at Charlotte. But I think this matter is very happy. Charlotte stretched out her hand to pull Joya away and looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Don't you also think of such a thing? The three shook their heads, and Hermione said, Of course not. I'm thinking about my birthday. That's my happiest time. Charlotte nodded. Fortunately, the three of them did not go astray. The spell doesn't happen overnight. Take your time. Charlotte said it was time for lunch, and she took the four of them to the restaurant for dinner. Before reaching the restaurant, Cash and Della came across the corridor with some books in her arms. She looked up at Charlotte and said coldly, I will beat you in the challenge. Charlotte wondered, what challenge? What challenge? Charlotte asked. He didn't have any malice towards Cass and Della. After all, Cass and Della's two harsh words were really not convincing. Cash and Della blushed a bit and immediately returned to her haughty look. When Charlotte asked herself a question, she blinked and hugged the book in her arms tightly, and then said, Are you asking me a question? Stuttered. Charlotte blinked. What's wrong? Cash and Della looked a little nervous. She rolled her eyes, then stared at Charlotte again, and said in a cold voice, Stupid Lawin Kelluo, you don't even know about this matter. As if she was afraid that Charlotte would speak again, she continued, It's the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Their principal wants to bring students to visit us, saying that they want to hold a wizarding challenge with Hogwarts. Charlotte nodded and said lightly, Oh, thank you, Cass and Della. Cash and Della's ears turned red instantly. She took a step back and raised her head proudly. You are not allowed to call my name. After finishing speaking, she stomped on her high heels and walked proudly past Charlotte. Harry and Ron turned their heads to look at Cash and Della, and even Joya and Hermione looked at each other. She seems to hate you? Charlotte, Xiaoya said. Ask for flowers. Charlotte shook her head. It's just a first grader. Don't worry about her. What is the challenge? Saying that, Charlotte led the four of them to the restaurant. In the restaurant, most of the students were talking about this matter, about the challenge held jointly by Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Hogwarts. It is said that the new headmaster of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry decided to hold this competition with Hogwarts. I heard that the students in the Durmstrang School of Magic are very powerful, and they all know black magic. This time in the challenge, can't we have a duel with them? Many young wizards were chattering about this challenge, especially the Slytherin Academy. They like fighting and violence the most, and they would definitely not be absent from such events. 0. Malfoy turned his head to look at Charlotte, who walked in, and his voice became high. Oh, we may not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Charlotte. After all, she's the one who could defeat the former headmaster of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and we are his foil. Saying that, Malfoy shouted, Charlotte, am I right? Are you going to show off in front of us again? Just like some Potter who hangs out with muggles. Oh, forget me, you're a muggle. Charlotte turned her head to look at Malfoy. Who are you calling a muggle? Malfoy. Malfoy sneered. Of course you. Charlotte. As soon as the words fell, Malfoy realized that his feet were leaving the ground, and in an instant, the dining table appeared on his head. Ah! Malfoy screamed, and the Slytherin robes fell on his face, covering his face. Charlotte stood where she was and said with a smile, Oh, I'm so sorry. I made you a foil again. It happened so suddenly that even the professor who was eating didn't realize it. When he did, Snape immediately came over and put Malfoy down. Snape looked at Charlotte coldly and said, Charlotte, you should know that you're not allowed to use magic casually in school. When Kelluo. Before he could finish speaking, Snape heard Professor Flitwick's voice behind him. I didn't violate the school rules, Professor Snape 7. Charlotte looked at Professor Flitwick, who stood up and bent slightly towards him. Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick nodded and then said, The school rules stipulate that you can cast spells, but I don't see Charlotte cast spells here. Snape glanced around, and all the students bowed their heads, except the Gryffindor twin, who yelled, Yes, yes. We didn't see it. Snape looked at Flitwick, then at Charlotte, then took out his wand and put Malfoy down, saying, "Charlotte Elwes, don't think your fame will help you. You'd better be honest at Hogwarts Point. And you, Mr. Potter." As he spoke, he turned around and walked back to the professor's dining area like a big bat. Flitwick looked at Charlotte kindly. "Don't think that I don't know about your little moves, Charlotte. You can cast spells without a wand. You are very powerful, but you need 507 to be more restrained." As for his protege, Flitwick didn't mind helping Charlotte once. Charlotte smiled and said, "Of course, Professor. I never show off, don't I? It's just that if you bump into him, you can't blame him, can you?" Professor Flitwick nodded and walked back satisfied. The restaurant was quiet for a while, and then immediately became lively again, but the topic of the topic changed from challenging one to Xiao Luo. Y whispered, "My God, why didn't the Sorting Hat put me in when Kellyuo? He's so handsome, isn't he, Cashandela?" Cashandela was staring at Charlotte, and when she heard Y's words, she snorted coldly. "Handsome? Y. You are so strange. I'm wondering why the Sorting Hat would sort you into Slytherin." Y turned pale, turned her head away, and said nothing. Cashandela blinked and panicked for a while, but instantly returned to her cold and arrogant appearance. "I'll beat him sooner or later, and that day is not far away." After Charlotte finished her meal, she took the four of them to the library for a day. The next day, I re-entered the room of requirement to practice the Patronus charm. For the next 2 weeks, Charlotte would wait for Harry and the others in the room of requirement on time every weekend. 2 weeks later, the students and headmaster of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry arrived at Hogwarts. Even standing inside Hogwarts, students can see several huge ghost ships floating in the sky. Those ghost ships were surrounded by black mist, and some people in the uniforms of Durmstrang School of Magic stood on them. Ron blinked. "That's great. Did you see a ghost ship like this when you went to Ilvermorny?" Xiaoya snorted coldly. The person she dislikes the most is people who use black magic. "No, we didn't see it, because the people from Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Magic went much earlier than us," Charlotte said lightly, and then turned around. Then he saw a group of little wizards looking up at the ghost ship collectively, making admiration sounds. Cashandela stood not far from him, also looking up at the ghost ship in the sky, looking very yearning. Cashandela's gaze caught Charlotte, and she lowered her head to look at Charlotte in the crowd. After watching for a while, she suddenly turned around and left. Charlotte blinked her eyes and was dragged out of the crowd by Hermione and Joya. "Oh, there are too many people," Hermione complained. "This challenge will last for 3 days. I really hope that these 3 days will be over quickly." Charlotte looked at Hermione. Hermione is not interested in the challenge? That's right. Although Hermione likes to learn spells, the fundamental reason is just for knowledge. Speaking of which, she is not a combative wizard. In the challenge, you will learn a lot, Charlotte said. Joya asked, "Are you going to play? Do you need to sign up for this challenge?" Charlotte wondered. Of course, as far as I know, the guys from Slytherin have almost sold out all the registration forms. In the end, Dumbledore had to stipulate that each college can only send 3 little wizards to have a friendly match with students from Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ron set aside. Charlotte nodded. Friendly match. It's kind of interesting, but for him, it's a little bit worse. If the opponents are all wizards, this is not too challenging. "I won't participate," Charlotte said lightly, reaching out to open the book in her hand. "I still have a lot of books to read, but..." Charlotte looked at Ron and Harry and provoked a smile. "You can give it a try." "Us." Harry and Ron looked at each other. Obviously, they also knew that the opposite was a waste. "Certainly. Forget it." Ron scratched his red hair, looking a little timid, and Harry did the same, looking like he was about to die. Charlotte blinked and looked at the two of them. In fact, he still hoped that the two of them would have some practical combat ability. Not everything in the world can be solved with courage. It is not enough to have courage without strength. But to Charlotte's surprise, Harry raised his head, looked at Charlotte firmly, and said, "I'm willing to participate." Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Hermione and Joya were also stunned for a moment, and even Ron's eyes widened. "Isn't it Harry?" Ron even reached out and touched Harry's forehead. "Have you decided?" Charlotte put away her teasing thoughts. The students of Durmstrang School of Magic are not easy to deal with. They are very good at black magic. With your current level of magic, maybe even their first grader students can't beat it. Charlotte is not exaggerating the fact that the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry does not prohibit students from using black magic at all, and even studies various powerful black magic spells. Harry's current magic power may be higher than that of the first graders, but he definitely doesn't know as many powerful spells as they do. Harry nodded and said, "Of course, I don't want to disappoint Sirius." And at this 1.7, Dumbledore is taking the professors to welcome the teachers and students of the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In addition to Durmstrang's professors, this time even his headmaster came. The ghost ship slowly descended in front of them, and the students came out one after another, standing neatly on one side, and then the professor came out and stood on the side too. It was Durmstrang's headmaster who finally came out of the cabin. When he saw the person in front of him, Dumbledore's smile froze slightly. He felt a familiar breath in the man named Raymond Rachel in front of him. But this breath disappeared without a trace in an instant. Dumbledore's attitude became cautious. He looked at the person walking towards him and held out his hand. "Welcome to Hogwarts." On the opposite side, Grindelwald, whose alias was Raymond, reached out and shook hands with Dumbledore. As beings who knew each other best in the world, Dumbledore's eyes changed almost instantly. Grindelwald knew that Dumbledore had seen through his disguise, and the number one white wizard in the wizarding world couldn't even see through that. Then he would suspect that Dumbledore needed to abdicate and give up the title to himself. Oh no, maybe that kid named Charlotte Elvis would be a better fit for that title. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it's been a while," Grindelwald said. Dumbledore let go of his hand and said with a smile, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald suspiciously. He knew that Grindelwald would never die so easily, but he didn't know what Grindelwald wanted to do now. The children of Durmstrang need opportunities to exercise. I have always felt that it is a stupid thing to practice black magic in school. They need more practical combat to grow up, don't they? Grindelwald looked sideways at the people behind students at the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 16. He seemed very kind and open-minded. The students of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry seemed very excited. They knew exactly what they were here for, and they also wanted to fight the students of Hogwarts. Many of the people who came this time were students from the previous exchange meeting. Among the students, a student with brown curly hair stood up and asked, "Principal Dumbledore, will Charlotte Elwes participate in this challenge?" "Not," Grindelwald called, and the brown curly-haired student fell silent and stood back. "Oh, I didn't know that," said Dumbledore, still remaining extremely genial. "Forgive my students. These days they are overly excited to be participating in the Friendship Challenge, especially wanting to meet Charlotte Elwes. I have heard he participated in the Ilvermorny exchange meeting and defeated our previous headmaster, Karlov." Grindelwald still maintained a very decent smile. Dumbledore blinked his wise eyes and said, "Oh, I don't know about this matter. If so, then this challenge might be very exciting. Of course, I'm looking forward to it too." Grindelwald smiled, and then led by the professors to the castle arranged by Hogwarts for the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When Grindelwald left, Dumbledore walked slowly behind and said, "Severus, keep an eye on this headmaster Raymond." Severus cast a suspicious glance at Dumbledore, then at Raymond. "Albus, I don't think we need to stare at the headmaster. We should focus on the outside. Those nasty Dementors, they linger in the Forbidden Forest. I don't think you want Hogwarts to hear comes a second quarrel." Dumbledore reassured Snape calmly. "What's more important now is the people who enter Hogwarts, not the people outside. Oh yes, those Dementors haven't been dealt with yet." Snape glanced at Dumbledore, frowned, and said, "Of course, you also know that Dementors cannot be killed. They are wandering in the Forbidden Forest, and the animals in the Forbidden Forest are approaching the border of Hogwarts. We must hurry up, clean up those Dementors, Otherwise, the animal riots in the Forbidden Forest will be too late. I see. Let Hagrid pay attention to the Forbidden Forest first, said Dumbledore. Snape looked at Dumbledore's frown, but still didn't say what was on his mind. Why should he pay attention to that principle? What does it mean to pay attention to people entering Hogwarts? Unfortunately, Dumbledore didn't seem to intend to tell Snape the whole thing. Hogwarts library entrance. Charlotte was about to go in to read a book, but before she could go in, Ginny and Luna ran over holding hands. Ginny said nervously, "Senior Elvis." Charlotte looked at the two of them. "What's going on?" Ginny glanced at Luna, and Luna said aloud, "Someone is looking for you. Those Durmstrang students. We were afraid that they would come to trouble you, so we hurried over to tell you. My mother told me that Durmstrang students are very fierce. They are very powerful and know a lot of black magic." "Senior Elvis, you must be careful," said Ginny worriedly. But before Charlotte could answer, a whistle came from behind Ginny and Luna. Durmstrang students came out from behind the wall, and a wizard said, "I knew that if you follow some small fish upstream, you will find the biggest fish." Ginny and Luna's eyes widened, and they turned sharply to look at Durmstrang's students behind them. Ginny looked up at Charlotte again, with some guilt in her eyes. "Senior Elvis, I'm sorry." Charlotte reached out and pulled Ginny and Luna behind her. The students of Durmstrang on the opposite side came towards Charlotte and stopped not far from Charlotte. Charlotte Elvis not looked at Charlotte with the arrogance that belonged to Durmstrang in his eyes. Compared with this kind of arrogance, Charlotte still prefers the arrogance of Cascandella. At least, it's cuter, isn't it? It's not the time for the challenge yet. I don't think you should be doing these things here. Charlotte frowned and looked at Not opposite, frowning in disgust. Durmstrang is not a school that doesn't follow the rules. I want to challenge you. In this challenge, I will definitely beat you to the ground. Not raised his head. In the last exchange meeting, he had a deep insight into Charlotte's strength, but this did not stop him from facing Charlotte. Charlotte raised her eyebrows, overconfident or overconfident in her own strength. "Sorry, I won't participate in this challenge," Charlotte said lightly. Not and the others were stunned for a moment. They deduced according to their own logic that Charlotte would not give up such a good opportunity to become famous. Moreover, how could someone not participate in such a showy event? Not suddenly looked at Charlotte and shouted angrily, "You don't participate? Then what are they doing all the way here? Are these stupid wizards coming to visit Hogwarts?" Charlotte shrugged. "I guess it's my personal freedom. There is no wizard duel that must be accepted in the wizarding world." Charlotte looked at Not coldly. "If you are willing to sacrifice your life, I am willing to have a wizard duel with you." Not was about to shout impulsively, but a wizard behind him stretched out his hand and grabbed him. The wizard looked at Charlotte cautiously and whispered in Not's ear, "Not, don't be impulsive. Charlotte is not so easy to deal with. Yes, if you really want to duel with him, you can have many opportunities, right?" The wizard who spoke was none other than Chris in the exchange meeting. After the last battle with Joya, he knew very well that Charlotte was definitely not easy to get along with. It must be carefully considered. Not snorted coldly. He felt that he could do it, but what Chris said did make sense. Not calmed down and looked at Charlotte. "Charlotte, I will come to you again. I hope you will agree to participate in the challenge next time." Charlotte frowned. What Not meant, could it be that he wanted to make trouble here? Durmstrang's students turned and left. Before leaving, Not gave Ginny and Luna 2 deep glances. Ginny shivered slightly and shrank behind Charlotte. After all of them left, Yuan Liu turned his head to look at Ginny and Luna. "Thank you, Ginny." Charlotte reached out and stroked Ginny's head. Ginny shook her head and said guiltily, "Sorry, Senior Elvis. If it weren't for Luna and me, those people wouldn't have come here. It doesn't matter. Even if they don't follow you, they will find me sooner or later." Luna looked up at Charlotte and asked, "Why did they come to you?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I owe a beating." "Need a beating?" Ginny and Luna looked at each other, and they were surprised. Charlotte reached out and touched the heads of the two of them and said, "Okay, you also have classes to attend, so don't waste your time here." "Well, good. Senior Elvis, you have to be careful." Ginny looked at Charlotte and said she always felt that these guys were a bit dangerous. especially when Nott was about to leave, look at him, made her feel very uncomfortable. After sending Ginny and Luna away, Charlotte went to the library. After finding a random place to sit down, Charlotte began to flip through the book. The collection of books in Hogwarts is very rich, not to mention the restricted area. Even the outside library has the collection of several national libraries. Not long after Charlotte sat down, someone came and sat in the seat behind him. Then Charlotte heard whispers behind him. Have you signed up yet? Of course. Did you know that when Keluo and Charlotte would be there? He doesn't seem to be participating, he said to Durmstrang students at the library door. After listening to a few words, Jean Rong recognized who was sitting behind. Coincidentally, the people sitting behind are Cascandela and F*******y. Cascandela pinched the registration form, showing some dissatisfaction in her eyes. The first-year students don't learn many spells. It's actually very disadvantageous to participate in this kind of competition, and if you sign up, you may not be selected. After all, only 3 young wizards in each college have the opportunity to participate in the final friendly match. Therefore, there's also a screening at the academy. Why doesn't he participate? If he doesn't participate, how can I defeat him openly? Cascandela whispered, looking a little excited. Charlotte leaned back slightly, and his voice appeared next to Cascandela's ear. Miss Cascandela seems to want me to participate. Cascandela was taken aback. She turned her head and looked at the smiling Charlotte. What's none of your business? Charlotte raised her eyebrows, good guy, and asked him if he would participate, but she said it was none of his business. He said helplessly, well, since it's none of my business, then I won't be here to listen to you. Charlotte got up and sat elsewhere, not messy at all. Cascandela glared at Charlotte, then turned her head. Some cracks appeared in her cold and arrogant expression. This guy, what a nuisance, Cascandela said, while F******y said, oh yeah? But he's really good looking. Just as he was talking, Malfoy came over with a book and said with a smile, Miss Cascandela, I wonder if I can sit by your side. Cascandela's face turned cold instantly. She raised her head and said proudly, Mr. Malfoy, there are already people here. Malfoy froze for a moment. His face darkened instantly. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Then he turned his head and walked away. The direction where Malfoy was standing just now happened to cover Charlotte. As soon as Malfoy walked away, Cascandela saw Charlotte. She looked a little strange, but she turned her head quickly and whispered, Really, why? Not participating in the competition. Malfoy led Goyle and Crabbe out of the library with a sullen face. He walked forward, but bumped into someone unexpectedly. Go away, idiot! Malfoy yelled. Isn't this a Slytherin loser? Nott said, crossing his chest. A few of Olmstrong's students stood behind him, following his example, looking at Malfoy. Malfoy's face was cold, and he sneered. Isn't this Olmstrong's idiot? Why? Your principal failed, and you want to lose to Hogwarts. Then I think you may not be qualified, idiot. Nott's face darkened instantly. It was Charlotte who defeated Carlos, not you, Malfoy. Malfoy's face was gloomy enough. He glanced at Nott coldly and wanted to turn and walk away, but Nott reached out and stopped Malfoy. I heard that you don't seem to deal with Charlotte Elwes very much. Almost everyone knew about the quarrel between Malfoy and Charlotte in the dining room. After Nott, Chow's left, he went to ask some Hogwarts students. It's none of your business, Olmstrong's idiot. Malfoy's pale face turned red, purely annoyed. Hey, come on, Malfoy. We can help you. At least we can work together to help you fix Charlotte. Behind Nott, a white-haired boy came out, with one hand on Nott's shoulder, looking somewhat lazy. The strong will always have weaknesses, not in strength, but in other places. The boy continued. For example, friends, family members, or loved ones. The white-haired boy blinked and asked, Do you know if Charlotte likes anyone in school? Malfoy looked at the boy with a cold face and replied with a frown, I think it's better for you to ask Charlotte yourself. But as far as I know, he doesn't have anyone he likes. The white-haired boy seemed a little surprised. According to the way we have just walked, there seem to be quite a few people who like him in Hogwarts. Just a pushy idiot, Malfoy said through gritted teeth. The white-haired boy turned his head and glanced at Nott. and then exchanged glances with the latter. Nott waved his hand. Well, it seems that you are of no use. After speaking, the students of Durmstrang walked away behind Nott and the white-haired boy. Malfoy stared at those students. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed and angry he felt. Durmstrang! The closer to the challenge, the more leisurely Charlotte becomes. After all the academies are very excited to select the little wizard, and they are honored to be selected, especially the students of Slytherin. Harry ran to Charlotte every day, asking about various spells. So, when Charlotte taught them the Guardian Charm over the weekend, she also taught some other spells along the way. In the restaurant, Charlotte was waiting for Chiaoya to have dinner with them, but he suddenly felt a strange sight. He turned his head and looked towards the professor's dining area, and that line of sight came from the professor's dining area. Several professors from the Durmstrang School of Magic also ate there, but today, there is one more person in the dining area. The man was sitting next to Dumbledore, talking to Dumbledore. As if feeling the gaze, the man turned his head and collided with Charlotte's gaze. From a distance, Shalou saw that person greeted him. Haven't seen you for a long time. Charlotte blinked. Grindelwald, the new headmaster of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Is Grindelwald? Grindelwald also seemed very sure that he would recognize him, and he didn't panic at all, but greeted him face to face extremely calmly. At the dining table, Grindelwald clasped his hands together and said, Principal Dumbledore, I have heard that Hogwarts has a genius wizard named Charlotte Elwes. I wonder if I am honored to recognize this people. Hagrid was also sitting at the dining table, and the careless Titan said with a smile, Oh, Principal Raymond, you really have vision. Charlotte is indeed a very powerful little wizard, and you can't find her in this world anymore. To a clever little wizard like him. Bay, Grindelwald said with a smile. Really? The children of Durmstrang often told me that when I was in Ilvermorny, Charlotte once defeated Karlov. A little wizard with this ability really surprised me. It's time for dinner, and I think if Headmaster Raymond wants to see him, he will have a chance. Snape said abruptly from his side. Dining time is the perfect time, isn't it? Grindelwald said, turning to look at Dumbledore. Dumbledore seemed to have just woken up. Oh, if you want to see him, I'm sure you can, but the kid seems to be waiting for his friends. Raymond smiled and heard Dumbledore's refusal. Well, it seems that I have to meet this little wizard in private. Dumbledore didn't say anything, just waited until after the meal, and let McGonagall take Charlotte to the professor's dining area. Although this time, the little wizards have finished their meal, but out of habit, the little wizards like to chatter in the dining room. Now, as soon as they saw McGonagall coming down and taking Charlotte to the professor's dining place, everyone stopped talking and stared at Charlotte motionlessly. Charlotte walked in front of Grindelwald. Grindelwald smiled, looked at Charlotte, and said, Are you that little teacher? We know each other, don't we, Headmaster? Charlotte said bluntly. It made Grindelwald's heart skip a beat. Regarding the name of the Dark Lord, people in the wizarding world simply keep secret. If he is exposed now, whether he believes it or not, it will be detrimental to his plan. Moreover, he couldn't believe that Charlotte would really tell this matter. Oh, I don't remember. Grindelwald still had a smile on his face. Perhaps I have misremembered, sir. My name is Charlotte Elwes. I am glad you have heard my name. Charlotte held out her hand, and Grindelwald did the same. A purple bolt of lightning spread from Charlotte's hand. Grindelwald's eyes dimmed slightly, and the scorching flame instantly struck back. When the sound of crackling and flame bombardment sounded, it was extinguished in time. Grindelwald let go of his hand. The hands that Song and Chong Luo held trembled slightly. Excellent wizard genius. If it was Durmstrang's, I think I would be even happier. Grindelwald said. Charlotte said with a wicked easy smile, Oh, my honor, sir. On Slytherin's long table. Malfoy held his hand tightly. Look at his complacent look. What kind of genius wizard? But he just loves to show off like Potter. Everyone in Slytherin responded. Yeah, it's really funny. Cassandela sneered. Slytherin people, are they bedbugs in the basement? Mr. Malfoy, I want to treat him as an opponent, not someone who can be belittled at will so as to highlight your identity. Cassandela raised her head proudly. then cast a cold glance at the people on the long table in Slytherin. After lunch, the little wizards left the restaurant one after another, and Hermione gathered around Charlotte. And Ron said, "Why does the headmaster of Durmstrang want to see you, Charlotte?" "Who knows? Maybe it's because they want me to transfer schools." "Then will you transfer schools?" Xiaoyu said nervously. "Of course not. By the way, Joya, that Chris from our exchange meeting last year will also participate in this challenge. Will you participate?" Charlotte looked at Joya. Joya struggled a bit. "I've already signed up. After all, isn't it very interesting? I've been annoyed by wizards using black magic for a long time." Xiaoyu stretched out her fist and made a comparison like showing off her might. Charlotte nodded. With Joya's strength, she would definitely be selected for the challenge exhibition. Xiaoyu's victory was enough for her to have a sharp edge without a shadow. He looked at the three of Gryffindor again, and Hermione shook her head. "I don't intend to participate. I still have a lot of lessons to finish." Ron also said on the side, "I cheer for you." Harry was very frank. "I've already signed up." Charlotte nodded, and then said, "The match is 3 days away, so prepare well." Before 3 days, Charlotte received a bad news. Not appears to have kidnapped Ginny. Charlotte looked at the anxious Luna in front of her and asked, "Ginny was kidnapped?" Luna nodded, thought for a while, and said, "They said that you were in trouble in Hogsmeade, and Ginny said she would go and take a look, but I met Harry just now, and he said that you didn't go to Hogsmeade." Maud. Luna is a student of Lawin Kelluo, and Ginny is not in the same Gryffindor. Luna actually doesn't know many things, but she saw Ginny at the door just now, and not beside him. This made Luna start to worry. Luna didn't like the color of Not Very Much, or the smell of all the students in Durmstrang. She didn't like it. That dark color made her very unhappy. Harry passed. Charlotte asked after thinking about it. Luna nodded. Both Ron and Harry have passed. Charlotte could almost guess what Not was going to do. He probably wanted to do it himself, but this method was really too stupid. "Okay, I see. You just tell Professor McGonagall about it, and I'll take care of the rest." After speaking, Charlotte headed towards Hogsmeade. Hogwarts was full of Dementors, and it was a waste of time to walk there. Charlotte went directly to the Honeyduke's candy store from the cave under the Whomping Willow. Coming out of Honeyduke's, Charlotte ran into Abeforth at the door. "What are you doing here?" Abeforth looked at Charlotte. Why did this little guy run outside Hogwarts every day? He frowned and said, "Hogsmeade is not safe now. I think you'd better go into Hogwarts." "There's something," said Charlotte, and then asked, "Abeforth, did you see a girl with red hair and some boys in Durmstrang uniforms?" Abeforth frowned. "They seem to be outside Hogsmeade." Charlotte nodded and hurried out of the village. Before reaching the outside of the village, Charlotte heard a scream from ahead, followed by the roar of a Dementor. Charlotte looked over intently, and there were countless Dementors circling in front of her, and there were a few students standing in it indistinctly. A conspicuous blonde little girl was squatting on the ground with her head in her arms, her face full of fear. Charlotte took out her wand. "Call God to protect you." A Bygene-colored Thunderbird flew out from his wand. Charlotte stretched out her hand and flicked a Leanne, and Leanne flew into the Thunderbird, causing all the Thunderbird's feathers to burn. The originally Bygene-colored Thunderbird instantly turned red, and the burning Thunderbird rushed straight into the sky with extremely powerful pressure. But before he passed, countless Dementors rushed out from the dense forest. The Dementors roared at Charlotte with their huge mouths open. The red Thunderbird flew down from the sky and drove the Dementors away almost instantly. Charlotte walked forward step by step, and the more she walked, the more Dementors in front of her. As if someone was preventing him from getting close to Harry and the others, countless Dementors rushed towards Charlotte desperately, but they were swallowed by the Thunderbird before they got close. The fierce flames from the abyss can burn everything in this world. Even the creation of death will disappear in this scorching flame. The coercion of Leanne made the surrounding air flow sweep over, and the wind blew Charlotte's robe, and countless Dementors began to roar. It seems to have seen some natural enemy, fleeing frantically in all directions. The Dementor lost control because of this Thunderbird. In the dense forest, countless animals screamed sharply, and Dementors were running around, and many even fled into Hogsmeade out of fear. Abe Forth was standing outside the Honeyduke's candy shop, wondering what to do if Charlotte found out about his candy craving. But in an instant, his brows furrowed instantly. He suddenly looked at the sky above Hogsmeade, and the chattering wizards outside Hogsmeade also fell silent instantly. Even the wizards sitting in the shop swarmed out in an instant and stood in the middle of the road in the village. An extremely ominous atmosphere instantly enveloped the village. Then, a sound of death came from the sky. A Dementor like mist descended from the sky, with its jagged mouth wide open, making a sound from the other side. The crowd exploded. Dementors! It's a Dementor! Run! The road in Hogsmeade was in chaos in an instant. Hundreds of wizards were rampaging here, and some wizards who knew how to summon gods for protection picked up their wands to disperse the Dementors. However, how could a dozen people be able to defeat countless Dementors? Even if a few Dementors were dispelled, groups of Dementors rushed up soon, and the white light gradually disappeared in the dark group of Dementors. All the wizards rushed towards the shops on the street at once. Many wizards were captured by Dementors, and even their souls were sucked out by the Dementor's kiss. The crazy breath in the air made Lulu look slightly sideways. He knew that these Dementors seemed to have completely rioted. The Dementors hidden in the dense forest poured out of the dense forest like a basin of water and poured them into Hogsmeade. 0. But how many wizards in Hogsmeade know the Guardian Charm? Charlotte frowned, and he asked Luna to go to Professor McGonagall just to let Professor McGonagall remind Dumbledore that something might happen here. Hopefully, the dog finds Professor McGonagall sooner. Hogwarts. Grindelwald was standing in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore had recognized Grindelwald long ago, and he didn't need to hide his identity. Above the office, the portraits of the previous headmasters were hanging, looking at Grindelwald and whispering, and everyone had an unhappy smile on their faces. Grindelwald sat on the stool, already in his own form. Dumbledore sat aside. He looked at Grindelwald. "You were not killed by the Balrog?" Grindelwald twirled the ring on his hand and said, "It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Before fighting him, I need to make all the preparations. But fortunately, none of my plans seem to be useless." "Your plans are useless, after all." Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and continued, "The current wizarding world won't let you do whatever you want." Grindelwald sat gracefully on the stool and said with a smile, "Dumbledore, there's always someone who must stick to the ideal. My former best friend, you have given up our supreme ideal, right?" Dumbledore frowned. "Gallant, your plan cannot change the wizarding world. What it brings is just a war between the wizarding world and muggles. Don't you understand?" Before Grindelwald could speak, an ominous aura came. Dumbledore looked out the window and then heard footsteps outside the principal's room. Grindelwald instantly changed back to Raymond's appearance, and the next second, McGonagall pushed the door open and walked in. "Dumbledore, the Dementors in Hogsmeade seem to be rioting," McGonagall said anxiously. "Riot?" Dumbledore looked at McGonagall, who then noticed Durmstrang's headmaster in the headmaster's office. "Principal Raymond." Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald. "I think I need to take care of something." Grindelwald walked in front of the two. "The children of Durmstrang need opportunities, and this time is a very good opportunity to intern in the 950 program. But that's a Dementor. Let a bunch of little wizards go. It's..." McGonagall frowned, expressing confusion and shock at Grindelwald's behavior. Dumbledore turned his head to look at Grindelwald with a very complicated look in his eyes. "I think Professor McGonagall is right, Headmaster Raymond. Those kids won't listen to Hogwarts," Grindelwald said. Since he couldn't persuade him, Dumbledore quickly summoned the professors and went to Hogsmeade to deal with those Dementors. As for him, he naturally stayed in Hogwarts. Grindelwald led Durmstrang students and followed the Hogwarts professors toward Hogsmeade. Outside Hogsmeade, golden thunderbirds hovered above Charlotte's head, chasing away any Dementors who tried to approach. Then he looked at the people standing in front of him. There were many Death Eaters in black robes standing in front of them. They held wands in their hands, and the tip of the wand was condensing with green light. Charlotte frowned. These people seemed to be trying to prevent herself from approaching the people surrounded by Dementors. What is the reason? Could it be Harry? Voldemort's main soul was still sleeping in Harry's body, and Harry's flesh and blood kept weakening Voldemort's strength. B. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a bottle appeared out of thin air in her hand, which contained Fox's blood, that is, the blood of Phoenix. The Phoenix is the brightest creature in the world. It cannot be afraid of Avada Kedavra, and the tears shed also have the ability to heal. Not only that, the singing of the Phoenix has unique magic power, which can increase courage for pure-hearted people. Although it seems very tasteless, it is the best time to use it now, because Charlotte more or less understood what Voldemort was going to do. Although Harry is a broken Horcrux, he is a Horcrux after all. When Harry's mind is firm, Voldemort can hardly seize Harry's consciousness. Just like the last time Harry was deprived of consciousness, it was because he destroyed the Horcrux in front of him with his own hands, and Voldemort's dark and evil aura weakened Harry's mind. This gave Voldemort the chance to appear. In other words, once Harry's mind is not firm, Voldemort can take the opportunity to occupy Harry's consciousness. If things go on like this, even if Voldemort doesn't need Horcruxes, he can still occupy Harry's consciousness and even turn back. This is what Charlotte does not want to see. It's really annoying, Charlotte said flatly. The Death Eaters surrounded him so tightly that he couldn't see what happened in the distance. But even if he couldn't see clearly, he probably knew it. If Harry couldn't last a few short minutes, it would be Voldemort standing in front of him now. In the distance, Dementors tightly surrounded a group of people. Harry was sweating profusely. He was holding a wand in his hand. A little white light appeared at the tip of the wand. It was this white light that made the Dementors afraid to get too close. Chris and several Durmstrang students fell to the ground with limp legs, watching the trembling Dementors around them. "You guys, can't you help me?" Harry gritted his teeth and said. He could clearly feel that his magic power was about to run dry. There were too many Dementors, and after they were driven away, they would come back again, and there was almost no chance for him to breathe. Ginny had already fainted from fright and fell under a tree on one side. Not and the others sat on the ground with pale faces, trembling and unable to even lift their wands. Hearing Harry's voice, Not managed to find his own. I've never dealt with a Dementor. Harry thought for a while, and gave Not the spell Charlotte told him and the key to using the Patronus charm. Not held the wand, perhaps because of the critical situation after several trials. He also successfully cast the Patronus charm. But there are also more and more Dementors, surrounding them almost impermeably. Harry's complexion became more and more bad. He looked at the Dementor, and the fear in his heart became more and more intense. Finally, his magic power was exhausted. At least he fell to the ground. The moment he sat down, he felt the scar on his forehead become very, very painful, as if someone had sprinkled pepper on his wound. The pain was so painful that Harry couldn't help but want to cry out. He managed to stay awake, opened his eyes, and held his wand tremblingly. "I wish Charlotte was here," Harry said. Not's calf kept shaking. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's the use of him? This is a Dementor. Dementors can't be killed. We are the ones who will die. We will become the walking dead." Harry took a deep breath, feeling a little groggy in his head. "No, you don't understand his strength," Harry said, feeling his tongue start to swell in his mouth. My whole body seemed to start to swell like a balloon. He struggled, unwilling to let his consciousness go to the doctor, because, in this coma, he heard an extremely evil voice. "Sleep, Harry. Harry, go to sleep. Dreams have everything." Harry shook his head, and Not was still talking beside him, but what he said he couldn't hear clearly at 0.9. In the dream, is there really anything? And at this time, Hogsmeade, Abeforth bit the candy wrapping paper in his mouth, and he waved his wand to drive away the Dementors. Many people hid in the Pig's Head Tavern and looked out through the windows. Aberforth cursed and cast a spell. "Fools! You can't even use the Patronus charm. What Muggle college did you graduate from? Don't do business today because you soulless guys are here to interfere with me." While Aberforth was swearing, McGonagall led Snape and the others to rush towards him. The students of Durmstrang who followed Grindelwald shrank their necks and looked up at the Dementors, exuding an extremely ominous aura. Some timid even dare not look at the Dementors. It's too scary, these ghost-like existences. Snape looked sullenly at the Dementors in the sky, drew out his spell, and cast a summoning guard. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick immediately used the Patronus charm to drive away many Dementors. Grindelwald stood aside, scanning Hogsmeade, and fixed his gaze on the place where the most Dementors gathered. Professor McGonagall also obviously noticed that there are too many Dementors over there. Aberforth, why are the Dementors concentrated outside Hogsmeade? What's there? McGonagall asked. Aberforth thought Charlotte was there, and the Hogwarts students weren't in much of a hurry. After all, he knows Chu Xia Luo's strength very well. That was an existence that could counter the Dark Lord, and these Dementors would definitely not be able to harm him. It's a student from Hogwarts, and there's a kid. Aberforth said. McGonagall exclaimed and looked at Aberforth in shock. What are you talking about? Those are Hogwarts students over there. Of course, a little girl with red hair and some boys. And, of course, some Hogwarts students. Aberforth looked at Grindelwald. Although he couldn't recognize Grindelwald, but subconsciously he didn't like the principal of Durmstrang, he said, there are also students from Durmstrang, and they don't look like good kids. Grindelwald looked at Aberforth. Facing the Dementors, I think they are excellent children. Aberforth didn't continue to speak. He couldn't agree with Grindelwald's educational philosophy. He looked at McGonagall. McGonagall nervously didn't know whether to put away his wand or save those children first. It was still Snape's decisive decision. He put away his wand with a cold face and rushed out of the village like a big bat. Professor McGonagall, it's better for me to go. Those stupid little wizards. Really thought they were great. They need a lesson. No, Professor Snape, there are a lot of Dementors over there. I'll go with you. Flitwick said from the side. He looked at McGonagall. Can you hold on here? Professor McGonagall. McGonagall nodded and said eagerly, Don't worry, Professor Flitwick. I can handle everything here. You follow Professor Snape. Flitwick put down his wand and hurried out of Hogsmeade, right behind Professor Snape. Grindelwald turned his head and glanced at the students of Durmstrang who were following him. Several students were already startled. He opened his hands and said with some excitement, Children, the opportunity for actual combat has arrived. Magic should see the darkest existence in this world. Come on, let's go and have a look, see the Hogwarts students fighting, and let you learn to fight. The white-haired Olmstrong student looked very excited. He looked at Grindelwald and asked, Oh, sir, can we use the unforgivable spell? Professor McGonagall shuddered. She looked at the white-haired student and then at Grindelwald. Although she had no reason to speak up, McGonagall still felt shudder for a young wizard learning the unforgivable spell. Of course, Viries, as long as you think you can defeat the Dementors, you can use any spell, but I think that if you use the unforgivable spell now, you may only last for a few minutes. Grindelwald said with a smile. Willis was obviously more excited. His pale face flushed a bit. That's great, isn't it? Sir, Grindelwald reached out and patted Willis on the head. Calm down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to go with me, follow me. If you don't, stay with Professor McGonagall. She will take care of you. Grindelwald turned his head and smiled at McGonagall. McGonagall calmed down and nodded slightly. Of course, Principal Raymond. There were not many students left in Durmstrang, and most of them were afraid and looking forward to it, and they all followed Grindelwald toward the outside of Hogsmeade Village. Outside Hogsmeade, Charlotte looked across at the Death Eaters who were about to surround him. The magic power of the wands in their hands has been condensed, and the green light on the top of the wands is extremely evil. With enough power, those Avada Kedavra spells will rush towards him almost in the next second. But also at this time, behind him came a voice chanting a spell. All spells are empty. This voice is Snape's voice. Charlotte hadn't had time to look back yet. At the same time, those avatar spells were shot from the wand in the Death Eater's hand. Because Charlotte stood so close, those spells rushed towards Charlotte almost instantly. Although the 10,000 mantras have been uttered, but because of the long distance, it was still a second late to collide with the Avada spell. Boom! Green and white rays of light collided and intertwined. The huge power caused a huge wave of power, which spread towards the surroundings, and all the surrounding vegetation withered due to the spreading Avada Kedavra spell. Snape stood where he was. His black robe was blown by the wind. His pupils constricted violently, and he silently clenched his wand tightly. Flitwick, who arrived later, also stood still. He saw the scene just now. Saw Charlotte standing in front of countless Death Eaters, surrounded by countless Avada Kedavra spells. Flitwick trembled, his white beard quivering wildly. Charlotte is Flitwick's favorite student. He has never seen such an intelligent wizard. He is sure that if Charlotte graduates from Hogwarts, her future achievements will be limitless. He was very intentional and wanted Dumbledore to keep Charlotte and teach at Hogwarts after graduation. With his ability, he will definitely be able to play a greater role in Hogwarts, and even break the legend that the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts can only serve for 1 year. However, just now, his most proud disciple was covered by countless Avada spells in front of him. Flitwick walked forward tremblingly, staring blankly at the place of impact. Where the two spells collided, smoke and dust billowed, and countless vegetation was blown up and scattered in all directions. My Merlin, Charlotte. Flitwick's voice was extremely weak. Watching his students die in front of him was not an acceptable thing. Flitwick covered his eyes and began to cry bitterly. Snape stood aside. He gripped his wand tightly. Staring at the place viciously, his eyes moved up as if he could see the group of Death Eaters. He raised his wand. Shun Feng Wuing. The invisible sharp blade shot towards the smoke and dust, and Snape walked forward, waving his wand constantly. At this moment, a long cry came from the smoke and dust that had been cut off by Shun Feng Wuing. Snape froze for a moment because he heard a strange cry. Phoenix! It's the cry of the Phoenix. But why is there a Phoenix here? Is it Dumbledore's Phoenix? Flitwick also stopped crying in the back. The Phoenix is the most spiritual and magical creature in the wizarding world, and his tears have healing effects. Maybe Dumbledore sent the Phoenix to protect Charlotte. Flitwick immediately looked there with wide-eyed eyes. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a red light shot straight into the sky from the smoke and dust. The Death Eaters backed away in shock and looked up at the same time. A golden red phoenix emerged from the smoke and dust. The feathers on that phoenix's body had golden patterns. If you look carefully, you will find that the tips of each of his feathers are flowing like flames. This is no ordinary phoenix. It's a flame phoenix. The Death Eaters raised their wands again, and this time Snape and Flitwick responded immediately, regardless of what happened to the phoenix. But Charlotte was no longer there. There were some guesses in Snape's mind. This phoenix probably had something to do with Charlotte. He waved his wand and attacked the Death Eaters. The fire phoenix transformed by Charlotte flew into the sky. He looked at the surrounded place, and the golden thunderbird flew over and circled around him. And some Death Eaters were sending Avada Kedavra on him. But Phoenix is not afraid of unforgivable spells. Even Avada Kedavra is useless to Phoenix. With a long cry from the Phoenix, the golden thunderbird hit the place, surrounded by Dementors. Charlotte followed behind the golden thunderbird and rushed down. There are really too many Dementors. Even though they were scattered by the thunderbird, there are still countless densely packed Dementors inside. The Dementors obscured Charlotte's view of what was going on inside. Nott's arms began to tremble, and his magic power began to dry up a little. He turned his head to look at Chris and other Durmstrang students. These guys were also stunned. After all, countless Dementors were overwhelmingly oppressing here, and even Nuaw sure couldn't hold on. He turned to look at Harry again, who was holding his wand and seemed to be struggling not to fall asleep. Nott stretched out his foot, kicked Harry's leg, and shouted angrily, "Hogwarts student, help me!" Harry woke up suddenly, woke up from that painful and sad memory, looked at Nott with a pale face, and quickly got up to cast the Patronus charm. "Sorry, I seemed to fall asleep just now." "Asleep?" Nott gritted his teeth. He put down his hand. His magic power had been exhausted. He was panting constantly, and his forehead was covered with sweat. "You idiot! We are in this place now. How can you fall asleep?" Harry blinked his eyes. Even though he woke up suddenly, the feeling of sleepiness still didn't leave. After standing like this for a while, his eyelids started to fight again. Nott saw something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and shook Harry, making Harry wake up again. Don't sleep. You can't sleep. I can't use the Patronus charm now. If you sleep, we will definitely dead. Nott looked at the Dementors around him in horror. He could feel that the Dementors were getting closer, and the white light on Harry's hand seemed to start to flicker. Nott stretched out his hand and shook Harry, with fear in his eyes. Hey, Hogwarts students, don't sleep. Don't sleep. Harry shook his head. His scar began to become extremely painful. He reached out to touch his forehead, only to feel that there seemed to be a voice talking in his head all the time. That voice was extremely evil, but I just couldn't stop it. Harry reached out and patted his head. Me too. I don't want to sleep, he said feebly, but I... Harry screamed in pain, and the wand in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. Nott's eyes widened instantly, and he reached out to catch Harry. Looked up at the Dementors around him in fear. Dying. Countless Dementors let out sharp roars, pressing down on the two of them overwhelmingly. An ominous and even frightening aura instantly enveloped Nott and Harry. Nott buried his face tremblingly, but his whole body kept trembling. The moment the Dementor rushed towards Nott, intending to suck Nott's soul, a beam of light shone in from among the black Dementors. Nott shook slightly, and he felt that everything around him seemed to have lost its voice. Even the roar of the Dementor could not be heard, and the dark and ominous feeling that had been haunting him left in an instant. He raised his head, and everything around him instantly returned to the cage, and the cries of the Dementors filled his ears in an instant. Nua also covered her ears in fear, but her eyes never left the beam of light. A big golden bird landed beside him and stretched out its wings to protect him and Harry, while countless Dementors were running wildly. Flames continued to erupt from one Dementor, and soon spread to another Dementor. Almost instantly, those Dementors were like dead wood that could easily be ignited, burning in the air. Countless Dementors screamed and roared, forming a whole sea of flames around him. The fear in Nott's heart dissipated slightly. He looked at the sky and saw a golden-red phoenix hovering in the sky with its tail feathers. Flames spewed out from the mouth of the phoenix, and those flames easily ignited the Dementors. Phoenix! Nott exclaimed almost subconsciously. It turned out to be Phoenix. Didn't the Phoenix only come to save the Dumbledores? Could this kid be from the Dumbledore family? Nott looked at the unconscious Harry and fell into suspicion. Nolly Zhao, and the Dementors kept leaving from his side. In a short period of time, those Dementors either fled into the dense forest or were ignited by the flames of the Phoenix. Although he was in the sea of flames, Nott didn't feel uncomfortably hot. He raised his head and looked at Phoenix excitedly. In the distance, Professor McGonagall stopped what he was doing. She felt a wonderful breath, a holy and bright power, and the Dementors in the sky screamed and fled in all directions. McGonagall looked at Aberforth, and Aberforth frowned. The force felt familiar to him. It's Phoenix. Could it be Dumbledore? Aberforth looked at McGonagall, and McGonagall was relieved. If Dumbledore made a move, those children would be fine. Aberforth, you are here to watch these children. I'll go and have a look, McGonagall said, and hurried to the outside of Hogsmeade. Colorful spells exploded in the air. Flitwick and Snape kept waving their wands, countering the spells of the Death Eaters facing them. Gritting his teeth, Flitwick said, "These guys are just horrible. I don't know. How is Charlotte's situation? Did the Phoenix save Charlotte?" Snape scowled. "That Phoenix is not Dumbledore's." Flitwick waved his wand, frowning. "If it wasn't Dumbledore's, then whose?" Before Snape could reply, a scorching flame was burning in mid-air, and Snape looked up and saw the Witch Dementor in the Death Eater storefront in the flames. Flitwick swung his super armor. He looked at the flame, wiped the sweat from his brow. "Flame, is that the Phoenix?" "Looks like it is. I think we're going to speed up, Professor Flitwick," Snape said with a low face, clenched his wand, and looked at the Death Eater across the way. The Death Eaters obviously also noticed the scorching flames in the sky, and Dementors kept burning and disappearing in the sea of flames. Suddenly, a whistle sounded in the dense forest, and the Death Eaters looked at each other before disappearing in place. They left 557. Flitwick looked around cautiously, afraid that there might be other ambushes around. Snape held his wand in his hand and walked forward. He looked at the burning sea of fire in the distance and the fleeing Dementors under the sea of fire with some doubts in his eyes. Flitwick, following behind Snape, also hurried over there. The sea of fire did not pose any threat to Flitwick and Snape. They walked in easily, and then saw Nott looking up at the Phoenix hovering above his head, and Harry unconscious beside Nott. Flitwick exclaimed, "Oh my Merlin, are you all right?" Besides Nott and Harry, there was Ginny and a few of Durmstrang's students lying on the side. Snape glanced at Harry, then walked over to Ginny and patted her face with his hand. "It doesn't look like anything, just fainted from fright." Flitwick patted his chest and looked at Nott, who stammered, "I'm sorry." The cause of this incident was all because of him. If he hadn't brought Ginny here, this kind of incident would not have happened. Although he said he was arrogant, Nott was not a person who did not admit his mistakes. He looked at Flitwick with guilt. Flitwick didn't know what was going on here, thinking he was just apologizing for not being able to protect his companions. But before he could speak, there was the sound of drums behind him. Grindelwald stood outside. He stood outside the flame, stretching out his hand to feel the hot breath of the flame. This repulsive atmosphere. "Well done, Nott. You've got the courage to face the Dementors," Grindelwald said. Nott looked at Grindelwald, lowered his head in shame. "No, Principal, I—" Snape looked up at Grindelwald coldly. He interrupted Grindelwald aloud. "That's enough. Things are messed up here now. Let's go back to Hogwarts for the rest, Principal Raymond." Grindelwald nodded, and he looked at the students around him. "Study hard, children, and use your spells to expel Dementors. There are still many Dementors fleeing around. The Phoenix in the sky is still breathing flames, trying to disperse all the Dementors." There was interest in Willis's eyes. He took out his wand and shouted at a Dementor behind the jungle, "Avada Kedavra!" The green light was released from his wand and hit the Dementor in an instant, and the Dementor screamed and fled towards the dense forest. Flitwick's eyes widened. He looked at Willis and Grindelwald and said, "You cast an unforgivable spell. Using the unforgivable spell will be perceived by the Ministry of Magic and will be caught by the Aurors and thrown into Azkaban. Jedge, now this kid in front of me is using an unforgivable spell." Willis smiled very decently and said, "Of course, sir, the unforgivable spell is not also a magic spell. If so, why can't it be used? It is because of this that Hogwarts always produces some useless scum." Willis swept Harry and Ginny lying on the ground. He sneered and said, "Isn't it?" Professor Flitwick's face was flushed behind his white beard, but he was not ashamed but angry, and he said loudly, "Is it an honor to use black magic?" Fallen Durmstrang. Willis still wanted to speak, but Grindelwald stopped him with his hand. He looked at Flitwick. "I have reported to the Ministry of Magic as Auror candidates. I think my students need to learn these unforgivable spells." Flitwick looked at Grindelwald angrily, and Snape crouched beside Harry after seeing Ginny. But instead of touching Harry directly, he took out his wand and brushed the hair off Harry's forehead. Harry's scar was glowing a faint green. "Smell of evil," said Snape, standing up immediately, saying, "These children must be taken away immediately. It's too dangerous here." As soon as his words fell, Harry, who was lying on the ground, began to struggle. He yelled, screaming in pain, as if something was running wild inside his body. Snape reached out to hold Harry down, and even Flitwick immediately turned to look at Harry. "Merlin, what's wrong with this kid?" Harry's situation was no longer optimistic. Charlotte, who was hovering in the sky, could see clearly in a few minutes. "I'm afraid Voldemort will completely recover from Harry's body." Charlotte looked around the firewall. The Dementors had fled into the forest, but many were killed by the fierce flames. Originally, Charlotte planned to eliminate all the Dementors, but now the following situation is more important. If Voldemort came back to life, his plans would be ruined. For his sake, it was better to let Voldemort fall asleep in Harry's body first. Charlotte flapped his gigantic wings, and he raised his head to the sky and let out a cry. The wonderful voice spread and reached Harry directly. A red feather fell from Charlotte's wings and landed on Harry's forehead with a sound. Flitwick and Snape stood aside, looking at the red feather, which melted almost instantly on Harry's forehead before Harry stopped struggling. Grindelwald's eyes darkened. He looked up at Phoenix. The look in his eyes was not very good. Charlotte Elwes, he whispered, surrounded by Durmstrang's students. The students did not hear him. Their attention has been attracted by the red feather. Only Willis's eyes flashed, and he looked up at the phoenix in the sky. The feather completely melted on Harry's forehead. Then a holy force came, and the faint green light on Harry's scar gradually dissipated. The scorching air around him also gradually calmed down. Flitwick let out a breath and said happily, "Fortunately, there is this phoenix here. Otherwise, Harry, I'm afraid he will lose his life." Snape nodded, then looked up at the phoenix. Almost everyone looked up at the phoenix. It was already very strange that a phoenix that did not belong to Hogwarts appeared here out of thin air, and what was even more strange was that this phoenix still came to help them. Grindelwald stroked the cane in his hand, feeling mixed feelings in his heart. Charlotte is growing up day by day. It seems that he has to advance his plan. Flitwick looked up at the phoenix, which circled the sky and then flew down. The golden streamer trailed behind the phoenix's tail feathers, and in a perfect arc, the phoenix flew in front of everyone. Then he turned into a handsome young man. The golden streamer spread away from him, making his eyebrows more attractive, and several girls in Durmstrang couldn't help but stare at him, blushing. Flitwick's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, "Charlotte! Is this Phoenix Charlotte?" Flitwick felt his head buzzing, and he felt that his doubts were not much more than before. With a slight movement of Snape's eyes, he knew that the Phoenix was inseparable from Charlotte. But he didn't expect that the Phoenix was Charlotte. No wonder Charlotte was able to give the prescription for transforming into a magical animal. Although the prescription was useless, it made sense, didn't it? Snape took a deep breath and looked at Charlotte with a complicated expression. "Charlotte Elvis, this matter needs your explanation." As expected of Snape, Charlotte sighed inwardly. Professor Flitwick looked like he wanted to drag him and talk to him for a month, but Snape was preoccupied with the whole thing. Charlotte shrugged, then looked at Grindelwald, who smiled and said, "This matter is best explained by Mr. Knott of Durmstrang." He looked at Knott, and Knott looked at Charlotte in amazement and saw his eyes again. Charlotte's eyes were very calm, but they carried tremendous pressure. Just looking at them made his scalp tingle. Knott was a little guilty, but when asked, he honestly told the whole story. Leaving Hogwarts without reporting it. "Charlotte Elwes, you need to explain your behavior." Snape looked at Charlotte and said, "When Claire, 50 points will be deducted." Before Charlotte could speak, Snape looked at Grindelwald. After all, the students such as Knott and Chris are not from Hogwarts, and they have no right to punish them. Now he has come forward to punish the person who solved this matter, which is to force Grindelwald to deal with these students in disguise. Sure enough, Grindelwald's expression changed. His face darkened, and he said, "It seems that the school rules of Hogwarts are indeed very strict. This time, it is indeed Knott who made a mistake. After returning, Knott will punish you for confinement." Not just shut up. This is not a very good punishment for Durmstrang, but it is better than others. Knott lowered his head and whispered, "I see, Principal. Also, you're not allowed to participate in this challenge. You will go back tomorrow." Grindelwald said. Knott's face became even paler, and they were not allowed to participate in the challenge. They have worked so hard to compete for places in the school, and they just want to challenge the strong and crush Hogwarts, but now they are not participating. Knott wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a word. Perhaps this punishment is unnecessary. Charlotte stood aside, and he looked at Knott with a smile, with a bit of bad taste. "Principal Raymond, if they all leave, the challenge will be meaningless gone. I think confinement is enough. There is no need to refuse to participate in the challenge. After all, they are just children, aren't they?" It is somewhat strange for a child to call another child a child. But Grindelwald took a serious look at Charlotte and said, "They did something bad, and it seems that it is against the rules to participate in the challenge. Were there any rules? I think they can join Principal Raymond. Moreover, we are all ready. Even the battle list is ready. Is it possible that Durmstrang will refuse?" As for Flowers 00, Grindelwald frowned. He looked at Charlotte. "I always thought this little guy was up to no good." At this moment, McGonagall, who came late, came here. Hearing this, she changed her mind and said, "The match has been arranged. I don't think Durmstrang should break the contract. Ray Principal Mond." Grindelwald turned around. Since the vice principal had already spoken, he naturally couldn't directly refuse. Certainly, although he regained his qualifications, Nott was not happy at all because he saw Charlotte smiling at him. He has not forgotten that Charlotte can transform into a phoenix. 0. And that flame, that fire that burns Dementors. How could he possibly resist such power? Nott trembled all over, feeling his legs were soft. Professor McGonagall approached them, saw the students fainted on the ground, exclaimed, and almost passed out. "My God, what's going on here?" Charlotte stretched out her hand to support McGonagall and said, "Professor McGonagall, it's been dealt with. I want to go back and talk about it later." "Oh, that's right." He turned to look at Flitwick. "Professor Flitwick, I want to participate in this challenge. I wonder if there is no place yet." Flitwick was already worrying about the number of places in the challenge. Lewin Kelluo's students like true knowledge, reading books and research, and there are not a few who are good at spells, but this time there are not many people who are willing to participate in the challenge. The requirements are high and the standards are high, so I only picked 2 after picking and choosing. If Charlotte is willing to participate, then there are exactly 3. "Of course," Flitwick said, looking at Charlotte with satisfaction. Charlotte is really one of his best students. Charlotte looked at Nott and all Durmstrang's students around him. "See you in the Challenger League. This time you'll get your wish and play against me," Charlotte said with a smile, but her tone was not very good. Although Durmstrang was purely implicated in this matter, but because of these people in front of him, his plan almost went wrong. Even though she was deducted 50 points, Charlotte seemed quite happy, but Nott and the others were not so happy. Nott hid behind Grindelwald crying without tears, his face pale. Several students of the Durmstrang School of Magic who were planning to show their talents also changed their faces. Knowing that Charlotte can turn into a phoenix, they didn't dare to look at Charlotte. With such a powerful strength, isn't he just going to be beaten? But even if they know that they are going to be beaten, what position and qualifications do they have to refuse? After all, the Friendship Challenge was originally initiated by Durmstrang, and they have been provoking Charlotte to let him participate. Among these people, Viries was the only one who looked excited. He looked at Charlotte and said, "You're finally willing to compete." And then he looked at McGonagall. Using Durmstrang's spell, I'm 037, thinking that's not illegal. McGonagall frowned. He knew the kid in front of him would use the unforgivable spell. However, the Ministry of Magic should ban the use of such spells. In the Challenger League, it must not be used. The 3 unforgivable spells are spells banned by the Ministry of Magic. If you're referring to these 3 spells, I think it's best not to use them in the challenge. McGonagall said tactfully. With a flash in his eyes, Willis said, "Of course, against a phoenix, I don't think those spells are enough." Willis looked a little excited. Grindelwald has always praised him as a supreme magic genius. In Durmstrang, he can hardly find any opponents. Durmstrang does not prohibit wizard duels, but no matter how many times, he always wins in division duels. Can win. He didn't go to the exchange meeting before, but he heard Chris said the name of Charlotte, a little wizard who could defeat Karloff. This made him very interested. He believed that Charlotte, a well-known wizard in the wizarding world, would definitely be defeated by him. Because of him, never fails. Grindelwald noticed Viries' emotions, and he put his hand on Viries' shoulder, silently beckoning him to calm down. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and looked at Willis, then turned her head to look at the unconscious people lying on the ground. Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape found a carriage, transported all these students back to Hogwarts and sent them to Madame Pomfrey, the school doctor. According to Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis, they just fainted as long as they have a good rest. For the next few days, Hogwarts was very peaceful. Durmstrang, who was rampant at first, also became very well-behaved. Seeing the students of Hogwarts, he wanted to walk around the road. The friendship challenge begins soon. Charlotte took Joya, Hermione, and others to choose a good place, and then sat down. The rules of the challenge competition are very simple, 1-to-1, and then eliminated to advance. Snape took out his wand and conjured up a whole piece of big red silk, on which are the names of all the little wizards. The next competition, according to this red silk, the name on the game. Charlotte looked at the names on the red silk. This time Durmstrang had a total of 12 students. Correspondingly, Hogwarts only had 12 wizards, and his match, in the 5th game, was against an ordinary wizard from Durmstrang's school. Charlotte sat on the side without interest, watching the battle on the opposite side. Hermione and Joya sat beside him. Joya watched with interest and asked, "Is that Chris, the one who lost to me last time?" Charlotte nodded and opened the book in her hand. Fighting at this level is meaningless to him. It's better than reading a book. Hermione and Xiao Yi sat together, and the two watched the battle on the field excitedly. Although from Charlotte's point of view, the battles at this level are not very good, but to Hermione and Joya, none of these battles are very exciting. When it came to the third group, it was Harry's fight. Harry looked very nervous. He swung his wand, fought back and forth with his opponent, and finally defeated his opponent with the binding spell that Charlotte taught him. Soon, the game was down to Charlotte. As soon as Charlotte arrived, both Durmstrang and Hogwarts wizards fell silent. Charlotte stood up and walked to the stage. The wizard opposite was already trembling a little. Cassandela stood aside, and F*******Y stared at Charlotte and couldn't help but say, "Oh my God, he's so handsome and strong." Cassandela frowned, snorted coldly, and said, "He hasn't made a move yet. How do you know he is strong? Besides, if I reach the 3rd grade, I will definitely be stronger than him. No, he's very powerful." Before Y could speak, a gentle female voice came from behind Cassandela. Cassandela turned her head and saw Qiu Zhang standing behind her. Qiu Zhang looked at Charlotte. With some small thoughts hidden in her eyes, she looked down at Cassandela and said with a smile, "He is very powerful." Cassandela frowned, glanced at Qiu Zhang's clothes, and said, "Oh, so what? He is very powerful, but it's not that you are very powerful. You are very proud?" Qiu Zhang's face turned pale. A girl next to her pulled Qiu Zhang, raised her head, and said to Cassandela, "Qiu Zhang is Winkeluo's second. She is no worse than Charlotte. Number 2, I will replace him sooner or later," Cassandela said, turning her head away from Cho Chang. Qiu Zhang blinked and said with a sigh, "I thought everyone liked him very much." Cassandela snorted and led F*****Y away. Charlotte was standing on the stage, and when he stood up, shouts suddenly erupted from the audience, and countless young masters raised their hands and shouted, "Charlotte!" Charlotte looked at the wizard opposite, raised her wand, and said, "The duel of wizards begins now." The wizard on the opposite side of Durmstrang looked very nervous. After the two saluted, Charlotte waved her wand before the wizard on the opposite side could get into an attacking posture. "Disarm you." In an instant, the magic wand in the wizard's hand was bounced away. Wizard Durmstrang turned pale instantly. 1.2 is not even a minute away. In less than a minute, the wizard on the opposite side was defeated. After Snape announced the win or loss with a sullen face, Charlotte winked at Snape and then sat back in her seat. The voices on the field are even louder. Countless people are shouting Charlotte's name. Originally, among the 12 groups, in the first 5 groups, there were 3 winners, and with Charlotte, only 2 people won. The friendship challenge continued, and every wizard in Durmstrang had to take a look at Charlotte before going on stage. Because Charlotte's strength affected his mentality, Hogwarts students won the next 2 games. The 8th game was Willis. He turned his head to look at the students of Durmstrang and said coldly, "If you always regard him as an unclimbable peak, you will never win." After Willis finished speaking, the remaining young wizards of Durmstrang suddenly came to their senses. Several people looked at each other for a few times and then cheered up. Viries has no defeat at all in Durmstrang. His strength crushes all the wizards of Durmstrang. Although the selected wizards of Hogwarts are also very good, they are inferior to Viries. A lot of. On the dueling stage, after the two wizards finished saluting, Willis reached out and knocked the opposite wizard's wand away with the same weapon. In less than a minute, Willis won the victory. The young wizards under the duel stage shouted, waving the flags in their hands and shouting. Willis put away his wand, then turned his head to look at Charlotte, who was sitting on the side. He looked at Charlotte and smiled provocatively. Hermione looked at Willis and then at Charlotte and said, "Do you know him?" Hermione doesn't remember Willis attending the previous meeting, but Willis acts as if he knows Charlotte. "Saw it once before," Charlotte said. He had seen Willis outside Hogsmeade Village, and at that time, Willis had already played tricks on him. Hermione nodded and then said, "He seems to have some hostility towards you, and his strength is also very strong. If you meet, you must be careful." Charlotte nodded, but said nothing. Viries is really good in the Little Wizard, but it is only placed in the Little Wizard. On a larger level, Viries is not enough. And Charlotte, as a person who has already killed 2 major demon kings, naturally doesn't take such a provocation very seriously. But it's one thing not to take it seriously, and another thing to respond to provocations. After thinking about it, Yuan Luo laughed. The progress of the Friendship Challenge was very fast, because the Little Wizards of Hogwarts were almost no match for the Wizards of Durmstrang, and almost all the Little Wizards of Hogwarts were defeated soon. In this way, out of the 12 groups, only 4 groups of Hogwarts were successfully selected. The remaining 8 groups were all defeated. The Wizards of Durmstrang became arrogant for a while. Hermione clenched her fists and said angrily, "I would have gone to the exhibition if I had known about it. Let them see how powerful I am." Xiaoya also said on the side, "If I knew it earlier, I would have done it. I have learned Shinfeng wooing a long time ago, and I will definitely teach them a good lesson." Even Ron said, "Yes. These guys are so arrogant." Charlotte stood up, reached out, and patted Hermione and Joya's heads. "Don't worry. Hogwarts will definitely not lose. Isn't it because of him?" Under Snape's arrangement, the 12 people who advanced were divided into 6 groups. I don't know if it was a coincidence or murder. Viries is also a very simple weapon to defeat Harry on the opposite side. Charlotte stretched out her hand and patted Harry's shoulder. "Durmstrang's wizards are really powerful, so don't be discouraged." Harry nodded, looking at Charlotte with obvious admiration in her eyes. "I know, but I'll study spells hard next time," Harry said, clenching his fists. Charlotte nodded, and then walked slowly up the stage in front of everyone's eyes. This time he was facing Knott, who had taken Ginny to Hogsmeade before. Charlotte smiled very kindly, but Knott shuddered a little when he saw his smile. He looked at Charlotte tremblingly, thinking of Willis's words. He didn't know where the courage came from, and calmed down his mood. He said, "This is a fair game. You can't transform into a phoenix." Knott doesn't know that Charlotte can not only turn into a phoenix, but Charlotte also doesn't plan to use other transformed animals here. After all, it's a bit of an overkill. He nodded and nodded with a smile. "Of course, this is a wizard duel, and I will definitely not use any transformation ability." The Wizards of Durmstrang are relieved. They have received news that Charlotte can transform into a phoenix. Although Charlotte can kill them with one move before, this does not mean they can't deal with counting. After all, it's not like they haven't encountered such a neat opponent in Durmstrang. For example, Willis. But the students of Hogwarts looked at each other, and the students of Ravenclaw looked at the students of Durmstrang with a bit of curiosity and tentativeness, as if they wanted to dissect them. One look. What gave them such courage? Although Charlotte is only a third-year student, he has almost finished all Hogwarts courses. Such people, even if they don't transform themselves, they can still beat them to the north, right? Charlotte didn't pay much attention to the comments of the people below. He looked at Knott, thinking about how to teach this guy a good lesson. "Let's go." Snape stood outside and said coldly. Knott immediately seized the moment and yelled at Charlotte, "Flip, flip." A magic spell flew towards Charlotte, and it seemed to focus on Charlotte at an extremely fast speed. Flip in the air is a spell that can knock opponents into the air, and the flying distance is determined according to the magic power of the caster. But no matter how far or near, once it is hit, it will be blown away. Charlotte was unhurried. He just waved the wand in his hand, and the spell disappeared in front of Charlotte in an instant. Nott took a breath, and before he could react, Charlotte waved his 763 wand, and a white light flew towards Nott. Also flipping in the air, Charlotte's curse almost hit Nott at lightning speed. Nott didn't have any ability to parry at all. Almost in the next second, his body flew off the dueling platform, and then fell heavily on the ground, and then only heard 10 screams of pain. Nott showed a painful expression on his face, and the few students who stayed aside quickly surrounded him and carried Nott away to Madame Pomfrey. Charlotte put away her wand, and the audience fell silent. He glanced across at Durmstrang's students, sneered, then turned and stepped down. On the side of Hogwarts, there was thunderous applause in an instant, and everyone looked at Charlotte excitedly. Charlotte almost didn't speak during the battle, but she is so proficient in the use of magic power. Trash! Willis cursed in a low voice, listening to the voice in his ear. Chris stood aside, his face pale. He beat his opponent. That is to say, next time he will definitely face Charlotte or Willis. If Willis is okay, he is from his own school after all, so he won't do anything cruel. But Charlotte. Chris has now understood that Charlotte said that she would participate, but she just wanted to teach them a lesson. In wizard duels, it is common for wizards to be injured. Although Snape frowned, he didn't say anything. Soon Viries came on the field, and he still used your weapon very simply to knock down the opposite opponent. In the end, only Willis, Charlotte, and Chris were left on the field. And the first one was Charlotte and Chris. Chris held his wand and stood opposite Charlotte, looking pale. Charlotte looked at Chris, still smiling very amiably. I admit defeat. Chris looked like Snape. His strength was not as strong as Nott's, and Nott was easily beaten by Charlotte. What could he do? Professor Snape looked at Charlotte. There is no rule that admitting defeat is not allowed in wizard duels. Since Chris admitted defeat, Charlotte nodded without saying anything. It's just that with a slight movement of his fingers, a purple light followed Chris's body. Chris trembled and walked back to his place in a daze. The wizards of Durmstrang are usually more proud and arrogant, and they can tolerate the losers, but they don't have a good temper with those who retreat without fighting. Several people looked at Chris and turned their heads, unwilling to talk to him. Charlotte looked at Chris and stood there waiting for Willis to come up. Willis quickly came up from below, and he looked at Charlotte with his wand raised. Even I have to admit that you are really strong, Willis said. There was no praise or irony in his words, just a simple statement of such a fact. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and looked at Willis. Since you know, why do you still challenge me? Because I don't believe that there is someone stronger than me, Willis said, and the wand in his hand suddenly moved forward. Petrification. A spell reached Charlotte's brow almost instantly. The best defense is offense, and Willis firmly believes that as long as his attack speed is fast enough, he could defeat Jinloa. In fact, based on Charlotte's previous attacks, his best attack would be to cast a defensive spell. Use this to wear off Charlotte's magic. But Durmstrang's pride prevented Willis from choosing the latter. Charlotte didn't even wave her wand, and the white curse disappeared in front of him in an instant. Afterwards, Charlotte raised her wand. His speed was not fast, and he was even deliberately slowing down. Charlotte wanted to see how strong this boy Grindelwald was looking at was. Sure enough, the moment Charlotte raised her wand, Willis quickly cast the armor charm in front of her. Charlotte cast a shattering spell, directly shattering Willis's armor spell. And after the armor was shattered, Willis quickly added another armor spell to himself. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and looked at Viries. Viries' casting speed was really fast. Compared with ordinary wizards, his casting speed can be said to be excellent. But what good is casting a spell fast? Charlotte thought for a while, and he stretched out his hand and waved his wand. Instantly, countless thunderbolts appeared from the surrounding space. A purple thunderbolt struck. Viri's armor was instantly shattered before he could cast a spell. A petrification spell immediately flew in front of Viri's, and Viri's froze in place almost instantly. Game over. Charlotte put her wand away and looked at Snape. Snape glanced at Charlotte, and then said to the two wizards from the school below, "The winner of this friendship challenge is Charlotte Elwes." Snape lifted the petrification spell on Willis with a wave of his wand. Willis's face looked very bad, and he watched Charlotte turn her head and walk off the stage in silence. It was originally a friendship challenge, and there were no rewards. After accepting the congratulations from everyone, Charlotte stepped off the stage and walked outside. A random competition started in the auditorium, and those who wanted to compete went up by themselves and then began to fight. Charlotte walked to the door, and, as expected, she saw Grindelwald, holding a cane, leaning against the pillar, looking down at Charlotte. "The person you chose doesn't seem to be very good," Charlotte said. As early as in Hogsmeade, he could see that Grindelwald seemed to value this young man named Willis very much. At such a young age, without someone to guide him, it was almost impossible to learn the unforgivable spell. And Willis actually mastered the 3 unforgivable spells. There was no Grindelwald behind it, and Charlotte couldn't believe it. Grindelwald looked at Charlotte with a complicated expression. "He is indeed weak now, but he may not be worse than you in the future. The future is changeable, Charlotte Elvis." Charlotte raised her lips and looked at Grindelwald. "Mr. Grindelwald is right. The future is changeable, but there is one thing that will not change." Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and looked at Charlotte. There was no one else here, and he wasn't worried about his identity being revealed. Charlotte walked slowly to Grindelwald. He reached out and grabbed Grindelwald by the collar, pulled him in front of him, and said, "The future is changeable, but Mr. Grindelwald, since I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times." Even the usually moody Grindelwald had to admit that Charlotte made his heart skip a beat at this moment, and he felt a tinge of fear. He stared into the eyes of the kid who wasn't even taller than him, and he knew that Charlotte wasn't joking. He can kill him if he wants, even here. Grindelwald unconsciously clenched the cane in his hand, squinting at Charlotte, not knowing what to say for a moment. Before he could react, Charlotte let go of Grindelwald's hand. He took 2 steps back and said to Grindelwald, "By the way, Mr. Grindelwald, please don't look down at me from now on. I don't like look up to others." Charlotte, Hermione, and Joya poked their heads out of the auditorium. Charlotte tilted her head. "Wongs, what's wrong?" "The banquet has begun. Hurry up. After the challenge, there will be a banquet." He came out for a while, and the decoration in the auditorium has changed. There are all kinds of food on the table, and the little wizards are sitting together, having fun meal. "Okay, I'll go right away," Charlotte replied. He glanced at Grindelwald, and then walked into the auditorium. Grindelwald squinted his heart as he watched Charlotte disappear among the little wizards. This kid is not joking, and he has the strength to do it. Grindelwald held the cane tightly in his hand and unconsciously took a deep breath. "Little devil, the future will change," he repeated, but his mind was a little confused. Facing Charlotte, his plans seemed worthless. He doesn't care at all, because as long as he is serious, he can easily take his life, isn't it, Roar? Hogsmeade, in the jungle. Pettigrew reached out to pick up a fragment of a broken Dementor, and the fragments were blown away by the wind in his nails. Pettigrew's sharp and hoarse voice sounded, "It can destroy the Dementor, that weird flame." Dolohov stood beside him with low eyes. "This is your plan? It doesn't seem to work." "Pettigrew, our men have lost a lot." Pettigrew sneered and said, "The master is in Potter's body. If Charlotte comes later, maybe the master can recover from Potter's body. But you are useless. There is no way to stop Charlotte. However, this is not my final plan. As I said, to kill a person, you don't have to defeat him. Look, Dolohov, I will take Charlotte's head as the best gift to welcome the master back." In Hogwarts, the celebration ended quickly. Charlotte slipped out early, Hogwarts won, and everyone was singing Charlotte's name. Even Hermione and Joya were very emotional. The singing and dancing in the auditorium lasted for a long time. Charlotte didn't like this particularly noisy atmosphere. He left the auditorium and walked in the direction of La 1 Keluo. Before reaching La 1 Keluo, he saw a girl under the moonlight, waving her wand vigorously. She seemed very annoyed and finally threw her wand on the ground. Charlotte was going to pass by as if she didn't see her, but she was suddenly called. Charlotte Elvis. Charlotte turned her head and looked at the person who was walking towards her. It's Cassandela. She still looked extremely proud, looking up at Charlotte. Did you see that? No, Charlotte said. He really didn't see anything. Who knows if it's Cassandela? Cassandela bit her lower lip, stared at Charlotte incredulously, and said, I just don't admit defeat. Charlotte blinked her eyes, but did not speak. Cassandela continued, You are very powerful. I admit that if I were to play, I would definitely not be able to defeat Willis. Even with my strength, I would not be able to stand on the challenge stage. But I will definitely defeat you. Sooner or later. Cassandela clenched her fists and said, looking at Charlotte with fighting spirit in her eyes. Charlotte nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. Cassandela sneered, and was about to move forward when she saw a person suddenly in her eyes, and immediately pulled Charlotte to run behind the city wall. Charlotte wanted to probe Bay, but was stopped by Cassandela. What's wrong? Cassandela glanced at the city wall a little irritably, and said, It's Malfoy. He's been pestering me all this time. It's very unpleasant. Charlotte nodded. Cassandela saw that he didn't show any sign. She didn't know where the anger came from, and whispered, It has nothing to do with you, although we are from different colleges. Charlotte leaned against the city wall, looked at Cassandela, who was cautiously looking at the corridor, and then said, However, I have to remind you. Cassandela turned her head to look at Charlotte and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Charlotte smiled and said, You are such a habitual provocative person. You will have no friends. Cassandela frowned angrily. If she hadn't been concerned about Malfoy, she would have shouted, I have friends. F*******. Why is my friend? Cassandela snorted, then stepped away from the city wall. Charlotte leaned against the city wall, looked up at the sky, and then turned back to La 1 Keluo to rest. Durmstrang students left Hogwarts quickly, and Charlotte was too busy reading to send Grindelwald away, although Grindelwald didn't seem too keen on seeing him as he was leaving. In the following days, it gradually became calm until this day. Charlotte came out of the library with a book. Ginny and Luna came across. Luna waved at him, looking very happy. Even Ginny looked extremely excited. Senior Elvis. The two shouted in unison. Charlotte reached out and patted the heads of the two, then took out candy from the clothes bag and handed it to the two. No class today. When Claw and Gryffindor don't have many lessons together, but almost every time Charlotte meets, it's when the two are together. Ginny nodded excitedly. Not this morning, but I'm going to take herbal medicine class in the afternoon, and Luna has no class. Charlotte nodded and looked at Luna. It seems that you have to go to class by yourself today. Luna smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Because of the guidance of the moon, it can be seen even in dark places. Ginny blinked and said, Luna said she can do it alone. Charlotte looked at the two and found it very interesting. Luna is a weird witch who likes to play riddles, and Ginny just likes to solve riddles. After chatting with the two for a while, Charlotte was about to leave, but Luna reached out and grabbed him. She took out a carrot from her pocket and handed it to Charlotte. This is the amulet for the senior. Charlotte looked at the carrot in her hand, smiled, and put it into her own bead. Okay, thank you. The encounter with Ginny and Luna didn't make Charlotte feel anything. The next day, he was still flipping through books in the restricted section. When he returned to his desk, he found that there was an extra book on his desk. There is an extra book with a golden cover. What an obvious trap. Charlotte reached out and put the book aside, then opened the other books. No matter who brought this book, it is impossible for him to put himself in danger. Where's my book? Cassandela came out from the bookshelf on one side, and she frowns and inspects various places. That book was the one she just borrowed, but she just went to the bookshelf to get another book, and the book disappeared. Cassandela looked around, then walked up to Charlotte. She put her hand on the golden book and said, "You took my book?" Charlotte scanned the book and said, "Is this book yours?" Cascandela nodded, and Charlotte frowned slightly. "Isn't this book a trap?" "But why did it appear on his desk?" Charlotte stretched out her hand, and before his hand touched the book instantly glowed green. Almost instantly, Charlotte and Cascandela, who were standing next to the book, disappeared in place. In the library, there's only a stack of books left, and a half-turned banned book is spread out on the table, and there is nothing left. In the library, no one seemed to be aware of this matter, and everyone was looking down at their own use. Even Mrs. Pants didn't feel it. She just buried her head in the book in her hand. In the dark night, the bright moon is half hanging, and some unique vines are growing wantonly around. After the air twisted for a while, Charlotte and Cascandela appeared among the vines. Charlotte frowned, looked at Cascandela opposite, and said, "What are you doing?" Cascandela felt aggrieved. She said with a cold face, "What? I didn't do anything. I just borrowed a book." Cascandela stood up from the ground, and she looked around. The place they were in seemed to be an extremely vast flat land. Some faint mist shrouded their surroundings, and some strangely shaped vines grew in the mist. In the distance of the vines, there's a whole dense forest. Charlotte is also checking her surroundings. "I don't know where this is, and who sent him here." Arriving at this place, Charlotte somewhat knew what had happened. The book Cascandela wrote just now was probably a book made into a portkey. Charlotte looked at Cascandela. She looked indifferently and looked around in confusion, as if she didn't know what happened. Apparently, Cascandela didn't know exactly what was going on either. Targeting, framing, or something else. Charlotte walked forward, then turned to look at Cascandela. "I'm going to check the terrain. You stay here." Cascandela walked up to Charlotte, raised her head, and said, "Although I'm only a first-year student, I am definitely not a powerless wizard. I can help you by my side." Cascandela seemed to want to prove something. She took out her wand and looked at Charlotte firmly. "It's not that I don't believe you," Charlotte said lightly. He looked at the sky and said, "I'm going to the sky to check. You just need to stay here." After speaking, Charlotte didn't explain much. His body gradually turned into a phone, and a layer of golden feathers gradually covered his body. In just a few seconds, Charlotte immediately turned into a majestic golden thunderbird. "Cascandela!" exclaimed. She took a step back. The golden thunderbird looked at Cascandela, and Charlotte took 2 steps towards Cascandela with a bit of violence. Cascandela stepped back, covering her mouth, seeing that the thunderbird didn't fly up, but walked towards her as if trying to scare herself. She blushed and shouted, I won't be afraid." Foam foam. Thunderbird flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. Cascandela's eyes followed Charlotte. Looking up towards the sky, Charlotte hovered in the sky, looking at the terrain below. He flew very high, and he could see the shape of the entire land. They are now located on a peninsula, and the place is somewhat familiar to Jinloa, Scandinavia, not far from the place where he had come to look for the ants. Charlotte folded her wings and landed in front of Cascandela. "Our current location is Sweden," Charlotte said. He frowned slightly because their location was not in a Swedish city, but in a forest in Sweden. Cascandela surprised, "Sweden? Why are we in Sweden?" Charlotte shook her head and asked, "That book, what's the name of the book you borrowed?" The book was actually in the hands of Cascandela when it came, but Charlotte didn't ask just now, so she put the book away. When Charlotte asked, Cascandela took out the book in her pocket and handed it to Charlotte. "Open that book. This book is a record of those legendary creatures, including some animals that have been passed down orally, but do not exist, such as the horned snorkel." "Who gave you this book?" Charlotte asked. This book should not be a door key. When he was looking through the books in the library before, he had looked up this book. Could it be that someone turned this book into a door key later on? In other words, it was because when he opened the book, it was not time for the door key to open. When Cascandela heard Charlotte's question, her ears turned slightly red. She borrowed this book by herself because she heard that Charlotte is very interested in magical animals and has a lot of research, so she also chose to borrow this book. "I borrowed this book myself," Cascandela said. Her voice was slightly vague. Charlotte didn't pay much attention. He turned his back to Cascandela and flipped through the book in front of him, wondering when did this book become a port key. Borrowed by yourself? Charlotte frowned. Who, then, turned this book into a port key? Seeking flowers, 00. Moreover, he was brought to this place. Purpose? Reason? Charlotte flipped through the book in her hand, and Cascandela followed Charlotte with shrunken shoulders. The surrounding environment made her very unhappy. This is a very strange feeling. Cascandela looked at Charlotte's back. She really wanted to tell Charlotte that she felt bad. But because of the arrogance in her heart, she was unwilling to ask others for help casually. Cascandela bit her lower lip, clenched her hands tightly, and looked around. The surrounding fog seemed to become thicker. Charlotte stood still and looked at the book in her hand. Cascandela looked around, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Summer, Charlotte. Cascandela reached out, trying to grab Charlotte's coattail. But the moment her hand touched Charlotte, a black mist wrapped her hand tightly. Cascandela's eyes widened, and before she yelled, her figure seemed to disappear into the black in the mist. But before her figure disappeared completely, a hand reached out from the black mist and grabbed her. Cascandela! Cascandela gasped. She looked up at Jinlu in horror. Shalu! Charlotte grabbed Cascandela's wrist, pulled her behind her, and said, "Be careful. There seems to be something wrong here." Cascandela nodded. Her face was bloodless, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Charlotte looked around. Something was wrong. This place is very wrong. In the dense forest, several black shadows suddenly appeared on the branches. These people's faces were extremely pale. Only their eyes were as red as blood. They looked at each other, and one of the vampires said, "The prey is here. I haven't drunk blood for a long time. That little boy is hard to deal with. I wanted to capture that girl just now, but he stopped me. Smell the stench on your body. Third child, you drank too much wild boar blood. That's why he found out." The vampire known as the third child, Jia, laughed and said, "Come on, you guys didn't drink less. It's rare that people come to this place. We need fresh blood. Killing is stupid." A voice came from behind several vampires, and all the people stopped, looking at the figure 0 in the dark. Pettigrew appeared in the dark forest. He looked at the vampires and said, "As long as you are willing to submit to the great Dark Lord, it's just blood. You can drink as much as you want." 5 vampires jumped down and landed in front of Pettigrew. They glanced at Pettigrew and said, "He is really ugly." "That's right, it's too ugly. Like a mouse in a stinking ditch, Jia. Pettigrew's face became more and more ugly, and his voice was cold and harsh. "Okay, I'm here to ask you to cooperate, you idiots." The 5 vampires fell silent. They looked at Pettigrew, then the vampires that Tin Song managed to make neatly stood in front of Pettigrew. "Cooperation? What do you mean? Aren't you willing to go back to the vampire family?" Pettigrew looked at the 5 vampire, 250 ghosts in front of him. There are definitely more than the 5 vampires in the dense forest. These vampires are all vampires who committed the crime of not being tolerated by the vampires and were exiled to this place. Vampires belong to the longevity species, and as long as they have blood, they can live for a long time. After being exiled, these vampires have lived here for at least 100 years. Sucking blood for 100 years is enough to fully stimulate the wildness in their bodies. The darkness and evil magnified in the heart are intolerable to the light, but from the perspective of the dark side, this is the power zone. The 5 vampires looked at each other, and the boss showed disgust in his eyes. Go back to the place where you can only drink tomato juice, or go back to the place where you can only drink wild boar blood." The second child said in a low voice, "Aren't we also drinking wild boar blood?" Those muggles have learned to be smart, and have not appeared near the dense forest for a long time. Even in broad daylight, it is difficult to see humans. The boss was at a loss for words, and then said, "We are not going back. We need to cooperate and bring some real things." Pettigrew took out a few bottles of red stuff from his pocket, and as soon as he took them out, all the vampires stared straight at them. There were people inside. All vampires, as long as they drink human blood, are no longer rational. They will only want to suck blood crazily. If it weren't for the curse cast by the vampires near the dense forest, they couldn't go out, or they would have sucked all the humans in the nearby villages dry. The boss snatched the bottle from Little Dwarf, raised his head and drank it, and the other vampires couldn't wait to take the blood from Little Dwarf. The third child smiled bitterly and licked the bottle clean. He looked at Pettigrew with a greedy wildness in his eyes, and black mist began to wrap around his body. You seem to be human too, so it must be delicious, even if it's a little bit. Pettigrew didn't seem to panic. Before the third child came over, the eyes of the 5 vampires flickered, and the original red eyes became even more bright red. Pettigrew sneered and said, "Go and find me 5-legged monsters, idiots." The 5 vampire figures completely disappeared, turning into 5 adult-sized vampires. And then the 5 vampires flapped their wings and flew towards the depths of the dense forest. In the swamp before the secret order, Charlotte walked forward, and Cascandela followed behind him. I don't know when the portkey will work, so let's go to the Swedish Ministry of Magic first. After arriving in the city of Sweden, he can also contact Dumbledore and bring Cascandela back. Cascandela will not use apparition, even if he can leave immediately. But Cascandela managed to leave immediately. Cascandela followed Charlotte step by step. She grabbed the corner of Charlotte's clothes, looked at Charlotte's back, and said, "Did I get you in trouble?" Cascandela knew that Charlotte was very powerful. Maybe he could use apparition to leave immediately, but now, because of her, he could only find a way to leave here. Charlotte looked at the road in front of her. The fog covered the road in front of her, so it was very difficult to walk. Hearing Cascandela's words, Charlotte laughed secretly. Unexpectedly, Cascandela looked arrogant, but in fact she was just a tsundere girl. "It really hurt me a little bit," Charlotte said, followed by Cascandela, who was taken aback and snorted coldly, sounding a little angry. "I'm really sorry." Before Cascandela finished speaking, Charlotte continued, "But it's not so uncomfortable to be dragged down by you." Cascandela blushed a little. She grabbed Charlotte's clothes tightly, took 2 steps forward, and tried to get as close as possible to him. "Oomph. I will catch up with you soon." Charlotte smiled, then walked forward. But before getting out of the fog in front of her, Charlotte felt the sound of breaking through the air from behind. Charlotte turned her head abruptly, stretched out her hand, and pulled Cascandela directly behind her. He waved his hand, and a flame appeared in front of him like a crescent moon. The scorching flames were burning, seeming to ignite the surrounding mist. Charlotte squinted his eyes and looked at the vampires fluttering in the air. He sneered, and a purple lightning appeared around him. The lightning was engulfed in flames and rushed towards the vampires. The vampires snarled at the moon with red eyes, and then sprinted toward Charlotte. They were extremely fast, avoiding a lot of lightning and flames, and seemed to be about to rush in front of Charlotte. Their sharp fangs glowed coldly under the moonlight, and the smell of blood emerged from their bodies. Under the moonlight, their wings contracted sharply, cutting toward Charlotte like a black sharp blade. Cascandela closed her eyes, clutching Charlotte's skirt in fear. Charlotte looked unhurried, and even had the mood to laugh at Cascandela. "Don't pull it too tight. Don't let me pull it to pieces." Cascandela closed her eyes, her body trembling, and her voice trembled slightly. "If it breaks, I will pay you for it." 1.0 Charlotte turned her head and said with a somewhat nasty smile, "Open your eyes. It's okay." Cascandela opened her eyes slightly and saw behind Charlotte. Those black sharp knives were all in front of her eyes. Charlotte stretched out her hand behind her back. A flame appeared from his hand, and then the scorching flame illuminated the entire night, and the sharp blades stretched out in the flame, struggling and howling frantically. Cascandela's eyes froze, and her pupils narrowed slightly, but she felt warmth in her eyes in a second, and Charlotte's hands covered her eyes. "Come on, you better not look at it." Painful and sharp cries came from my ears, and there was even the sound of bones being cracked by flames, penetrating like bamboo bursting, but Cascandela's trembling body relaxed slightly. Her ears were a little red. I don't know if it was from the fire or for some other reason. After a while, the flames disappeared. Charlotte let go of Cascandela's eyes. It's nothing. Get out of here as soon as possible. It's not safe here, Charlotte said. Casandela nodded, rarely said anything, but obediently followed Charlotte and walked forward. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and the surrounding temperature gradually dropped. The two walked forward side by side. The fog in front seemed a little thin, and it seemed that they would leave this place soon. Since this is Sweden, how do we get out of here? Casandela asked. She looked up at Charlotte, who was walking beside her. Leave this place first, and then we will go to the Swedish Ministry of Magic. We are students of Hogwarts, and those from the Ministry of Magic will help us. Charlotte said. His owl was not with him, or else you can write to Dumbledore and ask him to come and take Casandela back. Charlotte didn't have much of a crush on the Ministry of Magic, except for Mad Eyes Moody. Casandela nodded and was walking forward, but her feet were suddenly caught by something, and Casandela fell to the ground suddenly at 16. Charlotte's eyes turned cold, and a spell hit Casandela's ankle, and a hand covered with reddish-brown hair tightly grabbed Casandela's ankle. Shunfeng Wuing slammed towards that hand and instantly cut off the reddish-brown hand. The hand fell to the ground, trembling twice, and blood flowed out from that hand. Charlotte helped Casandela up. Casandela pulled Charlotte's clothes. Her face turned slightly pale. Charlotte stretched out her hand to protect Casandela. It seems that someone is unwilling to let us leave this place. Charlotte looked at the dense forest in the distance. Her eyes were cold. Gritting her teeth tightly, Casandela looked at Charlotte and said, "I." Charlotte stretched out her hand to stop Casandela. He said, "There is something under here. The one that caught you just now was just a small thing." Charlotte stretched out her hand. The beads on his wrist lit up, and then a broom lit up. Dong Luo handed a hand to Casandela. "The flight company has passed the middle. Fly up." Casandela nodded, sat on a broom, and then flew into the air, and Charlotte also flew into the air with Casandela. Casandela looked complicated. You can fly without relying on a broom. This kind of thing is not impossible without wizards, but all of them have extremely powerful magic power. Unexpectedly, Charlotte possesses such powerful magic power at such a young age. Casandela was flying behind on a broom. Charlotte looked at Casandela and said, "Fly up, fly far away, don't come here." Casandela nodded and flew towards the sky. Just when Casandela's broom reached the sky, the fog on the ground dissipated, and a huge red-brown tentacle emerged from the ground. Boom! There was a huge roar, and Charlotte looked around. From this height, he could see that there seemed to be quite a few villages nearby. Charlotte waved her wand and cast a spell to shield muggles. Huge tentacles emerged from the ground like an octopus, and 5 red-brown hairy hands danced in the air, carrying a disgusting and ugly smell. Charlotte stood in the air under a round moon with 5 giant hands waving. He stood in the middle of the giant hands and looked at the thing below. The giant hands are all grown from a strange thing covered with thick reddish-brown hair below. Because of the movement of this thing, the ground sank like a spider's web, and even outside the dense forest, many trees rumbled down. "Quintapod?" Charlotte asked in surprise. Casandela, who was flying high in the sky, also exclaimed, "Five-legged monster!" Five-legged monsters, as the name suggests, have 5 legs, which are similar to human hands, but are covered with thick reddish-brown hair. The 5-legged monster is a carnivore, especially likes to eat human flesh. The largest 5-legged monster is only as big as a private car, but the 5-legged monster in front of it is obviously as big as a hill, and it is unknown how many people such a big 5-legged monster has eaten. Casandela was riding on the broom. She looked anxious and shouted, "Charlotte, be careful. This 5-legged monster has eaten countless people. Don't be caught by her." The little 5-legged monster just now was okay, but if such a big 5-legged monster was caught, it would be impossible to escape. Casandela wants to help, but knowing that her past is just a disservice, she might as well stay away. Charlotte didn't think it was too much trouble. He had seen from a fight just now that this guy with reddish-brown hair was very afraid of flames. It is estimated that living underground is also for this reason. The five-legged monster's palms were scrambling toward Charlotte, and Charlotte walked through it and looked around. The distance here seems to be a little far from Sweden. Charlotte looked at the Muggle village. The village was quiet, but there seemed to be a white figure at the gate of the village. Charlotte frowned, then looked at the raised hand that was thrown towards her. Five-legged monsters don't have much wisdom, and eating human flesh is also an instinct, but such a big five-legged monster, under the temptation of this instinct, explodes with great power. The reddish-brown palm slammed toward where Charlotte was. Boom! A huge sound resounded in the air, and even a moon seemed to vibrate, and 823 Cashandella's pupils shrank violently in midair. "Charlotte!" she yelled, about to run toward Charlotte. But the next moment, the air seemed to become scorching hot. Casandella looked around, and a golden-red flame came out of the five-legged monster's hand. Boom! There was a huge riot, and huge flames erupted from the five-legged monster's palms like water and burst out to the surroundings like magma. The small five-legged monsters around the five-legged monster were hit by the falling magma one after another, and turned into ashes within a few seconds. The five-legged monster made a dull and painful sound. The sound was very unpleasant, as if a huge drum was about to be torn from the inside. Even listening to this sound made people feel creepy. Magma continuously flowed out from the five-legged monster's merged hands, continuously falling on the five-legged monster's body, and an unpleasant smell spread in the air. The five-legged monster yelled frantically, but it never let go of its giant twin tails. The hands that were originally covered with reddish-brown hair have now become the best combustion accelerant, and the golden-red flame will burn with a bang as soon as it touches the reddish-brown hair. Under the moonlight, the merged hands instantly turned into a huge, fiery red lotus. The huge red, flaming red lotus scorched the air. Even though Cashandella was far above the sky, she could still feel the hot breath. She looked nervously at the situation below. Is this fiend fire? What the hell happened? Even though reason told Cashandella that nothing would happen with Charlotte's strength, the situation before her made her nervous. She wanted to rush down regardless and use her strength to help Charlotte. But her power is too weak to protect Charlotte. Cashandella is riding on a broom, but her hand is tightly holding the broom handle. Just when she was extremely worried, the huge red lotus in the combined palm suddenly bloomed. Boom! The huge sound almost resounded through the sky, and the bursting red lotus dyed everything around it red, and the sea of fire was burning out of thin air. In this sea of fire, a Balrog with a sword in his hand stood in it. Even though it was night now, the sea of fire almost burned the sky as bright as day. Above the pitch-black mountain range, the sea of flames was raging. The moonlight almost disappeared in the flames, and the brightest point was the Balrog. Cashandella was so shocked that she almost fell off the broom, but the broom belonged to Charlotte. Since Charlotte lent Cashandella, the broom would protect Cashandella, and the broom caught Cashandella very spiritually. "That's Charlotte," Casandella yelled, looking at Charlotte with disbelief in her eyes. "Balrog, that's Balrog." Cashandella read in the book, "The Balrog from the Abyss, the most powerful existence in the world. That is the flame from hell, the flame of death. Even the god of death will perish completely in this flame." This is really Charlotte. Casandella asked herself again. She was already shocked by her transformation into a Thunderbird, but now the Balrog made her feel even more unbelievable. In this world, is there anyone who can transform into a Balrog? In the sea of flames, the long sword in Charlotte's hand was burning, and the fiery flames caused the surrounding airflow to swirl crazily, rushing towards Charlotte crazily. The airflow was stirred by the flame, and then everything was ignited by the flame. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of flames spread across the entire sky. The five-legged monster let out a loud cry, and its red-brown hair instantly ignited in the hot air. The five-legged monster turned into a huge fireball, and its five huge arms danced wildly around. Those small five-legged monsters gathered around the five-legged monster were frantically fleeing in the sea of fire and fled towards the dense forest. And go. Perhaps because it felt the approach of death, the five giant hands of the five-legged monster crazily struck towards Charlotte's position, and the flaming sword in Charlotte's hand cut off all the five-legged monster's hands with just one swipe. Break! The five-legged monster was completely crazy, moving its body recklessly, and its broken giant hand was hitting in all directions. Surrounded by forests and villages, Charlotte made a decisive decision and fell from the sky. Like a bolide, holding a burning sword in his hand, he plunged into the five-legged monster's body. Boom! The five-legged monster burned completely. A huge scream came from the ground. Countless small five-legged monsters crawled out from under the huge five-legged monster and fled around. In less than a moment, the five-legged monster was instantly reduced to ashes under the sword of the Balrog. Ashes dissipated in the air, densely packed like locusts covering the moon. With a wave of Charlotte's hand, the flames on his body gradually dissipated, and his figure reappeared from the flames. Then he landed on the ground, and the densely packed five-legged monsters had all penetrated into the dense forest, and the wet swamps on the ground were all dried up because of his flames. Charlotte stood on the parched ground, looking at the forest. He took out his wand and chanted a spell that sounded very incomprehensible. It is difficult to understand because this incantation does not seem to be written in human language, and it seems that it cannot be recorded in words. Charlotte saw this spell from Antonio's book, and that spell was written from Antonio's memory. It is a confinement spell. After Charlotte cast the spell, these five-legged monsters and those strange vampires can only stay in the jungle. However, as soon as Charlotte stretched out her hand, a sign was erected outside the forest. Do not enter. After all this was done, Cascandela rushed down on the broom. She jumped off the broom quickly. She ran to Charlotte and wanted to reach out but didn't dare to do so. She stood in front of Charlotte, scanning Charlotte. Are you okay? Charlotte nodded. It's nothing. He turned his head and looked at the moon in the sky. We have to leave as soon as possible. Your flying broom is very good, Before Charlotte could finish speaking, he felt the book in his pocket start to tremble slightly. Charlotte pulled out the book, which glowed blue. It's time for the portkey. Among Hogwarts, Joya, Hermione, Harry, and Ron were sitting at the door of the library. Ron carefully looked around and said, Mr. Filch is not here. Xiaoya frowned, looking very worried. Charlotte doesn't know where she went, and I asked others, but it seems that I don't know where he is. Not even a library. Hermione sighed, stood up, and looked into the distance. Could it be that he went out without telling us again? Harry had been looking at the sky, and after Hermione finished speaking, he pointed to the distance and said, Look. After a while, Charlotte and Cascandela appeared in front of them together. Charlotte, Xiaoya, and Hermione ran over, and they stood in front of Charlotte, their eyes full of worry. Where did you go? We have been looking for you for a long time. It's just a little adventure, isn't it, Miss Cascandela? Charlotte turned to look at the king's Cascandela. Cascandela turned her head away without saying a word. Charlotte reached out and patted Joya and Hermione's heads and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiaoya looked at Charlotte and stretched out her hand to pull Charlotte's robe. Fortunately, even if you want to leave next time, you have to tell us. Charlotte nodded and said, Go back and rest. Mr. Filch will be here later. Charlotte took out her wand and said, I'll send Cascandela back first, and you guys should go back to rest early. Cascandela looked at Charlotte and said coldly, I'm leaving. Joya looked at Cascandela's back. Charlotte put away her wand. She looked at Charlotte and asked, Aren't you going to send her? Charlotte blinked. Didn't she refuse? Cascandela, who was walking slowly not far away, suddenly snorted heavily and then walked forward with strides. If you don't give it away, you won't give it away. She doesn't care about bows. After letting Harry and the others go back to rest, Charlotte opened the book in her hand again in Winkelio's dormitory. Door key. Who did it? The making of the portkey is not complicated. Because it is not complicated, the Ministry of Magic has been restricting the use of the portkey. Only with the consent of the Ministry of Magic can the portkey be made. But in fact, almost wizards with relatively strong magic power will secretly obsess over the portkey. At Hogwarts, does anyone make portkeys? And it seems like he wants to kill himself? Charlotte put the book away, thought for a while, and exuded an extremely quiet magical aura, and then transformed into a thestral. He sneaked into the dreams of nearby wizards, but in their dreams, he found no useful clues. In the next few days, Charlotte's life at Hogwarts returned to peace. Until one night, Harry woke up from the dream. He dreamed something he didn't want to dream. There was a green light in the dream. That light was extremely evil, with an ominous and terrifying aura. And this ominous aura didn't just appear in the dream. It seemed to be right in front of him. Harry opened his eyes suddenly. At that moment, he saw an extremely ugly face. That 640 face was right in front of his eyes. "Ah!" Harry exclaimed. Both Ron and Neville were woken up. Ron rubbed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Harry, did you have a nightmare?" Still in shock, Harry looked at Ron in a daze, but suddenly his forehead pricked, and Harry reached out to touch his scar. Ron and Neville were already very sleepy, and they wanted to wait for Harry to speak, but Harry didn't speak, and the two of them were so sleepy that they fell asleep beside the bed. The scar tingled slightly. Harry stretched out his hand to touch it, and was thinking about why this happened, when suddenly he saw a black figure rushing out on the floor. Harry was taken aback. He recognized that shadow. "It's Pettigrew." Harry flipped the quilt off his body. He looked at Ron and Neville. They turned over and didn't wake up. It seemed that they were very tired from the day's lessons. Harry quietly walked outside the dormitory, down the stairs, and saw Pettigrew's mouse slipping out of the door. Harry hurried to follow, scanning the surroundings except for Gryffindor's dormitory from the corridor, afraid that he would consult a doctor. But soon he saw Pettigrew's mouse scurrying in front of him. Harry hurried to keep up, without even thinking about whether he could beat Pettigrew or if he would get hurt in the process. All he could think about was to see what Pettigrew was going to do, and to catch Pettigrew. "My head." Harry gritted his teeth, the scar on his forehead starting to ache again. It seemed that lately, once his mood started to have some ups and downs, his scar started to hurt, but he didn't know whether to tell Sirius. "Sirius seems to be busy lately." Harry stared at Pettigrew ahead of him, who turned a corner and scurried into the hallway. Harry followed closely, but bumped into someone unexpectedly, followed by a sharp meow. Let's see. Who stays up in the middle of the night and runs around in the hallway like a dirty mouse? A big rough hand grabbed Harry's clothes. Harry looked up to see the ugly Mr. Filch staring at him with a savage look in his eyes, and his cat, waving wildly at Harry's feet. "Mr. Filch!" Harry exclaimed. "Little mouse, you don't want to sleep tonight." Filch dragged Harry to his office like he was carrying a cat. Filch's office was dark and dingy, with no windows and only an oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling. There are many wooden file cabinets lined up all around, with many labels on them, all of which are the names of the students, bed, that Filch has punished, and the files of Gemini occupy an entire cabinet. Behind the greasy old wooden table in the upper middle of the house, there were a lot of hinges, shackles, and the like, and Filch had mentioned to Dumbledore more than once that he wanted to hang students who made mistakes. Harry couldn't help but start to worry that Filch might hang him. Filch grabbed a quill from the table, then pulled out a piece of parchment from among the mess of papers. "I've had enough. You dirty little mice. Swimming around in the dark corner of the corridor. You must be making fun of me. Oh, file. Let me see, the form is here." Filch looked up at Harry Potter, his eyes reflecting the light. "What's your name?" Harry whispered. The mouse was still on his mind. "Harry Potter, sir." "Oh yes, the famous Mr. Harry Potter." Filch sneered, and then began to fill out the form. Before Filch finished writing, there was a meowing sound outside the door, and Filch's face was full of anger. You just don't want me to sleep well." "Oh, damn it. Which mouse is it again?" Immediately, he lifted the lantern and rushed out. Harry stood inside the office, the scar on his forehead aching. He touched the scar, looked at Filch's office, and then saw a piece of yellowed brown paper under the desk. Harry pulled out the brown paper curiously. The brown paper seemed to be stuck together by something, and he couldn't open it. As Harry pulled out the brown paper, a small pile of documents under the desk fell down. Harry stepped back, screaming inwardly. Sure enough, Filch immediately rushed back from the door, glaring at Harry, and then set his sights on the documents behind. But for some reason, the anger on his face disappeared and turned into a kind of pale panic. He said coldly, "Go back to sleep, rat." Harry still had the brown paper in his hand, but he didn't care about anything now, so he ran out immediately. Harry trotted in the corridor with lingering fear. He carefully walked around the colonnade, then walked up the stairs and pushed open the door of Gryffindor's dormitory. Ron and Neville hadn't woken up yet, so he tiptoed into bed before carefully checking the brown paper in his hand. The yellowed craft paper seemed to be hiding some bad secret. Harry didn't dare to use any force, so after thinking about it, he put away the craft paper in his hand. Charlotte should know what this is. Ask him when you wake up tomorrow, Harry thought, reaching out to touch his scar again. His scar, weirdly, doesn't hurt anymore. The next day, at lunch, Harry told Charlotte what happened last night. Charlotte reached for the map in Harry's hand. Harry asked curiously, "Charlotte, what is this?" Charlotte temporarily put away the map and said, "Are you still in class this afternoon? Let's go to the big lake without class. There are too many people here." Hermione and Joyous sighed, and Hermione said, "No, there's arithmetic divination this afternoon." Xiaoya nodded, and she also chose the 2 classes after class. Charlotte nodded, and after lunch, took Harry and Ron, who had no class, to the lake. Charlotte took out the map, pulled out her wand, and said, "I solemnly swear that I will do no harm." The 2 watched as the parchment in Charlotte's hand unfolded automatically and turned into a map. "This is the Marauder's map," Charlotte said. "It will have the location of everyone in Hogwarts." Charlotte pointed to the location of Snape, who was in class, and Dumbledore, who was walking around in the headmaster's office. Looking at the map, Harry said in amazement, "No wonder Filch can always catch us. So, it's because of this map?" Charlotte shook her head and said, "Filch can't use this map. He's a squib and can't use magic. Didn't you say that you knocked Filch's book last night, and he let you go back, probably? You saw that he wanted textbooks on magic or something." Harry and Ron looked at each other and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Filch to be a squib." Charlotte looked at the map in her hand. Naturally, Filch did not use this map to capture Harry and Ron. As for how they were captured, it probably had something to do with Mrs. Norris and the 2 of them themselves. "You said you saw Pettigrew at school last night?" Charlotte looked at Harry. Last time, almost all the Dementors outside Hogsmeade entered the dense forest, so no defenses were set up outside Hogwarts, and the students could enter and exit Hogsmeade normally. So Pettigrew took the opportunity to run in. It's also normal. Harry nodded and said, "Yes, he wanted to lie next to my bed last night, if I'm not mistaken." Harry still had a fresh memory of the magnified, ugly face last night. Ron asked in surprise, "Harry, it turns out that you saw the Pettigrew last night." Harry nodded and said, "Yes. After I followed him out of Gryffindor's dormitory, he ran away and disappeared." Harry and Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. Gryffindor was not only courage, but also an inexhaustible curiosity. Harry asked, "Why are the Pettigrews here?" Charlotte shook her head. "Why did Pettigrew appear here?" "The only reason was to deal with Harry or him." Charlotte looked at Harry, at the scar on his forehead, to be precise. After Pettigrew's plot was stopped by him last time, Voldemort's movements seemed to be a little quieter. Logically speaking, he should let those Death Eaters look for Horcruxes and let Harry touch Horcruxes. In this way, Voldemort could directly train Harry into a complete Horcrux. Of course, the premise of this is that Voldemort needs to completely occupy Harry's body. "Harry, does your scar still hurt?" Charlotte asked. Harry said, "There was some pain, but not as much as before." Harry stretched out his hand to touch the scar on his forehead and continued, "I always feel that the frequency of pain seems to be a little bit more recently." Charlotte nodded, stroking the wand in her hand. It seemed that it was coming soon. He still underestimated Voldemort. After all, he was the former Dark Lord. If he was really wiped out by the flesh and blood in Harry's body, then it is better to give him the title of Dark Lord. Charlotte smiled, then waved her wand. "The prank is over." The Marauder's map was put away again. Charlotte handed the Marauder's map back to Harry. He didn't really need it. For you. Harry thought for a while, took the Marauder's map, looked at Charlotte, and asked, Charlotte, why did Pettigrew suddenly appear in Hogwarts? Charlotte shook her head. Maybe there is something. Pay more attention to some Marauder's maps recently, and if there is anything, let me know immediately. Harry nodded, and then saw Cascandela walking towards him in the distance with a book in his arms. His eyes followed Cascandela, and he saw Cascandela come to their side, and she reached out and handed Charlotte a box in her hand. Charlotte blinked and reached for the box. Cascandela said with a cold face, I don't owe you anything. Ask for flowers. After finishing speaking, she stepped on her high heels and walked away. Ron looked at Cascandela, then at Charlotte, then at the box in Charlotte's hand, and said, Slytherin people, why are you so strange? Charlotte looked at the box and said, maybe all wizards in Slytherin are like that. Open it. Harry asked. Charlotte reached out and opened the box in her arms. A green bowtruckle was scurrying around in a pile of candies. She was still holding a chocolate frog in her hand and was about to stuff it into her mouth. As soon as Charlotte opened the box, her eyes collided with the bowtruckle. The bowtruckle let out a cry and immediately hugged the chocolate frog tightly with its long arms, and then got into the candy pile. Oh, this is it. It's a bowtruckle. Hagrid said it. Harry exclaimed. The course on protection of magical animals has already been taught in the 3rd grade. The professor is Hagrid. Harry likes this class very much, so he has read the book several times. Charlotte blinked and reached out to hang the bowtruckle out of the candy pile. The bowtruckle was still holding the chocolate frog tightly in his hands, and there were suspicious traces of chocolate on the corner of his mouth. Is this the pet she gave you? Ron asked. Probably. Charlotte shook the bowtruckle wrapped around her finger. The bowtruckle seemed to feel good about him and gradually relaxed, hanging on his finger while gnawing on the chocolate frog. He suspected that Cascandela was taking revenge on him, so he sent a little thing that loved snacks. Charlotte casually tossed the bowtruckle into her pocket and then tossed the rest of the candy in the box to Ron and Harry. Harry, if your scar hurts as much as it did last time, please tell me. Charlotte said. He stretched out his hand and pulled a piece of grass from the grass, and then waved his wand. The grass jumped up on Charlotte's hand, and then became a feather. Charlotte handed the feather to Harry. Just put it in your pocket, and I can observe your situation at any time. Harry nodded, and put the feather back without the slightest doubt. Charlotte nodded. This feather can locate Harry's position at any time. Once Voldemort occupies Harry's body, he can appear and then watch a battle of the century. How interesting, isn't it, too? With the Marauder's map, Harry can observe things in Hogwarts at any time. But after observing for several days, Harry did not see the activity track of the Dwarf Star. Charlotte still monotonously repeated the route from the Ravenclaw dormitory to the library, and then to the restaurant for dinner, until Snape suddenly intercepted him on this route. Professor Snape. Charlotte looked at Snape. Snape looked at Charlotte with greasy hair and said, I need to do me a favor, Charlotte Elwes. Charlotte nodded. Of course, my pleasure, sir. Snape walked swiftly ahead of Charlotte like a big bat, leading Charlotte to his potions office. Charlotte hadn't been here for a long time, and the place was still filled with the unpleasant smell of potions. Charlotte walked over, took a look, and Snape 063 took some medicinal materials from a shelf on one side and said, Dumbledore and I are going to leave Hogwarts for a while, but that guy. Snape said in a disgusted, cold voice, Lupin, he needs to take the Wolfsbane potion the day after tomorrow. I need you to prepare the Wolfsbane potion for him. Of course, I hope that when he finishes drinking the Wolfsbane potion, you'd better stay away, Mr. Elvis. Snape turned to look at Charlotte, his eyes still indifferent. Of course, I don't mind. You experiment with your innovative potion on that guy. Charlotte blinked. It seemed that when Snape prepared Lupin's Wolfbane potion, he might have been thinking of adding something else to Lupin. However, this is also considered normal. After all, the two had a deep grievance. When Lupin turned into a werewolf, he almost killed Snape. It was that time that James saved Snape. Well, I know Professor Snape. Snape looked at Charlotte. Charlotte didn't ask why. Of course it might have something to do with Wolfsbane. Besides werewolves, who would need Wolfbane potion? Okay, Snape said. Charlotte turned her head to look at the potions office and asked, Professor Snape, why are you and Headmaster Dumbledore leaving Hogwarts at this time? It might be normal for Dumbledore to leave. After all, Dumbledore also served in the Ministry of Magic. But why did Snape leave? Snape looked at Charlotte, impatiently in his eyes. Dumbledore invited Charlotte to join the Order of the Phoenix. Although he didn't know what old Dang was thinking, since Dumbledore did so, it showed that Charlotte was trusted enough and possessed certain abilities. Snape thought for a while and said, some of those Dementors have invaded the Muggle world, and those stupid Muggles have contracted some diseases that they shouldn't have because of the Dementors. So I'm going to leave Dumbledore for a while, go and see what the hell is going on for those Muggles, and make those idiots even more stupid. Snape, like all pure-blood wizards, disliked Muggles. Charlotte nods. Without Voldemort's control, the Dementors invaded the world of Muggles and brought troubles to Muggles, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. But no matter what, because of the Dementors wandering around, the entire wizarding world became a little chaotic. Snape left with Dumbledore soon after. Charlotte stayed in the potions office for a long time, and he was very interested in the innovative potions that Snape said. Of course, more interesting than potions. Time flies. The day after tomorrow is the time of the full moon, and the time when Ping is about to transform into a werewolf. Lupin arrived at the potions office early. He already knew that it was Charlotte who prepared the prescription for him this time. Once inside, Lupin smelled something strange. This smell is very fragrant, but also a little pungent. Lupin probed to follow Charlotte's trail and saw Charlotte was sitting on a stool with a book. On the table in front of him, there was a crucible in which red soup was boiled, and in the soup were peppers, peppercorns, and a series of things that Lupin couldn't even recognize. In addition to these, there is a variety of dishes, vegetables, more various slices of meat. Lupin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, subconsciously wanting to smell the smell more. Charlotte seemed to have just realized that Lupin had arrived, and he raised his head to look at Lupin. Professor Lupin. Lupin asked in surprise, Charlotte, are you here? Charlotte said solemnly, I am tasting the mysterious potion from the ancient East. This potion can destroy people's mind and make people addicted. Taste. Lupin froze for a moment. He looked at the cauldron and the knife that was cutting the meat in the air. The pieces of meat fell into the pot, and Charlotte scooped it up and put it in the bowl within 6 seconds. It is indeed tasting, but those behind it are deceiving. Sitting opposite Charlotte, Lupin said with mixed feelings, if I remember correctly, this is Professor Snape's crucible. Charlotte nodded, took out her wand, and flew all the vegetables and meat on the table into the pot. I don't think Professor Snape would mind me refining these oriental potions in a cauldron. Professor Lupin, would you like some? Charlotte blinked. Lupin looked at the pot and nodded mysteriously. After a while, Lupin buried his head in his plate, eating very happily. I even forgot why I came here. Then, Charlotte was eating meat when she saw Lupin's body gradually swell up in front of her. Lupin's rational eyes suddenly became extremely frightened, and he looked at Charlotte. But in the next second, sanity was completely swallowed. It's over. Lupin yelled in his heart, feeling something was wrong. But he left the potions office without making it at all, threw his head back and roared, and rushed toward Charlotte. On the night of the full moon, the werewolves would lose their rationality and become violent. As long as any living creature appeared in front of the werewolves, they would be torn to shreds by the werewolves mercilessly. Moreover, the hot pot tonight seemed to have had a great impact on Lupin. His eyes became as red as blood, and the aura on his body suddenly rose by more than a little bit. His 1.4-inch long claws have also become extremely sharp, as if he could split Charlotte's whole body with just one swipe on Charlotte's body. Lupin's sanity is gone. Only the killing instinct is driving him. Charlotte was still eating hot pot, but she was almost full. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth gracefully, and then picked up the wand that was set aside. At first, he wanted to use the wand to eat hot pot, but the wand was a bit big, and it was not as comfortable to hold as chopsticks. Or chopsticks are more convenient. Charlotte looked at the hot pot on the table and felt that she had not been busy these days. Then, with a wave of his wand, The werewolf who was about to come was directly thrown into the ice. It hit the floor with a bang, smashing 2 bricks in Professor Snape's beloved potions office. "Wait first," Charlotte said. He reached out and cleaned up the things on the table, then poured out the soup in the cauldron, washed it clean, and put it back. Snape had a lot of spare cauldrons, the one he mainly brewed potions in, and Charlotte wouldn't move, of course. Who knew how many potions would be left in it? After putting the cauldron back, Charlotte looked at the werewolf frozen in the ice. He waved his wand to melt the ice, but the frozen werewolf hadn't fully woken up due to the temperature. He reached out and took a bottle of wolfsbane potion he brewed at noon from the shelf next to it, and then poured it in a Lupin inside the mouth. After a while, Lupin woke up leisurely, and his eyes regained reason. "Charlotte!" Lupin stood up suddenly from the ground. He looked at Charlotte, feeling extremely nervous. He remembered that he had turned into a werewolf just now, and his strength when he turned into a werewolf was so terrifying that even Lupin himself didn't dare to say that he could fight against himself when he turned into a werewolf. Lupin relaxed when he saw Charlotte standing there safely. He looked at Charlotte and noticed that he didn't seem to be 16 back. Lupin doesn't like his werewolf appearance. He was not born a werewolf, but turned into a werewolf because of an accident. Lupin looked at Charlotte and said apologetically, "It's really not good to let you see me like this." Charlotte looked at Lupin, and it was different from the traditional werewolf image. The werewolf transformed by Lupin turned out to be bald. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Charlotte looked at Lupin. The strength of the werewolf is very strong. In terms of the physical strength of a single round, it is very good, and more importantly, the speed of the werewolf is very fast. Just like just now, although he was not in a hurry, if he cast the spell more slowly, Lupin would pounce on him directly and overturn his hot pot. Such a speed may be useful. Charlotte thought he was already collecting the power of various magical animals. Maybe he could solve Lupin's troubles along the way. "Perhaps we can sit down and talk, Professor Lupin." Charlotte offered Lupin a hand to sit down. Lupin looked at the flimsy sofa, and then he sat straight down on the floor, holding his head in pain. "It looks ugly, Charlotte." Lupin has always had low self-esteem about being a werewolf. The point is that he is not a natural werewolf. When he transforms into a werewolf on a full moon night, his emotions will get out of control, and before that he almost killed Snape because of the werewolf's willingness. This made Lupin feel guilty all the time. Charlotte shook her head and said, "For a power, its appearance is not ugly, Professor Lupin. Maybe you could try to use this power." Lupin looked up at Charlotte and said, "Use? The potion of wolf's poison can only keep me sane on the night of the full moon. But if there is no potion of wolf's poison, I will only kill innocent people. This power is not what I want. I would rather not have this power." Lupin's tone is not good. Even a good old man has the most annoying things in his heart. And what Lupin hates the most is his insignificant identity as a werewolf. If it wasn't for the werewolf Fenrir Greyback who bit him and made him endure such pain on a full moon night, he would be able to walk brightly like others. Instead of being like this, almost because of the werewolf, I couldn't even go to school. Lupin looked in pain, but in an instant he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my attitude is a bit bad, because I don't like others seeing me like this." Charlotte nodded, frowning. Lupin secretly looked at Charlotte, although Charlotte said it was okay, but he was curious what Charlotte would look like if he saw him like this. Seeing Charlotte frowning, Lupin couldn't help but lowered his head and said, "Maybe you can leave here. I'll stay alone until tomorrow, and then I can leave." Charlotte shook her head. "Professor Snape said that transforming into a werewolf has certain risks, and someone might come in the office, so I will stay here until Professor Lupin transforms you back." Although the potions office said that most people would not come here, some people in Slytherin and some people in Gryffindor were very adventurous. Snape wasn't at Hogwarts recently. Maybe someone came to explore. As soon as this idea came into being, Charlotte was keenly aware that there seemed to be a sound outside the door. The sound was very soft, as if someone was approaching the potions office on tiptoe. Charlotte told Lupin to stay in the loft above the office, and then he approached the office door, peering cautiously through the opening. In the dark corridor, a person walked slowly with a lantern. Filch? What is Filch doing here? With a wave of her wand, Charlotte disappeared into the darkness. Lupin was in the attic above, and he couldn't find it even if he came in, so he just stayed here and watched what Filch was doing. Filch held the lamp and slowly pushed open the door of the potions office. The lights in the office had already been extinguished by Charlotte, and Filch sniffed the residual hot pot smell in the air, and he cursed in a low voice. "Look at the smell here. It's really disgusting." As he said, Filch put the lantern on the table, lit up the nearby lights, and then looked around on the shelf where Snape put the potions he had practiced. His Mediterranean light reflected the light, making his hair and face look greasy. After rummaging on the shelves for a while, Filch cursed under his breath, and then left with the lamp again. When Filch walked away, Charlotte waved his wand, and the lights in the office came on again, and he looked at the shelves Filch was rummaging through. Most of the shelves in this section are about potions of wisdom, such as sobriety potions and the like. Snape was a potion master. He could make more or less almost any potion. It seemed that Filch was looking for something about wisdom or magic. After all, Filch is a squib, and it's not wrong to yearn for these. It's just that Snape was there before, so he didn't dare to come in and look for it. Charlotte sat on the seat, and after a while, he heard a voice from outside again. Why are so many people coming to the potions office today? Charlotte's eyes twinkled, feeling a little amused. The potion hidden in Snape's office might be something that many people wanted. He waved his wand again, turned off the lights in the office, and then sat on the stairs leading to the attic, ready to quietly see who came in this time. The people who came in this time were unexpected, but they were also expected, because the person who came in this time was Gemini. Charlotte sat on the stairs, watching the two sneak in, then rummaged through Snape's shelf. "Hey, are you sure we can find some shape-shifting potions here?" Fred asked. George looked around and said, "Of course, oh no, maybe." The two rummaged for a while, and Fred held a small bottle and said, "Maybe I found something more interesting." "Hurry up, George. Filch is coming over a dozen times." The two left quickly. Charlotte looked at the shelf, and there was a bottle of hair growth agent missing from the shelf. Charlotte covered her eyes and almost laughed out loud. But before he could go down the stairs, another uninvited visitor entered the office again. Charlotte looked at that person, but the person who came in was something Charlotte hadn't expected. F******Y. The girl next to Cascandela. Charlotte frowned, and he looked at F******Y, wondering what F******Y was doing here. F******Y wore a black cloak that covered her whole body. As soon as she entered the office, she took off her hood and began to rummage through the shelves with a lantern. Only Lupin knew that Charlotte would be in the potions office when Snape was gone, because Lupin needed the Wolfsbane potion. F******Y did not light the lamp, but took the lantern in her hand and rummaged among the shelves. After searching for a while, she opened a few bottles and smelled them, then swept them into her pocket and left the office. Not knowing if there would be any uninvited guests, Charlotte sat on the stairs for a while. But there was no sound of footsteps after that. Charlotte simply turned on the lights in the office and then looked at the shelf. All the other potions were on the shelf, but only the wolf's poison potion had disappeared. He refined several bottles of Wolfsbane potion and wanted Lupin to take it with him just to prevent him from being away when Lupin transformed. So, why did F******Y take away these Wolfsbane potions? He refined Wolfsbane potion, but he was not in the mood to put labels on it. So F******Y accurately took these bottles of Wolfsbane potion, which can only show that F******Y is very familiar with Wolfsbane potion. Is it because she's a werewolf too, or because of something else? Charlotte. Lupin's voice came from the attic. Charlotte asked Lupin to come down, and Lupin was still a werewolf, and he would not recover until it was full daylight outside. Charlotte looked at Lupin, thought for a while, and said, "Professor Lupin, now that you have become a werewolf, does that mean the blood in your body is the blood of a werewolf, right? If you bite me now, can I become a werewolf?" Lupin froze for a moment. He looked at Charlotte. He has lived for so many years, and This is the first time he heard someone say that he wants to bite him. Although Lupin is not a complete werewolf, if Lupin intentionally bites him, he will not become a werewolf, and may even be bitten to death. But what happened in the end, Lupin didn't know. "You want me to bite you?" Lupin looked at Charlotte. He took a step back silently. He always felt that Jean Luo was playing a bad idea. Hurting others is the last thing Lupin wants to do. Even if he does it consciously, if the other party is a dark wizard or something, Lupin will never hesitate. But if the other party is Charlotte, Lupin will never do it. Can it work? I can absolutely guarantee that I can control myself. Charlotte blinked. He drank the blood of the phoenix. The phoenix has the ability to heal itself. If Lupin bites him, Charlotte will not be injured. Something will happen. Lupin covered his eyes and said, "Oh, Charlotte, you have to know that I am a werewolf now, and I'm still an irrational werewolf. Even though I can barely put away my killing nature after taking the wolfsbane potion, but you have repeatedly, and I said, 'Let me bite you,' which is undoubtedly a test of my willpower. Although the wolfsbane potion can make Lupin barely maintain his will, he is still a werewolf after all." Charlotte leaned back on the chair, looked at Lupin with her head up, and said, "Then, Professor Lupin, can you give me a bottle of your blood?" Lupin lowered his hand, and he looked at Charlotte, puzzled. "What are you up to?" "I need the blood of the werewolf. I want to see if there is a way to eliminate the poison of the werewolf," Charlotte said with a smile. Lupin's eyes flickered. He knew that Charlotte's grades were excellent in all subjects, but how many potion masters have studied the werewolf poison since ancient times, and how many potion masters wanted to save the blood confined in the body like him, and had no choice but to live in darkness people in? However, no one succeeded. "Thank you very much, Charlotte, but the poison of the werewolf is not so easy to cure. No matter how many people have studied the poison of the werewolf, they have not succeeded in finding an antidote. I think." Lupin looked into Charlotte's eyes, and Charlotte didn't look like she was joking. For some reason, Lupin's heart moved, and he suddenly felt that Charlotte was not joking, but really hopeful. He took a potion, then separated his fingers to let his blood flow into the potion bottle, and then handed the potion bottle to Charlotte. "It's nothing, but you don't need to worry too much about it." Charlotte reached out to take it. He thought Lupin would refuse. If Lupin refused, maybe he would go back to Fenrir and bring some blood. "Professor Lupin, do you really believe that I will develop a cure for the werewolf poison?" Lupin was silent for a while, and then said, "As your professor, I should say something to encourage you, but this matter is not very simple. It can be said to be very complicated. How many people have been studying this matter since ancient times things, but no one has ever successfully studied them. I have never had any hope for Limo's matter, but if it is you, I think it is still possible." Lupin wanted to reach out and pat Charlotte on the head, but he was still a werewolf. He stretched out his hand, but found that his palm was still a werewolf's hand, and he retracted his hand. Charlotte stood up, looked at her watch, then looked up at Lupin, smiled, and said, "Are you still encouraging me as a professor?" Lupin pondered for a moment, then looked at Charlotte firmly. "You have done a lot of incredible things. If it was you, I think it can be believed that this is not as a professor, but as a victim of wolfsbane, the identity of the author." Charlotte smiled and walked to the door. Then, because of Professor Lupin's words, "I will work hard." Charlotte stretched out her hand to open the door, and there was a ray of morning light outside the door. Under the light of the morning light, Lupin regained his human appearance. Lupin reached for the hat on the table and walked over to Charlotte. He patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you, but I still want to give you a suggestion as a professor of defense against the dark arts." Charlotte was puzzled, and Lupin continued, "Next time, it's better not to cook your Eastern potions in Snape's cauldron." Charlotte blinked. "Don't worry, Professor Lupin. Professor Snape only has a few new crucibles, and I use them all." Lupin staggered and said with a smile, "I don't think Snape will find out." Charlotte nodded and followed Lupin to his defense against the dark arts class. Y came to the potions office to take away the wolfsbane potion and even smelled it, which shows that Y definitely knows about the wolfsbane potion. And the first grade has not yet learned the Kamijasm potion. No matter where F asterisk 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 Y found out about Wolfsbane potion, since she was able to take it away, it meant that she had done some research on werewolves, and maybe it was for Lupin. Charlotte walked beside Lupin and said, "Professor Lupin, in order to prevent problems with the Kamajasma potion I prepared, I decided to stay with you all this time. Is that okay?" "Of course, it's my pleasure." Charlotte usually doesn't attend class 423. So when Lupin brought Charlotte over today, the Gryffindors and Slytherins who were in class were a little surprised. Malfoy looked at Charlotte with a sneer and said, "Look, the man of Hogwarts is here to show off his limelight again." Standing on the side, Ron said, "Come on, Malfoy, don't you want this man of the hour to be you?" Malfoy turned his head immediately, staring into Ron's eyes. "Shut up, Weasley. Purebred scum, when will you bring your grades to positive numbers and talk?" Slytherin and Gryffindor take lessons together, making Lupin's head bigger than the two. These two colleges don't deal with each other at all, and when they come together, they will fight. "Okay, be quiet." Lupin knocked on the table and said, "This is my assistant. I think everyone knows it." Hermione said excitedly, "Of course, Professor. We are best friends." Lupin looked at Hermione and smiled, then said, "Today we will learn how to deal with boggarts." With a wave of Lupin's wand, all the desks and chairs in the classroom were put away, and a tall cabinet appeared in the middle of the classroom. A good wizard gag. Master must not only learn to deal with all kinds of black magic, but also learn to deal with all kinds of magical creatures. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature. He will see through your heart and become your most feared thing. Look, to deal with such shape-shifting creatures, you only need to say a spell, funny, and you can turn the boggart into the funniest look you think, and laugh at a boggart, and the boggart disappears. Lupin looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "This cabinet contains a boggart. I wonder if anyone would like to come over and try to deal with this boggart." As soon as they heard it would become what they feared the most in their hearts, many students backed away. Even Hermione was afraid to try it. Lupin let the little wizards learn funny spells, and then looked at Charlotte. "Charlotte, how about you give a demonstration first?" Charlotte looked at the boggart in the closet, with some curiosity in her eyes. He also wants to know how boggart will interpret it, or what it will look like. What is the thing he fears the most? Even Lupin wanted to know this question. Not to mention, he wanted Charlotte to take the lead, but he actually wanted to see what Charlotte was afraid of. Lupin didn't know Charlotte for a long time. It was just beans, and Lupin realized that the little boy in front of him was an unparalleled and unique existence. He is not afraid of Death Eaters, and can even unleash fiend fire to destroy Horcruxes. Possess an extraordinary level of potion making. What, then, could be the object of his fear? As soon as Lupin said to let Charlotte come first, the students of the two colleges fell silent and looked at Charlotte attentively. They were also very curious about what Charlotte would be afraid of. There was a gleam in Malfoy's eyes. If he knew what Charlotte was afraid of, wouldn't he be able to target Charlotte? There was also some curiosity in Hermione's eyes. In his eyes, Charlotte seemed to have nothing to fear. Harry and Ron were even more curious, and Ron said, "I guess Charlotte might be afraid of the big spiders in the forest." "It's you who's afraid," Hermione said. Ron smiled and said, "Harry, what do you think Charlotte will be afraid of?" Harry stroked the scar on his forehead in a strange way, and he said, "If Charlotte is afraid of something, then it may be the most evil existence in the world." The two next to each other nodded, looking expectantly at Charlotte walking to the front of the cabinet with her wand in hand. "Ready?" Lupin asked. Charlotte nodded, and Lupin knocked on the cabinet door with his wand, and then the cabinet door creaked and slowly opened. A cool breath came out of the cabinet in an instant, and the gloomy atmosphere made the light shining from the rhombus window become extraordinarily gloomy. Charlotte held her wand, vaguely expecting. Lupin is also looking forward to it, and the students of the two colleges are also looking forward to it. Then I saw a piece of gray gauze as thin as a haze exposed at the door of the cabinet. The gauze wrapped around the door, wanted to come out like smoke. Charlotte looked at the smoke and knew it might be the boggart looking at him. Lupin frowned slightly. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with this boggart? Generally speaking, boggarts can quickly perceive what these little wizards are afraid of, and then change their form before they appear, but this boggart seems to be still hesitating. It seemed unsure of what Charlotte was afraid of. Could something be wrong? Lupin wanted Charlotte back, but the next moment, the closet door slammed shut. It happened too fast, less than a second before the boggart poured out of the cabinet door, and the boggart closed the cabinet door with his backhand, as if he saw something terrible. Lupin looked at the cabinet in surprise. What happened? Is this boggart afraid of Charlotte? Neville sat aside. He had heard from family members that boggarts had no emotions and would only become something the other party was afraid of. If the other party didn't have them, then the boggart would only maintain a foggy appearance, trying to scare the other party with the unknown. But obviously, Charlotte wasn't afraid, and the boggart, who had seen Chushaw clearly, seemed to be frightened by the latter. As soon as Neville's words came out, the audience fell silent. Lupin looked at Charlotte, a little stunned. It does appear to be the case. But what kind of power does this little wizard in front of him have, which can even scare a very scary boggart? Charlotte touched her nose and looked at Lupin. Before Lupin recovered from the shock, he couldn't help laughing when he saw Charlotte's eyes. This was the first time he saw Charlotte look helpless. Miss Granger, would you like to be the first one to try? Lupin looked at Hermione, who nodded, then walked to the front of the cabinet. Charlotte stood aside and said, I didn't expect Boggart to be a little timid. When Hermione stood in front of the cabinet, Boggart quickly came out of the cabinet and then turned into Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall reprimanded, Miss Granger, I'm so disappointed in you. All your courses, it didn't even pass. Hermione's face paled suddenly, and she watched McGonagall nervously. Ron complained in the back. As expected of her, she was afraid of failing the subject. Lupin stood aside and was a little bit dumbfounded. He looked at the frightened Hermione and said, Do you still remember the spell, Miss Granger? Hermione took a deep breath, then yelled, Foo, foo, foo. The boggart turned into a clown with a bang. Hermione opened her eyes and smiled happily. The boggart's lessons were over soon, and since Harry had learned the Patronus charm, he no longer feared Dementors, but instead feared Snape. Not only was he scared, but when the boggart emerged from the closet and turned into Snape, many people turned pale. After the class was over, Charlotte followed Lupin to his office. A full moon night usually lasts for 3 to 5 days, and yesterday was the first day. Just go somewhere else tonight. I usually spend my time at the Shrieking Shack. Lou poured a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Charlotte. Charlotte picked it up, took 2 sips, and said, Of course. After Y took away Wolfsbane potion, he prepared some more. Lupin also had his own reasons for not wanting to be at Hogwarts. Although Charlotte was there, Lupin was worried about himself. It would be bad if he hurt other little wizards when he became a werewolf. Soon it was evening, and Lupin drank the Wolfsbane potion early. The two walked towards the Whooping Willow together, and before they reached it, they saw a black figure leading another person in from a distance. That person, Charlotte knew. That's Y who came to steal Wolfsbane last night. And the other person is Pettigrew. Lupin's expression suddenly became gloomy, and the only thing that could change the face of a good old man like Lupin was Pettigrew, who killed James and Lily. Lupin stood on the spot, with his hands tightly clenched. He looked at the hole where Pettigrew disappeared and said, When I became a werewolf, I left Hogwarts from that place, and Pettigrew knew that Xia Luo fell. Lupin doesn't know Y, but no matter why Pettigrew brings Y there, as a professor or James' best friend, Lupin must go there. Before Lupin could walk over, Harry's voice came from behind Charlotte. Charlotte! Charlotte! Harry and Ron hurried towards Charlotte. Charlotte looked at Harry and asked, What's wrong? Harry reached out and took out the Marauder's map. Lupin was anxious to go over to see what Pettigrew wanted to do. He said, Charlotte, you are here now. I will go there first. Charlotte took Lupin by the hand and said, I don't think Y will be in any danger. Lupin frowned, looking at Charlotte. He believed in Charlotte very much, but if he misjudged this kind of thing, the girl's life might be lost. Charlotte, this is very important. No matter whether Pettigrew deliberately let us see it or something else, as a professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, I must not leave this matter alone. Ping said. Harry stood aside, looked at the two of them, and said anxiously, Peterina has left Hogwarts. Charlotte grabbed Lupin and looked him in the eyes. Don't worry, I think Y will be fine. Charlotte took Harry's Marauder's map, which showed that Pettigrew had left Hogwarts. The four of them looked at each other, and then went to the passage under the Whomping Willow together. This passage leads to the Shrieking Shack outside of Hogsmeade, which is where Lupin was supposed to go. After the four of them left, Lucius, who was standing behind the colonnade, came out. He clenched his cane tightly and followed behind a few people. Screaming Shack, asking for flowers. Charlotte, waving a super armor to protect herself, entered the Shrieking Shack first. Pettigrew was sitting in the Shrieking Shack with many Death Eaters standing beside him, and beside him, Dolohov was sitting casually on the straw, watching Charlotte closely. The expected configuration, but there are also unexpected. Cassandela sat on the side with blank eyes, and Y stood by her hand, her wand tightly pressed against Cassandela's neck. Charlotte glanced at Cassandela, then at Pettigrew. Is this your plan? Pettigrew's treacherous and cunning voice sounded, Of course, Mr. Elvis. In order to prevent you from becoming our opponent, I have spent a lot of thought. Charlotte looked at Cassandela and understood the whole process in an instant. Cassandela was hostile to Charlotte at school, and if she disappeared, there would be speculation about Charlotte anyway. If Y guides him later, it is likely that he will be like Hagrid back then, although he can escape. But after that, the Ministry of Magic will definitely hunt him down. No matter how powerful she is, Charlotte will become the target of everyone in the magic world. Sometimes, using some shady means the effect is far more powerful than the power. Lupin stood behind Charlotte, looking at Pettigrew with hatred. He took out his wand and said, Peterina, you're finally willing to show up. Are you ready to pay for your crimes? Harry and Ron were held tightly by him. Shielded tightly behind him, he held his wand and stared at Pettigrew. He and Sirius have been tracking down the whereabouts of Pettigrew, wanting to avenge James and Lily, but they haven't been able to find Charlotte of Pettigrew after searching for a long time. But they didn't expect that they would find Pettigrew here. Lupin. Pettigrew sneered, with a sharp look in his eyes. Just like a big mouse in an underground ditch, he stared at Lupin. Crime. I don't think I'm a sin. I'm just loyal to my master. Then Pettigrew immediately looked at Charlotte. Even though he was confronting Lupin, part of his eyes still stayed on Charlotte. His voice became flattering and oily. Mr. Elvis, I think we could talk about a deal. Charlotte looked at Pettigrew. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Deal? You mean, let me let you go, or kill you? This is a matter between me and Lupin. I don't want anyone to interfere. As long as Mr. Charlotte doesn't interfere with this matter, I can guarantee that I can leave Hogwarts immediately after this matter is resolved. Pettigrew, his gaze swept over Harry Potter behind Lupin. He believed that Charlotte would not disagree. After watching him for so long, Charlotte is not a nosy person. Since this matter has nothing to do with him, there's a high probability that Charlotte will not interfere. Lupin squeezed his wand and said, Charlotte, don't listen to him. You take Harry and Ron and leave as soon as possible. Go back to Hogwarts. I will rescue the little girl. The appearance of Cassandela is also the same as the 443 soul-taking thought, and the person who exerted it may be Y behind her. As a professor, Lupin subconsciously didn't want Charlotte to take risks no matter how powerful Charlotte was. Pettigrew looked at Lupin with a sneer, the guy who gets in the way. With a wave of the wand in his hand, Cassandela's insanity spell was cancelled, and Y took a step back. Cassandela opened her eyes suddenly. She saw Charlotte as soon as she opened her eyes, and shouted, Charlotte, go away. This is a trap. You get out of here. Pettigrew's sharp eyes turned to stare at Cassandela. Cassandela was pale, afraid, but still insisted on looking at Pettigrew. Charlotte, this is not a request. If you don't agree, her life will be lost. Pettigrew looked at Charlotte. Charlotte raised her head. His eyes were not warm, but just glanced at Cascandela lightly. Y stood very close to Cascandela. Her wand was pointed at Cascandela's back, so close that even he never had time. Pettigrew had a treacherous smile of triumph in his eyes. If Charlotte refuses, he can directly kill Cascandela. And this girl's death, everyone here can't escape. He went to Hogwarts. The 12 idiot school managers and the Ministry of Magic will let Charlotte and others stay in Hogwarts. Charlotte will never stay by Harry's side forever. As long as he leaves Hogwarts, he will always have a chance to catch Harry Potter. And if Charlotte agrees, as long as he induces Lupin to turn into a werewolf, Cascandela can also die here. And once Cascandela dies, Charlotte will definitely not be able to stay in Hogwarts. Either way, Cassie, Della, and Charlotte are going to be doomed. Everyone shouted and beat, and Pettigrew's eyes were full of evil and cunning smiles. He looked at Charlotte, as if waiting for him to make a choice. Charlotte raised her head slowly, looked at Pettigrew, and said, "I don't like people to blackmail me." Charlotte picked up her wand. Pettigrew sneered and said, "It seems that you have made a choice. Then this girl must die." Cascandela looked at Charlotte. She thought Charlotte would hesitate, but Charlotte didn't hesitate at all. Cascandela felt extremely hazy. She closed her eyes to hide the tears in her eyes. "You made the right choice, Charlotte," she said proudly. Even before dying, she was unwilling to bow her head. Charlotte looked at Cascandela, who averted his eyes and said, "I hope I made the right choice too." Just as Pettigrew was about to ask why to kill Cascandela, Lupin came out, and he reached out and pulled Charlotte behind him. "Charlotte, don't shoot. This matter is about me and Pettigrew. You take Harry and Ron away." Lupin took out his wand, and with a flick of the wand, it pierced the floor at Pettigrew's feet in an instant. Dolohov, who had been sitting next to him, saw excitement in his eyes when Lupin started attacking. "Finally, is it time to start a war? Pettigrew, do you mind if I intervene?" Charlotte stood, and Lupin reached out, and the other hand that wasn't holding the wand moved silently. A colorless, icy air instantly submerged into the floor. Up to now, Charlotte has become more and more proficient in using the abilities of Frost Titan and so on, and can even adjust the required magic power. Pettigrew didn't find out what Charlotte was doing. He sat on the chair and said proudly, "Dolohov, this is about Lupin and I. We have to pay attention to fairness." Lupin patted Charlotte. Charlotte took 2 steps back, glanced at Harry and Ron who were standing aside, and said, "Professor Lupin, the time is almost up." Lupin nodded. He knew that the night of the full moon was coming soon. When the time comes, he will turn into a werewolf even without the moonlight. That's why he would hide in the Shrieking Shack instead of Hogwarts. Such a change is too sudden, and his behavior is completely out of control, which will scare many people. But fortunately, he took the wolf poison potion in advance. Charlotte walked up to Harry and Ron and said, "Close your eyes and squat in the corner. No matter what happens, you two had better not open your eyes." Harry and Ron nodded and did as Charlotte said. What happened now has completely exceeded the expectations of the two of them. Charlotte walked back, and he could feel Lupin's breath changing. There was light in Pettigrew's eyes. In fact, he was more inclined to the second of the two plans. Even though they were friends in the past, Pettigrew doesn't really want to be friends with them. The other 3 people are so dazzling. Robert Gigi Pettigrew's image is abnormally low. Even if he's behind the 3 of them, his figure is completely covered by the 3 of them, like a little follower. Thinking of the past, Pettigrew sneered and said, "Have you made your choice? Elvis, you still have 0.7 Lupin." Lupin took out his wand. If he could, he was actually unwilling to become a werewolf in front of so many people, and while maintaining his rationality, Lupin was even more resistant to using the power of a werewolf. "Of course, Pettigrew, take responsibility for the sins you laid down," Lupin said. A strange force was stirred up in his body, and this force gradually occupied his mind over time. But due to the influence of the Wolfsbane potion, he could easily resist this occupation. However, Knowing exactly how he lost his mind was not easy for Lupin. Finally, the night of the full moon came. A ray of moonlight leaked in from the already dilapidated roof of the shrieking shack, and that ray of moonlight fell between Pettigrew and Lupin, looking extremely clean, but also extremely resisting. When the night of the full moon came, Lupin looked at the moonlight shining in the shrieking shack, and then he saw his hands leaking in the moonlight gradually began to swell. Like blowing up a balloon, Lupin's hand swelled up, and then the werewolf gray hair continued to grow on the back of his hand, gradually covering the entire huge hand. Pettigrew laughed twice, looked at Lupin, and said, "It seems that our beloved defense against the dark arts professor is going to become a werewolf. Oh, since this is the case, then Professor Pettigrew will teach you how to defend against the werewolves." Pettigrew smiled, then looked at F*******Y. His plan has been half successful, and it can even be said that it will be successful soon. As long as Lupin kills Cascindella, no one here can escape. The Ministry of Magic will pursue it, and Dumbledore will step down. Because he let a werewolf go, he became a professor of defense against the dark arts. Let a student die at the hands of this professor. Pettigrew smiled, his eyes full of triumphant smiles. As long as 16 Ueping kills Cascindella, and the rule of darkness will come at the moment of this girl's death. Under the moonlight, Lupin gradually turned into a werewolf. His eyes became red, and the hair on his body gradually grew. Even the originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly became violent. Under the moonlight, Lupin raised his head and howled. A gleam flashed in Pettigrew's eyes, and F******Y retracted her wand, pushing Cascindella away with one hand. The werewolf will completely lose his mind at the moment of transformation, and will kill everyone in front of him. He's got F******Y to take all the wolfsbane potions. Lupin will definitely kill Cascindella. Snape asked Charlotte to make wolfbane potion, and watched Lupin's affairs. Only Snape, Charlotte, and Lupin knew. Charlotte stayed in the potion office every day and rarely showed up. Even Xiaoya and the others thought that Xia Luo left with Snape and Dumbledore temporarily. F******Y would never have known that Charlotte was still at Hogwarts. Therefore, even now, Pettigrew still thinks that Lupin did not take the wolfsbane potion, and Lupin, who did not take the wolfsbane potion, in the case of anger, might clear Harry, Ron, and even Charlotte for him. There was a malevolent gleam in Pettigrew's eyes. Very good. That's it, angry Manic. Then kill everyone. Dolohov has been sitting on the side, looking at the changes in front of him. His expression flickered slightly. Until now, it seemed everything was being run by Pettigrew, including Lupin, who is about to transform into a werewolf. In fact, as long as the girl in front of them dies, a series of chain reactions will definitely make them stand up and win a big battle. The previous situation of being suppressed by Charlotte alone will no longer exist. Because as long as Charlotte leaves Hogwarts, or Hogwarts becomes unsafe, they can do whatever they want. Even if Charlotte is still in Hogwarts, they can use various procedures to force Charlotte to obey. After all, a person's power is strong, but when the whole world starts to oppose him, then no matter how powerful this person is, it is completely useless. Dolohov was heartbroken. He looked at Pettigrew and said, "I underestimated you a bit." Pettigrew sneered. He glanced at everyone present. In this situation, even if Dumbledore appeared, it would be completely useless. This girl will definitely die in Lupin's hands. In a passage of Whomping Willow, Lucius was walking slowly. Pettigrew had told Lucius ahead of time what he would do, though not much, except to invite him to the Scream Shack to see 10 interesting plays. Lucius looked at the long passage, then nervously opened his pocket watch. In Pettigrew's invitation letter, the only thing that is personally revealed to him is to appear at the last moment, because he can witness many interesting things. If everything worked out, he could even bring Dumbledore down as headmaster. The 12 school managers of Hogwarts, most of them are pure-blood nobles in the magic world, including Lucius. The 12 school managers, headed by Lucius, are very dissatisfied with Dumbledore. although they are afraid of Dumbledore power, but was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's closeness to Muggles. Even, they really wanted to pull Dumbledore down as headmaster. Lucius felt a little excited in his heart. He very much hoped that there was nothing wrong with Pettigrew's actions. In the Screaming Hut, Pettigrew looked triumphantly at the middle of the room. In the middle of the room, Lupin is slowly turning into a werewolf. It is said to be slow, but in fact the speed is very, very fast. In just an instant, Lupin's body is covered with wolf fur. Under the moonlight, Lupin's body looked extremely terrifying. Cascandela was pushed out by F******Y, and F******Y was still standing behind her, but a few steps away. The tip of her wand glows green, in case Cascandela is not killed by a werewolf. Cascandela had tears in her eyes. She stood in front of Lupin, her legs trembling slightly. She looked at Lupin. Her eyes were full of fear, but she was a little firm. She closed her eyes, shaking with tears. Is she really going to die? Pettigrew's eyes widened. He was extremely looking forward to the 420 thing happening in front of him. Kill. The most beautiful killing in the world is about to unfold in front of him. Ha! Pettigrew couldn't help laughing. He stood up, laughed loudly, and said, "Kill it. Kill it. Kill her, Lulai." But things change in an instant. The moment Lupin completely turned into a werewolf, a figure flashed out behind him. A tall and mighty werewolf covered with black wolf fur rushed out. His speed was several times faster than that of an ordinary werewolf. Almost before everyone could react, he hugged the trembling Castella in his arms, and then slammed towards F******Y. This thing happened so fast. Everyone didn't react. Even Lupin, who wanted to take advantage of Pettigrew's ignorance that he had used Wolfsbane. He originally wanted to take advantage of Pettigrew's unresponsiveness and take the opportunity to save Cascandela. But in that case, he might be hit by F******Y's spell. The werewolf speed is in his place. Although it is fast, it is not so fast. Even if he wants to save, he may sacrifice himself. But even so, Lupin didn't have any fear at all. He is willing to exchange his own life for the lives of students. The smug look on Pettigrew's face has not faded, and Lupin is still trying to reach out and grab Cascandela. F******Y's wand was still casting spells. But just for a moment, the werewolf held Cascandela in his arms. Y was the first to react. The spell in her hand was already ready to be released. At this moment, her magic power was a little out of control, and the flashing green Avada Kedavra turned towards the werewolf. Rushed over. Pettigrew's expression had already changed. He didn't know where this nasty werewolf came from, but it messed up his plan. Pettigrew was furious, but when he saw the wand in F******Y's hand, his expression became evil again. He watched, his eyes growing wild. Kill. Don't try to save this girl. Lupin looked at the werewolf in front of him, and he was a little stunned, not knowing where the werewolf in front of him came from. At the moment when everyone was in a trance, the werewolf who was about to be hit by the green light instantly turned into a phoenix shining with red gold light. Avada Kedavra disappeared into the flames on Phoenix. It didn't hurt Phoenix at all. Cascandela still had her eyes closed, and for a split second, she felt herself lying in a warm, furry embrace. But she didn't dare to open her eyes, because she was afraid of her own feelings because she was about to die. Then, Cascandela heard a voice. "I think you should wake up, Miss Cascandela." The voice was nice and very familiar. Cascandela slowly opened her eyes and saw herself lying in Charlotte's arms. Charlotte was holding herself in one hand, holding a wand in the other hand, standing opposite Pettigrew, with the tip of the wand pointing at Pettigrew. Cascandela's face turned red in an instant. She looked at Charlotte and stood up straight. Charlotte let go of her hand and said lightly, "Miss Cascandela, I think you'd better stay with Harry and Ron in the past." Cascandela blushed and said in a low voice, "Be careful." Then she ran to Harry and Ron, and Charlotte looked at Pettigrew. Pettigrew looked at Charlotte with panic in his eyes and took a step back. Are you a werewolf?" "Werewolves? He never thought that Jinlaw was actually a werewolf. The expression in Pettigrew's eyes instantly became extremely pervasive. He looked at Charlotte with hatred and suddenly shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" He shouted the direction. It was Lupin. Lupin had completely turned into a werewolf. He stood under the moonlight. His hard mane looked extraordinarily cold under the moonlight. But Lupin didn't move. He turned his head to look at Pettigrew, and the werewolf amplified his secret desire. He wants to kill Pettigrew to avenge James, Lily, and even Harry. He and Sirius have been thinking about revenge for them. They tracked for a long time, wanting to find traces of the dwarfs. But no matter how hard they looked, there was no trace of the Pettigrew. Now, Pettigrew is here, and he wants revenge. In Lupin's mind, he remembered what Charlotte said. Yes, maybe he cannot resist this power, and use this power to avenge James and Lily. 03L. The werewolf roared and made an angry sound. Even Harry and Ron, who had their eyes closed, couldn't help shivering. Ron said tremblingly, "Aren't we really going to open our eyes and take a look?" Harry actually kept his eyes open all the time, and he said, "I think we shouldn't trouble Charlotte." Ron opened one eye slightly. In fact, he had been peeking just now, but only occasionally opened his eyes. Certainly. Cass and Della stepped back, then crouched against the wall next to Harry and Ron. She touched her chest and looked at the battle that was close at hand. She was panting. Although she was afraid, she had some wonderful feelings. The temperature from that embrace, just now, seemed to reach her face. Pettigrew heard Lupin's growl, and there was a gleam of smugness in his eyes. Fortunately, he is still on guard. Charlotte. Before he could finish, Lupin's transformed werewolf rushed towards him. Pettigrew widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "You still have reason! Lupin, you still have reason! Why is Lupin sane? No, he should let F********Y steal all the Wolfbane potions. Why is Lupin still sane?" Lupin rushed in front of Pettigrew, and his sharp claws rushed towards Pettigrew. Dolohov has been sitting by the side. Seeing the change of the situation, he held his wand and said viciously, "Peterina, let me help you once without any trouble." A red curse rushed towards the werewolf, but was blocked by a white curse in the next second. Charlotte stood aside, looking at Dolohov. "This is their grievance. Didn't Pettigrew say it? Dolohov, if you want to play, I will play with you." The Death Eaters next to him all took out their wands and pointed them at Shallow. Charlotte sat on the stool calmly and said, "Let's watch this wizard duel first." Pettigrew dodged Lupin's attack awkwardly. After Lupin turned into a werewolf, his strength doubled, and he easily avoided the spell released by Pettigrew. Pettigrew was proud of his Animagus transformation. Rather than a curse, Lupin rushed towards him frantically, cutting Pettigrew's head with sharp teeth and nails like sharp knives. Pettigrew dodged in embarrassment, staring at Lupin resentfully. Damn! His body shrank, and he turned into a mouse immediately. Pettigrew was never a brave person. Compared with wizard duels, he preferred to use his tricks to win. A fat, no good rat appeared in the shrieking shack in an instant, and Charlotte held a wand, staring at Dolohov and the many Death Eaters. His coercion alone made Dolohov and the other Death Eaters dare not even move. They knew that their methods were of no use to Charlotte. If they do it now, not only Dolohov, but also them, will die here. Charlotte smiled at Dolohov and the crowd of Death Eaters. When enjoying a duel, it is right to remain calm. Pettigrew fled around the house. The werewolf's body was too big for a mouse. Even if Pettigrew ran away hard, he was caught up by the werewolf in an instant. "Gotta get out of here," Pettigrew thought in embarrassment, then stared at the corner and wanted to leave this place through the corner of the dilapidated, screaming shack. But before he could escape to the debris pile, Charlotte stepped on Pettigrew's tail. There was a sharp mouse cry. Everyone's eyes fell on Charlotte. Even Lupin, who was about to rush over, was stunned. Charlotte leaned back on the chair. He looked down at Pettigrew, who was trampled under his feet, and said, "Mr. Pettigrew, the duel is not over yet. How can you go first?" Pettigrew instantly changed back to his original form. and he rolled to the side, looking at Charlotte with hatred. Charlotte, this is about me and Lupin. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Of course, if I shot Mr. Pettigrew, do you think you can still survive? Pettigrew took a few steps back, facing Charlotte. He felt great fear in his heart. Even facing the Dark Lord, he never had such fear. It seems as long as he is in front of Charlotte, no matter what kind of tricks he uses, he will be played and applauded by Charlotte. This feeling made Pettigrew tremble all over. He gritted his teeth and looked at Charlotte and Lupin with disgust. Elvis, remember your choice today. One day, the Dark Lord will come back and completely trample you underfoot. Pettigrew roared angrily. Charlotte sneered. Of course, I've been waiting for him, Mr. Pettigrew. The next moment, Lupin rushed towards Pettigrew, and Pettigrew screamed, and he shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" The surrounding Death Eaters, mostly dark wizards, looked at each other, then at Dolohov. Dolohov snorted coldly, sucked his teeth, raised his wand, and looked at Telok. Charlotte Elwes, I admit your power. Your power even makes me feel afraid. But remember, the Master will come to Hogwarts. Not only you, even Dumbledore can't stop it. The dark come. The wand in Dolohov's hand suddenly spewed out a puff of thick green smoke, and the smoke instantly dried up the shrieking shack. Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly. He didn't move. If he did, he could definitely keep everyone behind, but he didn't wave his wand. According to usual means, Voldemort might not be revived in Harry's body. Charlotte turned her head to look at Harry. The thick green smoke obviously made Harry, who was in excellent condition just now, become a little sluggish. The scar on his forehead glowed with a faint green light. It looks full of evil and darkness. Charlotte walked over, put her hand on Harry's head, and asked, "How does it feel?" Harry looked up at Charlotte with difficulty. "I'm fine, Charlotte. It's just that the scar hurts." Charlotte nodded, then blinked and looked down the passage. There was the sound of cautious footsteps in the passage. Charlotte frowned slightly, and then waved her hand. The original passage was immediately blocked by a box. Lucius, who was about to climb up, bumped into the box. "Who?" Lucius' voice came from the passage, and he shouted angrily. Charlotte's voice came faintly. "Mr. Malfoy, you don't want to be known. A school manager is digging a hole here, right?" Lucius' angry voice cut off and became deep. "Charlotte Elvis, I hope, next time, I can see you in Hogwarts again." "Of course, Mr. Malfoy. Maybe I will still be at Hogwarts after you step down as school director." "That's the best, Mr. Elvis." Lucius gritted his teeth, followed by footsteps, and Lucius left the passage. After Lucius left, Charlotte turned to Harry and Ron. He reached out and gave them a smack on the forehead. "I told you not to open your eyes. Do you open your eyes and see?" Ron opened his eyes and said, "Oh, Charlotte, great fight close at hand. You can't ask us to miss it." Charlotte shrugged, then looked at Cascandela, who was squatting aside. Her face was as pale as paper, obviously frightened just now. When Charlotte looked at her, Cascandela fought back tears and said, "Thank you for saving me." "Bed." Charlotte paused. He didn't know why Cascandela kept bugging him at school, although those troubles can't be called troubles. But also because of those troubles, he has always kept a distance from Cascandela. But now, Cascandela held back tears, crouched in front of him with red eyes, and had to say, "Chon Luo is somewhat soft-hearted." He reached out and put on Cascandela's head. Cascandela is only in the 1st grade, and she is not the proud big sister yet. "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it." Charlotte, feeling the warmth on her head, Cascandela's tears that she had suppressed due to self-cultivation flowed down instantly, and she threw herself into Charlotte's arms, began to sob softly. She was very scared. After all, in the situation just now, if she was not careful, she would die. No one can calm down when facing death. Charlotte froze for a moment, then reached out and patted Cascandela's back lightly. "Forgive him. He really can't comfort girls." "Don't cry. There's nothing else going on," Charlotte repeated. Cascandela clutched his clothes tightly. Tears kept streaming out, soaking Charlotte's clothes. "You're going to cry again. I think you need to do my laundry," Charlotte said. As soon as these words came out, even Harry and Ron, who were watching the play, widened their eyes, and Lupin's voice came from the green smoke. Charlotte, I don't think girls are comforted like that. Cascandela looked up. She looked at Charlotte with red eyes and teary eyes. It was rare that she didn't have the usual arrogance. Take off your clothes. There was a little anger in her voice as she reached out and tugged at Charlotte's robe. Charlotte blinked, grabbed her clothes, and said in surprise, "You want me to undress here?" Cascandela's face twitched and turned red. She pushed Charlotte away, stood up, wiped away her tears, and said, "I'll help you do the laundry." Harry and Ron helped Charlotte up. Charlotte patted the ashes off her body and said, "Wait, I'll send it to Slytherin for you." Really let her wash. Cascandela stared at Charlotte with staring eyes, turned her head angrily, and didn't want to talk to Charlotte. The thick green smoke in the screaming shack cleared away quickly, and Charlotte waved her wand, and another puff of smoke obscured Lupin's appearance. He knew that Lupin didn't seem to want Harry, Ron, and Cascandela to see his appearance. After all, his werewolf appearance was the last appearance Lupin wanted to show. Lupin's voice came from the smoke. "Thank you, Charlotte, but Miss Cascandela, it seems that Ping also needs your thoughtfulness." Charlotte paused, turned her head to look at Cascandela, and said thoughtfully, "Well, you just need to wash my robe." Hearing Charlotte's words, Cascandela wanted to go outside angrily. Charlotte reaches out to stop Cascandela. Cascandela looked at him angrily and said, "What are you doing? You can't leave for the time being. Besides, going out from here is Hogsmeade. Do you want to go back to Hogwarts through the main entrance? Now that Lupin has transformed, it means that it must be night now. It's okay not to return home. As long as it is not discovered, there will be no problem. If Filch moved after hearing the sound on the way back, points will be deducted for all of them. Last time, he only deducted 50 points from Crow. Thinking of this, Charlotte sighed. Or else go to class and earn those points back. However, if you don't leave now, you will be absent at night, according to the Hogwarts school rules. Charlotte stretched out her hand and dragged Cascandela to sit down, and said, "If you do not return at night, you have to be discovered by Filch." Harry and Ron had already sat down, and Harry stared at the cloud of smoke next to him. In fact, he has seen Lupin's appearance before, but he knows that since Charlotte has conjured up that cloud of smoke, it is actually because Lupin does not want his appearance to be seen. "Will Pettigrew come back?" Harry asked. Lupin replied through the smoke, "I don't think so for now. Pettigrew couldn't carry out his evil plan in Hogwarts, so he led me to the Shrieking Shack." Sitting in the smoke, Lupin actually knew that the 4 little wizards outside already knew that he was a werewolf. Cascandela looked at the cloud of smoke with some fear and unconsciously sat a little to the side. After all, just now, she really thought Lupin was going to kill herself. Charlotte sat on the seat, glanced at the 3 of Harry, and said, "It's best for each of us not to speak out about what happened here today." His eyes stopped on Cascandela's face. Cascandela turned her head and said, "Slytherins are not all treacherous villains. I will keep this secret. If you don't believe it, I can swear it." Charlotte looked away. "I believe." Cascandela's earlobe was slightly red, and Charlotte continued to say, "After all, even if you tell it, no one will believe it. After all, Cascandela is alive and not injured. Even if she really said it, no one will believe it. Most people will only think that she is delusional." Cascandela turned her head again, looked at Charlotte puzzled, with some anger. "Why do you always?" Charlotte blinked her eyes, and seeing Cascandela hesitated to speak, she said, "What?" "Nothing," Cascandela said angrily. The Screaming Shack was quiet for a while. What happened just now was too exciting. Even if they didn't participate in the battle, it still made Harry and the others extremely nervous and excited. When they relaxed, the 3 little wizards all started yawning nonstop. Charlotte sat on the stool, looked at the smoke, and said, "If you're sleepy, go to sleep." Harry and Ron nodded and fell asleep on the haystack beside them, and Cascandela also leaned against the wall and fell asleep slowly. The smoke covering Lupin's body gradually dissipated, and he still maintained the appearance of a werewolf, but he looked a little tired leaning against the wall. Pettigrew won't just give up like that, And Voldemort won't just give up just like that. They're always watching you and Harry. Lou looked at Charlotte. Even in Hogwarts, your lives will not be in danger, but you will face unusually many difficulties and obstacles. Lupin looked at Harry. Even in his dream, Harry frowned tightly. The lightning-shaped scar on his head glowed faintly green, looking extremely evil under the moonlight. Dovlander's power was accumulating, even though he was worn out in Harry's body. But once he took advantage of Harry's weak mind and took possession of his body, it would be too late. Lupin looked at Charlotte. "Don't worry, Professor Lupin," Charlotte said lightly. "Voldemort would definitely be resurrected, and he would definitely be resurrected in Harry's body." Charlotte didn't tell Lupin clearly about this matter. He kept letting Harry practice the spell in the Room of Requirement, which was also helping Voldemort to resist Harry's erosion a little bit. The killing of the main soul is not so easy. As long as there is even a little bit of uncertainty, Voldemort will turn his back on the customer. At that time, he had to kill Harry, asking for flowers. In all fairness, Charlotte didn't want to see that result. Lupin stared at Charlotte without moving, then lowered his head. He knew that Charlotte had ideas of her own. Now that he was a werewolf, he might have to leave Hogwarts even if he didn't want to. Even if the people in Hogwarts don't know, Pettigrew will not lose this opportunity easily. Moreover, Lupin came here in the first place because he hoped that his own strength could help Charlotte. But now he did not help Charlotte. But because of him, he almost killed a student. Lupin is unwilling to repeat such a heavy matter. He couldn't accept it. Maybe at some point he would lose his mind again and be used by Pettigrew. "0. I'm leaving Hogwarts," Lupin said. "Why?" Charlotte looked at Lupin. In this situation, except for the four of them, and, of course, Dumbledore and Snape, no one knew that Lupin was a werewolf, and he could stay and continue to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. "There's no need to leave Hogwarts." "No, I have to leave. I can't help you any more here, and it will even become a hidden danger for you, won't I? Paterno knows that I am a werewolf, so he deliberately set up this situation. If he uses me again next time and you don't show up, then everything will go as Pettigrew wishes. Actually, the only thing he miscalculated was the Wolfsbane potion. If it weren't for your Wolfsbane potion, I would have killed that little girl over there by now, and you and Harry and Ron might have you, and I went to prison in Azkaban," Lupin said with a wry smile. He doesn't want to be a drag on Charlotte. Since he has no role here, it is better to do something else. "Don't worry about me. After leaving Hogwarts, Sirius and I will continue to track down the whereabouts of Pettigrew. It would be best if we can kill them." Charlotte nodded. "Okay, it seems that we don't have defense against the dark arts to teach this semester. Then you don't need to take the exam?" Charlotte looked at Lupin. Lupin almost laughed out of breath. He said, "Even if I want to leave, it won't be so fast. Of course I will leave after your final exam. Let me take the exam and see how powerful you are as a genius wizard." Charlotte smiled and said, "Of course, the professor will not be disappointed." The skies soon brightened. Lupin returned to his original form, and then left the shrieking shack with the three little wizards. Luckily, today is the weekend, and when Keluo, Gryffindor, and Slytherin don't need to go to class. Harry and Ron didn't know that Lupin would leave, so they said goodbye to Lupin excitedly and went back to sleep. After saying goodbye to Harry and others, Lupin also returned to his office. Charlotte is going back to catch up on Winclow, who didn't sleep all night last night. Cascandella reached out and grabbed Charlotte's skirt. Charlotte looked at Cascandella in amazement and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Duel with me, Charlotte," Cascandella said, with an unusually determined look in her eyes. Charlotte saved her again. Cascandella was always a child of someone else's family, and she thought it would be the same after she arrived at Hogwarts. Only she saves others. No one else will save him. But Charlotte saved her one after another. Cascandella feels very unhappy. She doesn't know where this unhappiness comes from, but if this unhappiness is not resolved, Cascandella will feel uncomfortable. After much deliberation, Cascandella decided to duel with Charlotte. Even if she loses, she is willing. Charlotte looked at Cascandella. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Of course, the duels initiated by the Slytherins never break their word. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. "Okay, Cass and Della thought Charlotte would refuse. She reached for her wand and said with her head held high, "Come on then." Charlotte didn't move, just said lightly, "But you are too weak now. You don't deserve to be my counterpart." Cass and Della almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Such a straightforward attack on the strength of others is indeed something Charlotte will do. Although she was hit, Cass and Della couldn't refute it, because what Charlotte said was indeed the truth. Her strength is not as good as Charlotte. Then you. Cass and Della blushed. She looked at Charlotte, as if she was confused, and shouted, "You can teach me. When I grow up, I will be right. You started the Master of the Nets fight, right?" Charlotte froze for a moment. Cass and Della realized what she said after belatedly. Her face was even redder, and she was holding her wand, as if she was a little at a loss. "No, I'll grow up on my own. It's nothing," Charlotte said lightly. "Teaching one is also teaching, and teaching two, it's nothing to him. And Cass and Della is the head of the big sister of Slytherin in the future. Maybe she can take advantage of it." "It's done." Cass and Della looked at Charlotte, unconsciously a little excited, but after a while she returned to her arrogant look and said, "I will pay you galleons, and when I grow up, I challenge you to a duel of wizards. I will win." Charlotte nodded nonchalantly, then waved her hand. "Okay, I'm going to sleep. He is thinking about important things." Cass and Della stood behind him, gritted her teeth, and stepped on the ground, saying again, "This attitude again." Cassie Della hates people ignoring her the most in her life. However, Charlotte shows this indifferent attitude time and time again. It is really hateful. Charlotte went up the stairs back to La 1 Keluo's dormitory. La 1 Kalau is a gathering place for academic masters, and everyone has a natural love for knowledge. So even on weekends, there are not many people in La 1 Kalau's dormitory. Most of the people went to the library or read in the library in the La 1 Keluo dormitory. As soon as Charlotte returned, she saw Xiaoya in the common room. Xiaoya was sleeping with her eyes closed, holding a book in her arms. From the looks of it, she seemed to have been sitting here all night. Charlotte stretched out her hand and gently pushed Xiaoya's head. Xiaoya opened her eyes and was confused for a while. When she saw Charlotte, she woke up. "Charlotte!" Joya stood up. She reached out and hugged Charlotte and said worriedly, "You have already returned to Hogwarts. Why didn't you tell us?" If she hadn't seen Charlotte on the road, she wouldn't have known Charlotte was back. She wanted to wait for Charlotte to have dinner together, but Charlotte never returned to the dormitory. Charlotte reached out and patted Xiaoya's head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You stayed here all night?" Xiaoya nodded and said, "I wanted to wait for you to come and see it, but I fell asleep while reading the book." "Go back and rest early. I have nothing to do," Charlotte said, urging Xiaoya to go back to sleep. Charlotte also went back to the dormitory to rest. But lying on the bed, Charlotte didn't close her eyes immediately. He took out a diary of Tom Riddle that he had with him. He wrote on it, "Tom, are you powerful enough to swallow other soul pieces?" Tom's strength was too weak compared to Voldemort's. If he wanted to fight Voldemort, he had to be at least strong enough to leave the diary temporarily. Otherwise, even Voldemort's soul might be able to kill Tom. There was an answer in the diary soon. "I think it may be possible, Mr. Grindelwald. The information I got in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets is that although the production of Horcruxes is based on killing people, the power of each split soul is different. My power may be the strongest I have now." Charlotte nodded. "Okay, I will make you stronger, Tom. Don't let me down. You will be my most solid ally, right?" The diary immediately read, "Of course, Mr. Grindelwald. I have always been your most loyal ally in 0.4. In that case, I will help you leave the diary temporarily." As soon as he saw this line of words, Tom was instantly happy. Compared with his future, his strength is not weaker by a single star. Although he can forcibly pull others into the diary, this is also conditional. People who are stronger than him, let alone absorbing life force, even if they pull it into the diary, they can't do it at all. As for the soul, to make the soul strong, it must first be complete. The wand in Charlotte's hand tapped on the diary, and then reached out to close the diary. Now is not the time. He can try it after he goes to the room of requirement and gets one Kelluo's golden crown. See, the Tom who devoured Voldemort's soul was still Tom Riddle. In the dense forest of Hogsmeade, in a damp and cold cave, a fat, hairless mouse was thrown to the ground by Dolohov, and with a poof, it turned into a Pettigrew. It seems that your plan didn't work out? Dolohov said with a sneer. Pettigrew got up, eyes full of hatred. No, Dolohov. At least we now know that Charlotte's strength has grown again. Bella stood aside, playing with the wand in her hand. Her messy hair seemed to be in an unstable state of mind. Peterina, the master is waiting for us. He needs us. Bella snapped her wand and lifted Pettigrew up. She walked over and pressed Pettigrew against the cave wall, her eyes full of madness. Color. I'm a master's servant too. Bellatrix. Pettigrew roared. You crazy woman. Dolohov looked at him coldly and said, The master is waiting for us. We must create an opportunity for the master to occupy Harry Potter's body. I think, otherwise everything would be easier if I rushed in and killed Charlotte. Dolohov's eyes darkened. Charlotte was putting too much pressure on him. In the screaming shack, even though he was sitting there motionless, or even just raising his wand, he couldn't even move. If it goes on like this, they can't do anything. We need someone. The master is silent, but his servant is still there. Pettigrew shrieked. Dolohov's eyes fell on Pettigrew. He reached out and motioned for Bella to put down his wand. Pettigrew slid down from the cave wall and sat on the ground. Lucius, we need the Ministry of Magic, and we need to use the power of those people. Pettigrew shouted, his voice full of evil and ominous. In Hogwarts, Charlotte takes her diary to the room of requirement after resting. After the death of Lewin Crow, the gold of Lewin Crow was stolen by her daughter Helena. When Lewin Crow died of illness, Helena was also accidentally killed by the Bloodman Roba. The golden diadem is missing. But no one knew that afterward, Voldemort obtained the golden crown and made a Horcrux using Ron Claw's golden crown and placed it in the House of Response in Hogwarts. Voldemort did not cast a strong protective magic on the golden crown because the House of Requirement was not marked even on the Marauder's map. Voldemort naively thought that no one would discover the existence of this Horcrux. Charlotte got the Horcrux easily. As the name suggests, a Horcrux is something that hides part of a person's soul. This part of the soul does not have any emotions of the main soul, but is just a very simple piece of soul. And a Horcrux with its own memory, like Tom Riddle, can be said to be very rare. Charlotte reached out and took out the diary, and then took out one Kelluo's golden diadem. If the diadem hadn't been infected by Voldemort's soul, he might try to see if the diadem really had the function of making people more intelligent. However, any external object can never completely change a person's characteristics, just like the Slytherin's secret room, which only records a spell. One Kelluo's golden crown is said to make people smart, but in fact it probably makes people more discerning. Try to devour future soul slices, Tom. Xiaolu wrote in his diary. Tom responded immediately, As you order, Mr. Grindelwald. Tom was very excited. His power was just that of Voldemort in his youth, absolutely incomparable to the twisted Voldemort in the future. But the soul slices also contain Voldemort's power. As long as he swallows enough soul slices, he can grow into a complete soul. Although there's no such thing as taking a home in the magic world, but with a complete soul, he can at least not stay in this cramped diary. Even if some special spells can be found, for example, the resurrection spell he saw when he was learning to make Horcrux spells, obtain the flesh and blood of his servants, his fathers, and his enemies, and he can even be resurrected. There was a twinkle in Tom's eyes. It could be said that Voldemort has always been alone, no matter in his youth or in his later years. Charlotte didn't know what Tom was thinking, nor did he have much interest in knowing. The main soul is not easy to destroy. Even Li Yin has no way to guarantee that it can completely devour and destroy a person's main soul. After all, the main soul is the foundation of a person's life. But if you devour the root with the root, it's very simple. It can be said that in Charlotte's conception, Tom Riddle cannot survive. Charlotte sat on the ground, and then waved her wand, suspending Ron Clow's golden crown and diary in midair. What is the soul like? Charlotte was a little curious. Recently, he frantically checked the spells about the soul in the restricted area, and finally saw a book on the innermost row of bookshelves in the restricted area. This book records an extremely short incantation that can draw the soul out of the Horcrux a little bit. Not much, but enough. Charlotte reached out and waved her wand, and a strange spell full of evil and ominous atmosphere was thrown out his mouth. Then I saw a gray-white thing like thick 873 glue being dragged by Charlotte's magic wand and pulled out from Kelluo's golden crown bit by bit. The spell was not simple, and Charlotte felt the unconscious mind resist his movements. Even an extremely disgusting and evil atmosphere gradually shrouded the room of response. Charlotte heard Voldemort's extremely painful voice. Charlotte. Charlotte. Charlotte smiled, and with a jerk, a strand of gray-white hair was pulled out of the La One Kelluo crown, and then Charlotte threw the strand into the diary bundle like a bait. And at the same time, Harry, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly felt a dull pain from the scar on his head, and in his sleep, he unconsciously covered his head. His eyes seemed to be shrouded in thick fog. In the thick fog, a wizard with bald head and protruding eyes shouted at him. To be precise, his name was not in his mouth. He was scurrying in the dense fog crazily, looking like a crazy monkey. Beside him, the green light looked extremely evil and sticky. Harry was trembling all over, wanting to escape constantly, because he heard that wizard who jumped onto the land like a live fish shouting desperately, "Charlotte! Charlotte! Elvis!" The excruciating pain made Harry struggle in his dream. Ron, who was sleeping next to him, hurriedly jumped out of bed and stretched out his hand to wake Harry up. Harry clutched his head and sat up abruptly from the bed. He looked at Ron and Neville beside him, panting continuously. Ron said in a panic, "Harry, I heard you calling Charlotte's name in your dream. Did you have some kind of nightmare?" The way Harry called Charlotte just now made Ron a little scared. He stared at Harry closely, afraid that someone else was pretending to be Harry sleeping here. Harry was still in shock. He looked at Ron. Did I fall into town?" Just now, it was obviously that crazy wizard who called Charlotte's name. He had never seen that old wizard, but he clearly knew who that person was. It's him. It's that mysterious man. It's Voldemort. Harry was a little flustered. Why did he have a dream come true? He remained silent for a long time, stretched out his hand to touch the scar on his forehead, and intuitively told him that all this had something to do with the scar. But why would Voldemort call Charlotte's name in that hateful tone? "Harry! Harry!" Ron shook Harry, and Harry woke up again. He looked at Ron, and Ron said in a panic, "Are you okay? Is the scar on your head hurting again?" Harry looked a little complicated. He didn't know how to tell Ron and Neville. Neville was on the side and said, "My grandma said that some little wizards are just targeted by nightmares." "Did you have a nightmare, Harry?" Harry shook his head and said nothing more. It's better not to discuss this matter with Ron and Neville. "Nothing happened. I just had a nightmare." Ron and Neville saw that he was able to speak normally again. Although his face was pale, at least he had returned to his usual familiar appearance. They relaxed and then went back to sleep on their own beds. Harry sat on the bed, feeling a little scared as he touched his scar. He feels something strange, especially when his mood changes. A strange evil will be born in his heart. This kind of evil, like a poisonous snake, is entrenched in his heart. It made him feel very suffocated. Harry lay on the bed, the pain of the scar starting to fade, and he decided to wait until tomorrow to tell Charlotte about it. Perhaps this is what Ms. Trelawney refers to as precognitive dreams. If it is really the so-called precognitive dream, then Charlotte may be in danger. At this time, in the House of Responsiveness, Charlotte slowly peeled off the soul fragment in the Horcrux and then fed it to Tom Riddle in the diary. Although the fragments in the Horcrux do not have memory and emotion, like Voldemort, they carry an extremely powerful and evil aura. Charlotte looked at the changes in the diary curiously. He wasn't worried that he would create a Voldemort with his own hands. He was a little curious whether Tom could resist this evil. As soon as the fragments of the soul touched the diary, The diary began to vibrate crazily. Charlotte let go. The entire room of requirement was under his control, and he wasn't worried that the diary would leave here. As soon as the diary was out of Charlotte's control, it began to toss and leap rapidly in the air, rolling on the beach like a dead fish ashore, as if struggling to get back into the water. Charlotte stared at the diary. Tom's painful voice came from the diary. He seemed to be trying to fuse the diary, but Tom's power was not strong, although what he fed to Tom was only a part of Voldemort's soul fragments, but the strength in it, that is, Tom can now fully bear. In other words, the evil in it is not something Tom can fully accept now. Charlotte thought, got it, for a while, reached out and took out her wand, and waved a simple magic power into the diary with the wand. Soon the diary gradually quieted down, becoming less restless. Snapped. The diary hit the ground directly from the air, kicking up dust all over the place. Charlotte looked at the diary. The old diary was stained with some gray that couldn't be washed off. It worked. Charlotte reached for the diary and opened it. Halala! The diary flew out of Charlotte's hand automatically without wind. And then Xia was in front of Jinluo. The diary hovered in front of Charlotte. There was still no content inside, and it was still blank, but a gray airflow emerged from it, and then a shadow no bigger than an adult's palm appeared on the diary. Tom Riddle stood on the page. With a wide smile on his face, he was about to bow to Charlotte, but froze suddenly. Grindelwald will not be ignored in Hogwarts' history of magic. Although there are no moving pictures of Grindelwald, there are definitely non-moving portraits. In Tom's impression, Grindelwald seemed to be quite different from the child in front of him. Isn't Grindelwald a middle-aged man with white hair? Although he was puzzled, Tom still covered 860 very well and saluted Charlotte completely and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, I finally have the opportunity to meet you." Charlotte looked at Tom Riddle standing on the page and said, "I am not Grindelwald." Tom was surprised that the person in front of him was not Grindelwald. However, he has some feelings. He was just a child in front of him, and his school uniform seemed to belong to La 1 Keluo Academy. Since it is a student of La 1 Keluo, it is absolutely impossible to have such a powerful force. Could it be that Grindelwald sent this kid because he wanted to test himself? Tom was puzzled, not knowing how to deal with the child in front of him. "Aren't you Grindelwald? Are you Mr. Grindelwald's student, Geb? Or are you?" Charlotte thought for a while and said, "No, neither do I. Not a student of Grindelwald, nor a relative of Grindelwald." Tom looked at Charlotte cautiously. He couldn't hear the outside voice at all in the diary, so he didn't know whether it was Charlotte or Grindelwald who helped him just now. But if a wizard doesn't make a move, he can hardly see the depth of the person on the other side. Tom thought for a while and said, "Hello, Hogwarts student. My name is Tom Riddle, and I'm also a Hogwarts student. You released me. Thank you very much." There was a little smile on Tom's mouth, but he was just a kid. Even if there is magic, how powerful can it be? In this way, he can use the vitality of this child to make himself even stronger. I told Grindelwald Parseltongue before, presumably Grindelwald must have known about the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know if the Chamber of Secrets is still valuable. If it is, I can make myself great again from there. Tom looked at Charlotte kindly, like an approachable senior. He smiled and said, "It's so rare. I actually met you here, my friend. I think you are very willing to help me, right? I know a lot of Hogwarts secrets. We could be good friends to share knowledge of all kinds. Point 17. You know, I've been in this diary for too long, and I miss Hogwarts very, very much." Tom's voice was seductive. He looked at Charlotte and said, "Come on, pick up this diary. I'll show you some interesting things at Hogwarts." Charlotte blinked and said with a smile, "Okay." He reached for the diary. A successful smile appeared on Tom's face, but he stopped immediately in the next second. He couldn't draw any vitality from the student in front of him. It even seemed that the magic power on his body was restricted by the student in front of him instead. This familiar force. Tom opened his eyes wide. He stared at the student in front of him and shouted, "You are Grindelwald." He doesn't understand why Grindelwald has to stay here as a child. This is really puzzling. Charlotte shook her head and said, "Of course not, Tom Riddle. I'm Charlotte Elwes." Tom took a step back. and he understood everything. It turned out that it was the student in front of me all along, who was lying to him, or lied to him with another identity. What is his purpose? What does he want to do? Originally, Tom had his own plan. He wanted to use Grindelwald instead. After all he knew what Grindelwald wanted to do, he knew he would have a place in Grindelwald's ambition. In that case, he must be able to use Grindelwald. But now, Grindelwald is a Hogwarts third-year student, a third grader. To deceive himself by being Grindelwald and possessing such great powers, simply incredible. Tom felt the power in himself, and Charlotte's magic power restrained him very easily, and he couldn't resist at all. He had never faced Charlotte's power before, and he could feel Charlotte's power. Now that he faced Charlotte's power directly, he felt like an ant under a mountain. Such power made Tom feel a little trembling. "Hi, hello, Mr. Elvis," Tom said. He didn't dare to underestimate the student in front of him. He knew that maybe the person he was facing was more terrifying than Grindelwald. Charlotte nodded and said with a smile, "Hello, Tom. This may be the first time we have met officially. It's nice to see you. You are really different from Voldemort." Tom smiled, looking a bit forced, but soon he pulled himself together again. No matter what the person in front of him is, he just needs to use him. Of course, that's the evil of the future, but I still have my conscience, and I wish I could meet him so I could condemn him with you," said Tom. It doesn't matter what he said was sincere or he was acting on the spot. Charlotte continued, "Tom, I think my alliance counts, right?" Charlotte stared at Tom. Just looking directly at him made Tom feel more stressed. Tom smiled nervously, feeling that his face seemed to be a little stiff. "Of course, Mr. Elvis." Charlotte stretched out her wand and said, "Then, let's form a blood alliance. I think the power I gave you just now is enough for you to form a blood alliance with me. The soul piece and his magic power are not for nothing. If Tom's power is not too weak, he wouldn't have to do it. For an existence like Tom, he must have a perfect plan. After all, although Tom Riddle's Voldemort when he was young was not as twisted as Voldemort, he and Voldemort were one person after all, essentially all the same." Tom struggled a little. It is not good for him to make a blood alliance now, which means that he must become a knife in Charlotte's hand and then kill his own future. There is no other choice, and this choice means danger, great danger. After eating his own soul slice, Tom can feel more and more powerful in the future. He might work with the future Voldemort if he could. They were one person after all. They knew each other and what they wanted from each other. But once the blood alliance is made, this advantage will no longer exist. He must abide by his oath, otherwise the end will be the same. Tom looked at Charlotte and said, "Of course, Mr. Elvis. He has no other choice." Tom Riddle felt extremely aggrieved. When had he ever suffered such humiliation as a young version of Voldemort? He is the only one who forces others to make choices. He is the only one who hurts others. As for Flowers, zero. Now, he was forced by such a child in front of him. Tom's heart was slightly distorted, but he still maintained a very decent smile on his face. Charlotte looked at Tom and had to say that Tom's expression was very well controlled, and he could hardly see any dissatisfaction from him. If he hadn't held the diary and added some magic power that had been sent into Tom's body before, so that he could feel the shaking of the magic power in Tom's body, he would have thought that Tom was very calm now. Zero. But yes, Voldemort probably never felt this way. Charlotte's smile got bigger and bigger, and Tom felt like he was about to throw up. He stretched out his hand, because he is in the state of soul now, and he can only use his own soul to take over the Blood Alliance. This kind of power is stronger than the pure Blood Alliance. This also means that it is impossible for him to repent. After the two formed a Blood Alliance, a silver necklace appeared between the two, and Charlotte flicked it, shrinking the necklace and hanging it around Tom's neck. Tom's soul became extremely shallow, as if it would disappear at any moment. He looked up at Charlotte and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Elvis, but I feel my strength has weakened a lot, and I think I may need to rest." Charlotte nodded, reaching out and snapping the diary shut. "Of course, Tom. Take a good rest. There will be time for you to play." The room of requirement is always brightly lit. When Charlotte came out, The first twilight just lit up in the sky. In the dormitory, little wizards came out of the dormitory one after another. Regardless of their age, when they saw Charlotte, they would all nod and say hello to him. Charlotte greeted everyone, and then ran into Ron and Harry, who were coming. Harry looked a little tired, with his head down, and there were two big dark circles beside his eyes. Ron was walking beside him, talking to Harry. Charlotte stretched out her hand and patted 183 on the two of them. Before they realized it, Ron shouted, "Xiao Luo, I didn't expect you to wake up so early today." Charlotte was surprised. You know, since he knew Harry and Ron, there was a day when the two of them didn't run to class. Unexpectedly, I could see these two people coming out of the dormitory so quickly in the corridor today. Ron pointed to Harry and said, "He seemed to have a nightmare last night." Harry lifted his head and punched a C***K. Charlotte reached out and patted the heads of the two and said, "I'll see you at the Great Lake after you finish class." Harry nodded, looked at Charlotte, hesitated to speak. "I'll see you at the Great Lakes." When Harry and Ron walked around Charlotte, Charlotte saw Hermione, who was waiting for Joya by the corridor, saw Charlotte, and Hermione waved happily. Charlotte walked up to Hermione and asked, "There are still many classes today?" Hermione nodded, and she smiled and said, "Of course. Perhaps you're more suitable to pull Winkelluo. You'd be a good fit for Gryffindor too. Everyone to take a look at the hippogriff." Hermione said. Joya arrived soon. Charlotte waved goodbye to the two, and then waited for Harry and Ron near the big lake. In the morning, Gryffindor had only one lesson, so Harry and Ron were soon by the Great Lake. Harry told Xiao Luo the dream he had last night. "I wonder if this is some kind of premonitory dream. Anyway, Charlotte, you need to be careful." Harry looked worried. Charlotte looked at Harry. Last night, he drew Voldemort's soul piece in the Room of Requirement, and it seemed that Voldemort in Harry's body sensed this soul piece at that time. "Okay, I see, but we're in Hogwarts, and I don't think anything dangerous will happen. At least Dumbledore is here." "Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world," Ron said aside. Harry nodded, but somehow felt a little worried. But now that Charlotte said so, Harry felt relieved. The three of them stayed by the lake for a while, and then returned to school again. After talking about his dream last night, Harry felt his mood improved a lot. He said excitedly, "This afternoon, Hagrid will introduce his friend to us." Ron also said happily, "We are finally going out to class." "Oh, Charlotte, you don't know. During this time, we were all reading inside, and Hagrid said it's not safe outside, so he wouldn't let us go out. The Dementors in the dense forest of Hogsmeade have not been completely eliminated by me, and the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is connected to the dense forest. Under such circumstances, let alone Hagrid, even Dumbledore dare not completely let go students head to classes near the Forbidden Forest. As for the protection of magical animals, one must go to the Forbidden Forest to see those magical animals. Hagrid is right. There might be Dementors in the Forbidden Forest. Now, can I go near the Forbidden Forest?" Charlotte was asking when a big tall man came across. Hagrid's face was hidden in the thick hair. He replied with a smile. "Of course, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall searched the whole circle in the Forbidden Forest, didn't find any Dementors inside. I think we can go inside the Forbidden Forest." "That would be great," Charlotte said with a smile. 5.8. Next class, what kind of magical animal? Charlotte asked curiously. He has always had a strong curiosity about magical animals, but unfortunately the distribution of magical animals is not even, and the habitats of some magical animals are very difficult to find. What can be seen is because some of them are small animals that are not threatening. Seeing that Charlotte was interested, Hagrid smiled and said, "Oh, Charlotte, would you like to come to my class? I will be very happy. In the next class, I want Hippogriff." Charlotte froze for a moment, then looked at Hagrid. "Okay, I haven't been to class for a long time." Hagrid laughed happily, said goodbye to several people, and left. Charlotte can take classes at any time, not limited to the academy. So on the day of the official class, among a large group of Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards, Charlotte's blue law, Winkelluo clothes are the most conspicuous. Charlotte stood beside Harry and Ron as he watched Hagrid release his baby from the restraint. "Hey, little wizards, Today we're going to meet the hippogriff. His name is Buckbeak. Hagrid stroked Buckbeak's head affectionately and talked about Buckbeak with the little wizards. The hippogriff is a very ferocious carnivore. To get close to him, you have to stare at him and bow to him. When Buckbeak bows back to you, you can pet and even ride on it. After Hagrid said this happily, he waved to Charlotte. Charlotte walked to Hagrid's side, and Hagrid said, "Then let Jean Luo come and give you a demonstration." Charlotte looked at Buckbeak, who also looked at him curiously. Hagrid had already fed Buckbeak enough food, and although Buckbeak was a carnivore, he had no interest in humans. Charlotte held her wand, looked directly at Buckbeak, and bowed to him. Buckbeak blinked and quickly bowed back to Charlotte. Hagrid said in surprise, "Oh, Charlotte, it likes you." Charlotte put her hand on Buckbeak's head and said, "I like him too, Hagrid." In the crowd, Malfoy stood on one side with his arms crossed and said in a strange voice, "Oh, it likes you, and being liked by a beast, and it's so proud. It's you, Charlotte Elvis, stupid moron melon wizard." Charlotte patted Buckbeak on the head and then rode on it, which was very similar to riding a horse, but because Buckbeak had wings, it had a different feeling. Charlotte deliberately led Buckbeak forward, and he glanced at Malfoy, who was backing away in fear because of Buckbeak's approach. "Don't be afraid, Malfoy," Charlotte said with a smile. Then Buckbeak flapped his big wings and took Charlotte off on the spot, flying a full circle over the Great Lake. When they came back, the wizards of Gryffindor looked at Charlotte with envy, and even many young wizards in Slytherin looked at Charlotte with envy. Malfoy stepped back, standing behind the crowd, staring at Charlotte disdainfully. "Just a beast." Hagrid frowned and said harshly, "Mr. Malfoy, Buckbeak is a magical animal. Please don't insult him casually." Malfoy shut his mouth and didn't speak, just took a few steps back. Charlotte got off Buckbeak, reached out and patted Buckbeak on the head, and said with a smile, "It's really good." Hagrid smiled again and said to everyone with a smile, "Oh, did everyone see what Charlotte did just now? Bow to Buckbeak, and then maybe you can pet his head." The little wizards of Gryffindor were eager to try, and they all bowed to Buckbeak. Even the wizards of Slytherin bowed their heads to Buckbeak with great interest. Malfoy stood back, looking angrily at Charlotte in the crowd. He hates the limelight, especially Muggle wizards. He stepped up to Buckbeak in a huff and cried, "Just a brute. It's not hard." Buck 610 Piccolo is not gentle with everyone. Originally, he was standing in front of the crowd, but after Malfoy appeared, his eyes suddenly turned a little red. He screamed and then raised his paws towards Malfoy. "No, Buckbeak!" Hagrid yelled. All the students raised their heads and exclaimed. Charlotte stood aside and immediately drew her wand. Malfoy was so frightened by this situation that he fell to the ground and shouted, "I'm going to tell my dad." Buckbeak didn't hurt Malfoy. Charlotte's spell protected him. But Buckbeak didn't stop there. His eyes were a little red, and he started crazily hitting the surrounding trees. The surrounding trees were hit by him, and countless leaves fell. Hagrid shouted nervously, "Buckbeak!" Buckbeak's eyes were red, and he slammed into the surroundings crazily. The students ran back in panic, and Malfoy was so frightened that he fell to the ground and shouted, "Crazy! This beast is crazy!" Charlotte also sensed something was wrong with Buckbeak. Buckbeak's eyes seemed to be a little different from when he was riding him just now. His eyes were red as if congested with blood. Charlotte waved her wand, forcibly bound Buckbeak to the ground, and shouted at Hagrid, "Hagrid, go and call Madame Pomfrey." Hagrid nodded in panic. Hermione was the first to react and took Hagrid to Madame Pomfrey. "That's the end of this lesson. Go back to the kids," Hagrid sternly said. All the students left at once. Even Malfoy was looked up by a few Slytherin students. Harry and Ron stayed behind. Charlotte easily restricted Buckbeak's actions. He stood aside and looked at Buckbeak. Buckbeak was very emotional. He roared and uttered a manic roar towards Charlotte. "Charlotte, what happened to Buckbeak?" Harry asked. Charlotte shook her head, looked at Buckbeak in front of her, and frowned. "Maybe it's something I ate, or some medicine cabinets. Buckbeak has been living in the Forbidden Forest, but not in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. There are many secrets hidden in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Even Hagrid will not go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. But outside the Forbidden Forest is Hagrid's place, and Buckbeak is fed by Hagrid. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a situation. Charlotte looked at Buckbeak. It kept struggling, trying to break free from Charlotte's restraint. Soon, Madame Pomfrey came over with a medical kit. Madame Pomfrey looked at Buckbeak and said with some embarrassment, "It's still raging. I think we need to appease it first." Hagrid looked at Buckbeak nervously and distressedly. Because of the struggle, wounds had appeared on many parts of his body, and blood flowed from those wounds. "Buckbeak, be quiet, baby, so I can heal you. Be quiet, Buckbeak." Hagrid tried to get close to Buckbeak, but Buckbeak let out a growl before he could get any closer. Charlotte walked over, reached out her hand to stop Hagrid, who was approaching, and said, "Wait for Hagrid." He picked up his wand and cast a sleep spell on Buckbeak, and Buckbeak slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Madame Pomfrey felt relieved and approached Buckbeak to examine it. "Oh, my poor Buckbeak." Hagrid looked at Buckbeak lovingly. "Look at him. He must be too tired. During this time, he is always anxious and can't sleep in the middle of the night." Charlotte looked at Hagrid. "Hagrid, what do you mean?" Hagrid explained, "Recently, it is always very anxious. It often knocks on my door in the middle of the night. I need to take it for a stroll until dawn, and then it will calm down. I think there may be something that scares it in the Forbidden Forest." "Yes, but every time I check, I don't find anything." Charlotte nodded. There must be a reason for Buckbeak's sudden mania. It's not unrelated to those people in Hogsmeade. However, it is not worth his shot now. He wants to see what those people are doing. Moreover, Charlotte glanced sideways at the nervous Harry. Seeing that Buckbeak was injured, Harry was also worried. This matter may have some impetus to his plan. Such a comfortable Hogwarts life would stabilize Harry's mind, so that Voldemort would not be able to get out. Charlotte turned her head and looked at Hagrid. "Maybe Buckbeak swallowed something. I think we'll know when Madame Pomfrey takes a look." At this time, Madame Pomfrey had almost finished the inspection, and she carefully bandaged all the wounds on Buckbeak's body with bandages. "Mania for no reason. I think maybe it's old." Madame Pomfrey looked at Hagrid. Hagrid squeezed his hands nervously and said, "Buckbeak is still a child. Madame Pomfrey, he is still very young. I think maybe Charlotte is right. He may be in the Forbidden Forest. I ate something wrong." There is also this possibility. I will continue to check tomorrow. Before that, I need to go to Professor Sprout. I think the medicine for treating mania may be useful for Buckbeak. Hagrid looked at Madame Pomfrey gratefully. "Thank you, ma'am." After Madame Pomfrey left, Hagrid walked up to Buckbeak. He reached out and patted Buckbeak on the top of his head. Buckbeak was still sleeping. He said with tears, "Oh, poor Buckbeak." Charlotte walked to Hagrid's side. Harry and Ron also walked to Hagrid's side. The three reached out and patted Hagrid on the back. Charlotte said, "Hagrid, don't be sad. Madame Pomfrey can definitely cure Buckbeak." Hagrid nodded. He wiped his tears, looked at the three people, and said, "Okay, little ones, you go back quickly. This class is over. I think we may only learn to protect magic in the classroom for a long time." Animal. Ron was a little disappointed. He looked at Buckbeak, then reached out and hugged Hagrid. "Oh, Hagrid, there is no need to blame yourself. We like your class very much." Hagrid 870 was busy with Buckbeak, so the three went back to Hogwarts together. Hermione had a divination class after the protecting miracle class, which would have left long ago. Ron said gloomily, "Can't we come out to protect magical animals in the future?" Harry reached out and patted Ron. "After Buckbeak gets better, maybe we will have a chance." "Why?" Buckbeak seemed to suddenly become manic. Charlotte frowned. He wanted to visit the Forbidden Forest. But the reason why the Forbidden Forest is called the Forbidden Forest is not only because there are many dangerous animals in it, but also because there are no animals in it fixed roads. Except for the outer edge of the Forbidden Forest, there is no road in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. This also means that if you get lost in the Forbidden Forest, it will be difficult to get out. However, this is not a problem for Charlotte. The big deal is to fly out. "Charlotte," Harry and Ron's voices came. Charlotte blinked and looked at the two. "Huh? What's wrong? What are you thinking?" You don't respond to whatever we call you, Harry said. I was just wondering why Buckbeak was crazy. Maybe it has something to do with the Forbidden Forest. Buckbeak has been living in the Forbidden Forest. Ron guessed. However, we are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. Mom took it back. Ron touched his nose, timidly. Harry also nodded. However, if it really has something to do with the Forbidden Forest, maybe we can help Hagrid, and if he wants, we can follow him to the Forbidden Forest. It doesn't matter in Hogwarts, but the danger of the Forbidden Forest is too great. Even if Harry's heart is about to stir, he is still a little worried, BGCC, that he will get lost in it. Don't worry. It's not our turn to worry about this matter. Dumbledore will definitely take care of it. Speaking of Dumbledore, Dumbledore and Snape seemed to be back, but he hadn't seen Snape staring at the students in the corridor for a long time. Perhaps it's because he doesn't go to class often. Charlotte took Harry and Ron back to Hogwarts Castle. The three of them wandered around for a while and met Cascandella in the corridor. Cascandella held the book and glanced at the three people proudly. The three of Charlotte were about to go around, but Cascandella shouted, "Charlotte!" Charlotte looked at Cascandella. Cascandella stepped on the high heels and walked in front of Charlotte. Even wearing high heels, she was still not as tall as Charlotte. She looked up at Charlotte and said, "I think you'd better remind the Titan who lives near the Forbidden Forest he is your friend, right?" Charlotte nodded, puzzled, a little curious as to when Slytherin became so kind. Cascandella continued, "Just now, Malfoy said in the Slytherin common room that he will make that Titan pay." "Well, thank you, Miss Cascandella, for reminding me," Charlotte said. Cascandella's earlobes were a little red, but her face was still cold and arrogant. She snorted and said, "That's because you saved me. There is no other reason." "Oh, I know," Charlotte said flatly. Cascandella stared at Charlotte, then turned her head and said, "Humph. Anyway, you should be careful." She finished speaking quickly, then brushed off with Charlotte and left. Ron looked at her back, then at Charlotte, and said, "Oh, I really don't understand girls." After Cascandella told Charlotte about this, Hagrid's class was stopped as expected, and the setting of the Forbidden Forest became stricter. Students were forbidden to go anywhere near the Forbidden Forest, not even to Hagrid's hut. Charlotte stayed in the library reading books until Ginny and Luna came in from the outside. Ginny sat opposite him and whispered, "Senior Elvis?" Charlotte looked up, looking at Ginny and Luna. He always felt that these two people were very idle, and he really saw them here too often, the two of them. "What's the matter, Fun?" Ginny looked at Charlotte nervously and said, "Elvis is like Jean. I heard that Hagrid's friend seems to be executed." Charlotte looked at Ginny curiously. How did she know about this? The second year of Hogwarts does not have a lesson on the protection of magical animals. Ginny said nervously, "I heard from the people in Slytherin." Ginny seemed to understand Charlotte's doubts and answered herself. Charlotte nodded, and before Ginny could finish speaking, Harry and Ron walked in and sat down beside Charlotte. "Oh no, Charlotte. Buckbeak is going to be beheaded this afternoon," Harry said anxiously. This morning, he and Ron went to see Hagrid. Hagrid was very sad and sad. There were even rumors that Buckbeak rioted because of him. Some say this will cause Hagrid to leave Hogwarts. Charlotte frowned and said, "It seems to be Lucius Malfoy. Although I don't know what Lucius is going to do. But Lucius is the only one who can do this and stab it to the Ministry of Magic." Charlotte closed the book in front of her and said, "Although we don't know what Lucius is going to do, we can't let Buckbeak be beheaded. By the way, Buckbeak's mania is gone?" Charlotte asked. Harry nodded. "After Buckbeak wakes up, his mania will be cured. Madame Pomfrey said that he took something, but he doesn't know what it is." "I think maybe the stuff he took was in the Forbidden Forest," said Ron, and he glanced at Ginny, who was staring at him, and said, "Ron, Mom told me to watch you inside the school. Did you what bad things are you going to do?" Ron pursed his lips and said, "Of course not, Ginny." Charlotte frowned slightly. Buckbeak's business needs to be sorted out, and it seems that Hermione's things need to be borrowed. In any case, Lucius had only 3 goals, either he, Harry, or Dumbledore. Although Hagrid is Dumbledore's most trusted person, if Hagrid is kicked out of Hogwarts, he will not be able to threaten Dumbledore, which will only make Dumbledore focus on Lucius. And although Hagrid had a relationship with Harry, if Hagrid really left, Harry would feel sad at most, but there would be no major emotional changes. Then the only purpose will be him. Asking for flowers, 0. Of course, this is just a guess. Charlotte is not arrogant. Although she faintly feels that it is aimed at him, it is better to find out. For this reason, Buckbeak must not die. It would be even better if Lucius could be brought down here. Charlotte frowned. He looked at several people and said, I think I have a solution. Harry and Ron looked at Charlotte excitedly. What way? Charlotte smiled and said, Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's go to Hagrid first. 0. Buckbeak's decapitation took place this afternoon, and Charlotte and Harry and Ron were soon at Hagrid's cabin, who was outside feeding Buckbeak. Buckbeak was obediently locked on the pillar by Hagrid. It seemed to know that he had made a mistake, so he was extraordinarily obedient and just ate what Hagrid gave him. Oh, you're here. Hagrid was very depressed. He touched Buckbeak's head with one hand while looking at the three of them dejectedly. Buckbeak saw Charlotte approaching, rubbed his head affectionately, and yelled twice. It likes you very much, Charlotte. Please spend more time with him. Hagrid blinked, tears wet his eyes, and he reached out to touch Buckbeak with a very sad tone. Ron reached out and tugged at Charlotte and said, Charlotte, or we'll save Buckbeak now, and say he flew away by himself. Charlotte shook her head. No, Ron, we can't do that. It was the Ministry of Magic that wanted to execute Buckbeak, and even Dumbledore couldn't go against the decision of the Ministry of Magic. Some people even went against the decision of the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore might need help. Order is the most important thing in a world. If there is no order, then everything will be messed up. If Charlotte took Buckbeak away now, the entire wizarding world would reprimand and even hunt him down, and Dumbledore might not be able to help him by then. Just like Sirius in the original book. If I really save Buckbeak, you won't be able to see me inside Hogwarts, Charlotte said. Ron also reacted, blushing, and said, Sorry, Charlotte. Charlotte shook her head, but said nothing. He walked up to Buckbeak. Buckbeak rubbed his face affectionately and said, 133 happily. Charlotte looked at Buckbeak and asked, Hagrid, where's Buckbeak living? Anything fancy? Hagrid put his hand on Buckbeak's head and said, Oh, he likes the forest. He has been living outside the Forbidden Forest. He likes to eat rats and ferrets. Charlotte nodded and patted Buckbeak on the head. The time for Buckbeak to be beheaded was coming soon. Hagrid was very happy that they came to deliver Buckbeak, but he didn't want them to see this, so he urged the three to leave quickly. Charlotte took Harry and Ron away from Hagrid's hut and returned to the big lake. Harry said sadly, It must be Malfoy's trick because Buckbeak scared him that day. Ron also said angrily, It's them. They're the murderers who killed Buckbeak. It's true that Lucius did this, but no matter what, we're going to save Buckbeak, Charlotte said. If Buckbeak is indeed beheaded, it will be confirmed that Hagrid made Buckbeak crazy, and then maybe the magical beast care course will be stopped. Although Charlotte didn't go on, he always felt that these things might have something to do with him. But he didn't want to understand. Could it be for Harry? Charlotte looked at Harry. Harry looked very sad, but he didn't have the aura of Voldemort on him. Wait a minute. We have to wait for Hermione to finish class. Malfoy Manor. The sky was cloudy, and the manors of these pure-blooded nobles never seemed to be illuminated by the sun. Even in the Malfoy Manor, it was rare to see the sun. And today is the most ordinary day, cloudy. Lucius looked at the people sitting in the study with a cold face. Pettigrew pretended to bend towards Lucius. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. I hope your business has been settled. Lucius sat on the sofa and glanced coldly at the person in front of him. Of course, Pettigrew, our purpose is the same. No one wants to see their enemies grow. I help you keep Charlotte from contacting those magical animals. I think you have to fulfill your promise. I want Dumbledore to leave Hogwarts. Lucius' eyes were a little cold. It took him a lot of effort to drive that nasty beast crazy, and that beast almost hurt Malfoy. Although the goal was achieved in the end, it still made him unhappy that Malfoy was almost injured. Our goals are the same, Lucius. Dolohov looked up at Lucius as he raised his head. The Death Eaters were not too satisfied with Lucius' attitude. Lucius was like a grass on the wall, claiming that he had nothing to do with them the moment Voldemort fell. Even though they are now united because of some interests, they still don't trust Lucius very much. I hope you won't be the same as before, Lucius. Dolohov touched the wand in his hand. If Lucius rebelled or did something unfavorable to them, he will be the first to kill him. Lucius sat on the sofa and said with a sneer, I hope you have that ability, Dolohov. If the Malfoy family didn't take you in, don't you think you could do anything? Of course I'm central to my master. You don't have to worry. The Malfoy family hates muggles. At least on this point, my beliefs with the master are the same. If you betray our beliefs, I will also attack you. Dolohov. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Dolohov and Lucius looked very at odds. Bella stood in front of the window, hugging her elbows, looking at the sky and wondering what she was thinking. Pettigrew smelled the smell of gunpowder and said with a smile, Oh, there's no need to be so excited. We are allies and servants of the Master. As long as we can complete our work, as long as we can welcome the Master back, no matter whose wish, we can get it. Accomplish. Pettigrew glanced at the two of them, dressed a little treacherously. Lucius turned his eyes and looked at the sky outside the window. Things are progressing as he expected, and Buckbeak is dead, and he can use this matter to make a lot of articles. Those guys from the Ministry of Magic are just a bunch of idiots who have fallen into the eyes of money. As long as there is a little sweetness, even the abolition of the protection of magical animals is nothing. Even if the public is banned from touching dangerous magical animals, it is only a matter of time. Charlotte Elwes. A dark light flashed in Lucius' eyes. Hogwarts will be your grave. At this time, Hogwarts. Charlotte stood in the hallway, Harry and Ron by his side. Many people passed by, looking at the three of them curiously. Because they are here, they have been standing all morning. Ron yawned and said, Oh, it's hard to understand why anyone would take classes for fun. I think I might go crazy if I take so many classes. Ron, you know, there are always people who like to receive all kinds of new knowledge. Maybe Hermione is one of them? Harry 4.0 shrugged. Charlotte cast her eyes on the corridor. In front of the corridor, a brown curly-haired girl in a Gryffindor school uniform was walking hurriedly. Hermione, Charlotte called. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she ran up to Charlotte. Charlotte, Harry, Ron, why are you all here? Where's Joya? We're waiting for you here. Joya is still in class. Charlotte said briefly, leading Hermione to the side. While walking, he said, Hermione, you have chosen 4 classes. But as I recall, there are some lessons that duplicate Gryffindor's lessons, right? Hermione's eyes flashed. Yes, why do you ask that? Charlotte didn't beat around the bush either. He just said, Can you lend us your time turner? How do you know I have a time turner? Hermione wondered. Choose 4 courses and still haven't missed them, unless you still have a clone. Charlotte blinked. Hermione looked at the 3 of them. Although she was always busy with her studies these days, she probably knew what they wanted to do. She was saddened by the news of Buckbeak, and she would be saddened if Buckbeak was indeed executed. Hermione reached into her pocket and took out the time turner. She handed the time turner to Charlotte, who took it. The time turner appeared to be a golden chronograph, and a fine chain hung the chronograph. Charlotte turned on the chronograph and looked at Hermione. There was hope in Hermione's eyes. Buckbeak must be rescued. Charlotte nodded and left with Harry and Ron. The use of the time converter is very simple. Every time you turn it, you can easily turn the time back 1 hour. Charlotte twirled the time turner, and 16 jumped back in time to before Buckbeak was executed. Harry and Ron felt that they seemed to be flying back quickly. Countless vague cloud shapes flashed in front of their eyes. There seemed to be the sound of huge drums in their ears, and in their eyes, each other's existence seemed to be a vague missame. Soon, the time turner stopped. Harry felt like a layer of cotton was stuffed in his head. Charlotte reached out and patted Harry and Ron, and they came to their senses. Go! It's time we save Buckbeak. Gryffindors! Harry and Ron's eyes lit up, and they followed Charlotte excitedly. Remember, we must never appear in front of our past. Charlotte took Harry and Ron back to the dormitory first and took out the invisibility cloak. Harry covered himself and Ron with the cloak, Charlotte cast the invisibility spell, and the three of them headed towards Hagrid's cabin. What would happen if we appeared in front of our past selves? Harry asked. That would be a terrible thing. At least in the magic world, there is no such precedent to learn from. If you want to be the first example, you can try it, Charlotte said with a smile. Harry and Ron shook their heads in fear, then moved on. In fact, he is also a little curious. If the present self appears in front of the past self, what will happen? There is a high probability that some causal paradoxes will occur. Charlotte took Harry and Ron towards Hagrid's hut, and then hid in the grass near the hut. At this time, Charlotte from the past brought Harry and Ron down to Hagrid. Hagrid's voice sounded, "Oh, here you are. He likes you very much, Charlotte. Spend more time with him." Charlotte looked up over there. Obviously, she might not have realized she was here at that time either. But that's right, the current him and the past him, but a few hours apart, their mana points are equal, and it's normal not to see him. After the past three left, Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge arrived at Hagrid's hut not long after. Hagrid's voice sounded very sad. "I don't know, man. Buckbeak is just a kid, and I think maybe he's going crazy because of something he ate." Dumbledore was on the side, comforting Hagrid, and Fudge, who came over in person, was a bit aggressive. "No, Mr. Rubius, your pet has gone mad. I don't think you can teach the care of fantastic beasts anymore. This term is best cancelled, Headmaster Dumbledore. You know, the mysterious man is missing now, the Dementors are not under control, and the Ministry of Magic is already in a state of distress. I hope Hogwarts can help us." Dumbledore was silent and said, "Fudge, such a decision by the Ministry of Magic is not fair to Hogwarts. Hagrid is an excellent magizoologist. This is just an accident. Principal Dumbledore, I know what you mean. I came here in person because I don't want anyone to use the hands of the Ministry of Magic to have an adverse effect on Hogwarts. But now many parents are worried that Hogwarts used to there's never been such a thing, has it? I hope Hogwarts can continue to run well." Fudge's voice was a little impatient. Obviously, he didn't want to argue with Dumbledore about it. He even thought it was a waste of time. He really doesn't understand. Isn't it just a hippogriff? This is not a particularly cherished magical creature, and on the basis of harming the wizard, this hippogriff should indeed be executed. Hagrid's voice grew sad, and he sobbed under his breath. "Oh no, Buckbeak, it's wrong. It's just a child." Charlotte stood by, and Harry and Ron crouched in the grass. The invisibility cloak is not perfect. For example, Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody can see the invisibility cloak. Charlotte does not know if there are others. For example, Fudge can see Charlotte hidden in the invisibility cloak. Of course, this probability is not very high. McNeil, wearing a black robe and holding a long scythe, has been standing beside the pumpkin field for a long time. He is waiting for the few people next to him to finish talking, and then he can use his own scythe to kill the little animal in front of him. Buckbeak also seemed to know his fate. It was lying in the pumpkin field, motionless. The negotiation among the three wizards was not pleasant. Dumbledore patted Hagrid and invited Hagrid and Fudge to go inside the house. Hagrid didn't want to see Buckbeak executed, so he followed Dumbledore into the house. "I think you have to come too, McNeil." Dumbledore's voice came from inside the room. "Yes, you need to come and sign." McNeil leaned his long scythe against the wall of Hagrid's hut, looked at Buckbeak, and said in a wicked tone, "Oh, little one, it will be your time to die soon." While everyone was in the room, Charlotte hurried over. His breath made Buckbeak a little happy. "Be quiet, Buckbeak." Charlotte took Buckbeak's reins and then pulled him towards the nearby grass. "It's not safe in the Forbidden Forest, but I found a safe place for you, don't worry." Charlotte reached out, took off her robe, and covered Buckbeak directly. In the next instant, Buckbeak disappeared in place. Harry asked in surprise, "Oh, this is it?" "It's Wuhan extended calligraphy," Charlotte explained, and then immediately left with Harry and Ron. In the hut, McNeil pushed open the door and came out. He picked up the sickle leaning against the wall and said, "It's time to end your life." Hagrid's sad voice came from behind him. "Oh no, Buckbeak, where's the little thing?" came McNeil's voice, and Hagrid came out with Dumbledore and Fudge, tears still hanging from Hagrid's beard, and he looked at the pumpkin field ahead. There is nothing in the pumpkin patch. Oh, Buckbeak! Hagrid yelled. He was still here just now? Fudge wondered. Ah yes, he was here just now, said Dumbledore, with a slight smile in his eyes. Fudge scowled, looking from Dumbledore to Hagrid, and said, What a coincidence. Charlotte took Harry and Ron back to where they started the time turner. The time on both sides is offset, and they're back on the timeline again. Buckbeak, finally! Harry looked at Charlotte with wide eyes. Ron said excitedly, Great. We saved him. However, it's best not to talk about it. Charlotte said, We don't want to tell anyone about Buckbeak for the time being. By the way, does Hermione have class this afternoon? There's a divination class, Harry said. The three of them waited in the corridor for a while, and then they saw Hermione and Joya. Charlotte handed the time converter to Hermione, and Hermione held the time converter and looked at the three of them. Did you make it? Certainly. Choya poked her head out and looked at the three people opposite. What are you talking about? Charlotte looked at Hermione and said, It's nothing. It's just a trivial matter. Buckbeak goes missing. Charlotte saves him. But he still has a question. Why would Lucius target a fantastic beast? Maybe I should go to the Forbidden Forest to take a look? After all, the reason for Buckbeak's mania has not been found yet. Is it because of something wrong, or because of other reasons? Whoever Lucius was after, Charlotte thought, she might have to take a trip into the Forbidden Forest. The following days became unusually peaceful. Charlotte took a chance and wanted to go to the Forbidden Forest. But the Forbidden Forest seems to be more strictly guarded. Many people said that there are many crazy magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. These animals will come out to hurt people at any time. So the Forbidden Forest is guarded more closely. Charlotte, are there really a lot of manic magical animals in the Forbidden Forest? Joya asked. Charlotte ate the bread and shook her head. Dumbledore didn't let us go to the Forbidden Forest. I don't know, Hagrid hasn't been at Hogwarts for a long time. I think he is probably busy, Choya said with some frustration. The course on the protection of magical beasts is no longer taught, and they said that they probably won't be taught in the next semester. After all, the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest are very dangerous. It is estimated that students will no longer be allowed to approach the Forbidden Forest, near the forest. What Joya is looking forward to most is the course on the protection of magical animals. But since Buckbeak was executed, although the course on the protection of magical animals did not say that it was canceled, in fact, it was never held again. Choya always felt that something was not good, and the vampire's predictive ability made her feel something was not good. I always feel that something is wrong. Charlotte, is something going to happen? Choya whispered. Charlotte looked at Choya and asked, What did you foresee? Choya shook her head. Without the crystal ball, I can't see the future, but I always feel that something is not good. I heard that they are tracking Buckbeak everywhere, and Hagrid, it is said that he seems to be leaving Hog-Soon-Was. That's bad news, isn't it? Yes. Charlotte looked a little complicated. Choya looked at Charlotte and whispered, Do you want to do something? If you want to do something, can we help you? The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. Charlotte thought about it and said, I might go to the Forbidden Forest. It's dangerous inside. I can walk by myself. You may not be able to escape. Recently, the outside of the Forbidden Forest is very tightly guarded. Hagrid and Professor Snape often patrol outside the Forbidden Forest. If you're caught, it will not be as simple as deducting points. Going into the Forbidden Forest after the Hogwarts ban would definitely get Hermione and the others expelled from the school. It's better not to do this kind of thing. Choya also knew that if they were caught, they would definitely be expelled, so she said in a low voice, Well, it seems that we probably can't follow you, but you're going to the Forbidden Forest. Before Choya could finish speaking, the sound of countless flapping wings came over. Charlotte looks out the window as his owl brings him this morning's Daily Prophet. Today's Daily Prophet reported on the news of Buckbeak's escape a few days ago, and the news that Buckbeak was wanted. And a piece of news that is not very eye-catching, but it is extremely noticeable. The Ministry of Magic is discussing to formulate a decree on the restriction of magical animals. Charlotte frowned, now that he had some idea why Lucius had set his sights on Buck Northbeam. They want students, even those who don't work with magical animals, to reduce their exposure to magical animals. cut off the possibility of his growth. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, which was interesting. He can completely ignore this matter. After all, he really wants to find magical animals, and they can't stop him at all. But if you don't, it's not his style. If Lucius finds him a job, then he will not be happy for Lucius. That beast will definitely die, and if you help that beast, you won't end well either, Malfoy said, standing aside. He held up the Daily Prophet in his hand, and Malfoy had obviously seen the news too. From now on, you can never touch those strange creatures again. And that beast, he will definitely be caught. Malfoy stared at Charlotte, trying to see what, Nords, something. But Charlotte's expression was very calm. He put one hand on the dining table, looked at Malfoy, and said, "Then let's see, Malfoy. If Slytherin can only talk, I advise you to talk about it." Malfoy's face turned red. He looked at Charlotte viciously and choked out angrily, "Mud blood." In the next second, the clothes on the back of Malfoy's neck were grabbed, and Snape's indifferent voice sounded from behind. "Mr. Malfoy, I think we need to have a good talk." Charlotte looked at Malfoy with a bit of schadenfreude, and Malfoy's neck was flushed, and he looked at Charlotte, clenching his teeth. "Charlotte, Elvis." Charlotte waved her hand and said, "Goodbye, Malfoy. I think Professor Snape would love to have a chat with you." Malfoy snorted coldly. Snape glanced at Charlotte, and then led Malfoy away. Malfoy is so annoying. Joy is set aside. Charlotte turned around and continued to look at the Daily Prophet. Apart from these, the Daily Prophet was full of relatively simple gossip, and even the production of magic food, and so on. Charlotte read the Daily Prophet with great interest, and was finally attracted by an interesting piece of news. The Prophet tabloid. Outside of Hogsmeade, there are some strange footprints, which are currently suspected to be undiscovered magical animals. The Association for the Protection of Magical Creatures hereby warns all wizards not to disturb this lovely unknown creature for the time being. Weird footprints. Charlotte blinked, feeling something interesting. Maybe this time he will meet this cute little animal during his trip to the Forbidden Forest. Now that she decided to go to the Forbidden Forest, Charlotte decided to leave as soon as possible. But of course she didn't tell Dumbledore about it. If you tell Dumbledore, it's tantamount to taking advantage of Dumbledore's headmaster's authority. If anyone knows about it, then Dumbledore won't be able to stay at Hogwarts for long. After dinner, Joya and the others were going to class. Taking advantage of this time, Charlotte went to Hogsmeade from the pass under the Whomping Willow. Lucius didn't seal the passage under the Whooping Willow. Obviously, he really didn't want people to know that the noble Lucius was walking around in this 90 passage. After coming out of the Honeydukes candy shop, Charlotte went to the Pig's Head Tavern. In the Pig's Head Tavern, Abe Forth was pouring wine for several wizards. Seeing him coming, she said, "Sit by yourself. I'll get you some later." Charlotte would come to Hogsmeade to drink butterbeer when she was tired of reading in the library. Anyway, he was in the third year now, and Hogwarts didn't prohibit third-year students from going out. So he didn't care, but compared to walk through the main entrance, the Whomping Willow is faster. The butterbeer at the Hog's Head is really good. Charlotte smiled, finishing the whole butterbeer. Aberforth glanced at Charlotte and said, "You look happy." Aberforth had taken care of his own Ariana for a long time, and he was very good at watching children's minds. Not to mention, Charlotte and him were quite familiar. He felt that something was wrong with Charlotte's mood today. Normally, Charlotte's mood hardly fluctuated, but today Charlotte seemed a little excited. "What, got a girlfriend?" Abeforth took out another glass of butterbeer and put it directly on Charlotte's table, BG. Charlotte froze for a moment, looked at Abeforth, and said, "Of course not." It was rare for Aberforth to feel a little curious. He looked at Charlotte, still maintaining an indifferent expression. "I see. The girls around you seem to have a good impression of you, such as the girl you brought last time. Like a Slytherin girl?" Charlotte almost spits out a sip of butterbeer. The last time he just came out of the library, he saw Cascandela. So he stopped by and asked Cascandela if he wanted to go to the Pig's Head Tavern together. Cascandela also agrees. So he took Cascandela to the Hog's Head Tavern to drink butterbeer from the passage. "I didn't know you were such a gossip, Abeforth." Charlotte finished her butterbeer and said, "It's just a friend, and of course it's half an enemy. After all, She always seems to want to confront me. Abeforth put away his cup. Two sickles, Slytherin always do whatever you don't need any more anyway. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. No shortage, good guy. He didn't think there was no shortage either. And, for Charlotte, it's too early, he still has a lot to do. I don't think I'm short, okay. Charlotte took out two sickles and put them on the table, then walked outside. As he walked, many people in the Pig's Head Tavern raised their heads to look at his figure, and many people stood up and walked outside. Knowing that there was a tail following her, Charlotte put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. When he reached the outside of Hogsmeade Village, he turned around and said, "Should I ask you to come out, or should you come out by yourself?" A few dressed wizards came out from behind the barrier, their faces covered in black robes. "Oh, you are Charlotte Elvis. We have no malicious intentions in following you. We just want to see your style." Charlotte raised her eyebrows. He never kept his name when he did things. Apart from genius wizards, do these guys know anything else? Are you from Grindelwald or Death Eaters? Charlotte asked. The wizards on the opposite side looked a little nervous, and one of them, a wizard in a green robe, came out and took off his hood to show respect. "We are no one's servants, Mr. Elvis. We only know you because of the last time you fought off the Dementors, although Hogwarts did not make your name known. But at that time, we happened to be nearby, so we were able to admire your strength." Charlotte raised her eyebrows. He didn't listen to this, but at most the few people in front of him were sent by Grindelwald or Voldemort to investigate his whereabouts. Have no influence on your own affairs. There is no need to say these words, Charlotte said lightly, and he scanned these people around. The green-robed wizard seemed to sense Charlotte's emotions. He lowered his body and said respectfully, "I'm very sorry for causing you trouble, and we will leave immediately." After speaking, several wizards went to Hogsmeade Village under the leadership of the green-robed wizard. "Let him go like this?" A hoarse voice came from the black robe. The green-robed wizard's face darkened. "Of course not, because of that idiot Lucius. Riots have already started in the Forbidden Forest. Why do you think the Forbidden Forest is a Forbidden Forest? And how many things are hidden in this place? Even Charlotte Elvis, you can't even do it casually." Hee. I think this time, even if he doesn't die in the Forbidden Forest, he will definitely become the enemy of the magic world. The Ministry of Magic will not let go of those who destroy the Forbidden Forest. The evil voice of the green-robed wizard came. The wizards next to him also laughed sinisterly. Charlotte walked towards the dense forest. Hagrid and Snape were guarding outside the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was fine, but Snape's intuition was still terrible. It would be bad if he found out. Then the best way is to enter from the dense forest. The dense forest and the Forbidden Forest are actually the same place, but the dense forest outside of Hogsmeade is generally not visited by anyone. Adult wizards know that entering the mountains alone is a very dangerous thing, but the Forbidden Forest inside Hogwarts is not necessarily the case. Students, but none of the most curious creatures in the world. Hogsmeade before the jungle. From a distance, Charlotte saw a student wearing a Hogwarts uniform standing in front of the dense forest. Her blonde hair was very conspicuous in the orange dusk. She seemed to hesitate, standing in front of the dense forest, not knowing whether to go in or leave. Charlotte recognized her and called, "Luna." Luna turned her head and looked at Charlotte in surprise. "Senior Elvis." Charlotte walked over and patted Luna on the head. "Why are you here? It's dangerous near the dense forest. It's best not to approach the dense forest casually." Luna looked at Charlotte and said, "I feel its presence, and I think it may have come." Charlotte wonders, who is it? Is it Luna's friend, or what? It's a horned snoring beast. Luna laughed happily and said, "It's its breath. I can feel its breath, dash." Luna looked very happy. She has been looking for the horned snoring beast, and has always believed in the existence of the horned snoring beast, but now she can really see it. "This morning, I felt its presence, and it came. The unknowable wet swamp appeared here, my God. Charlotte, I will definitely see it, right?" Luna showed a rare display of great pleasure and interest. Charlotte smiled and said, "Of course." Protecting Luna is not a difficult task. Charlotte felt that it was nothing, so she didn't say anything to interrupt Luna's happiness. In this case, let's go in and find the Snork, Charlotte said. Luna nodded, looked up at Charlotte, and said, okay. Not many people entered the dense forest in Hogsmeade, so there were no roads in the dense forest. Charlotte held a wand in her hand and then released Buckbeak. Buckbeak lived in the forest, and he had a keen perception of the evil aura in the dense forest. And because he was here, Buckbeak would not be driven mad by this aura. Luna looked at Buckbeak in surprise. Charlotte, it hasn't been punished? No. Buckbeak rubbed against Charlotte's face affectionately. Charlotte reached out and touched Buckbeak's head, then turned over and sat on Buckbeak's body, reaching out her hand towards Luna. Come up. Let's go find the horned snoring beast. Luna's eyes were full of stars. She looked at Charlotte and smiled slightly. She put her hand on Charlotte's hand. Charlotte pulled Luna onto Buckbeak's back and then said, Buckbeak, can you feel the breath of the horned beast? Buckbeak went crazy because of the things in the Forbidden Forest. There are many animals in the Forbidden Forest. Maybe there are many animals in it that are the same as Buckbeak. Well, this means that the source of transmission has this certain risk, although he can protect Luna. But after taking Luna to find the horned snoring beast, send her out, and then go to find the source of transmission. Ask for flowers. Buckbeak yelled twice, and then walked forward slowly. Luna pulled Charlotte's robe and asked, does Buckbeak know where the horned snork is? Of course, it's been living in the Forbidden Forest. Charlotte replied, and then asked, how did you get back to Hogsmeade, Luna? Blinking his eyes, he rarely showed a bit of cunning. Because I often see you disappearing near the Whooping Willow, I think there must be a secret hidden there, so I came here. 0. Luna deserves to belong to Lawin Kelluo. Charlotte couldn't help feeling that Luna was indeed very smart, even smarter than Hermione. But Luna's gaze was farther away, while Hermione paid more attention to the present. There's a very bad smell in this forest. Luna looked at the dense forest ahead. There's also a wonderful smell, like the moon. I think this is the breath of the horned snoring beast, but its smell is very bad stabilize. Luna frowned. It seems a little uncomfortable. Listening to Luna's words, Charlotte asked curiously, you haven't seen it yet. How do you know this? Luna stretched out her small hand and waved in the air. The air doesn't smell very good. Charlotte can smell it too. As long as you close your eyes, the airflow will tell people a lot. It's like the starry sky will tell people a lot. Luna closed her eyes and spread her arms behind Charlotte, and the forest wind blew past her arms, blowing her golden hair. It's a very bad breath, and there are some distressing breaths. It's screaming. Luna opened her eyes, with tears shining in her star pupils. Charlotte closed his eyes, and he held out his hand, and the wind blew between his palms, but he felt no emotion other than softness. It seems that this is probably Luna's talent. Then it looks like we have to get to it as soon as possible. Charlotte reached out and touched Buck 053 Buckbeak. Go Buckbeak. Luna reached out and grabbed Charlotte's skirt, looking at the forest ahead. The road from the dense forest to the Forbidden Forest is not very far. Buckbeak walked forward slowly, and Charlotte carefully checked the surrounding situation. Wait a minute. Charlotte told Buckbeak to stop, and Charlotte jumped off Buckbeak and squatted beside him, and he reached out and grabbed a handful of dirt. A strange breath. Some evil but with some holy. Charlotte frowned, then threw the dirt away, and he turned over and boarded Buckbeak again. It seems that we must find it as soon as possible. Luna nodded. Buckbeak continued to walk forward. At night, the two officially entered the Forbidden Forest from the dense forest. The trees in the Forbidden Forest became more dense, and some moonlight poured obliquely into the Forbidden Forest. Charlotte watched the moonlight, said, at night, Hagrid will patrol the Forbidden Forest, Buckbeak. Charlotte reached out and patted Buckbeak on the head. Don't let Hagrid see you yet. Moreover, Buckbeak's eyes was still obvious in the Forbidden Forest, and if Snape followed Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest, they would be too easy to spot. Charlotte put Buckbeak in her clothes again, and then led Luna forward. Can you feel where the horned snork is? Charlotte looked at Luna. Luna's face looked a little pale under the moonlight. She blinked and said, in the Forbidden Forest, there's a very unpleasant aura, and I can't find its existence in this aura. Charlotte nodded, without forcing, but reached out and touched Luna's forehead. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me as soon as possible, and I will send you out of the Forbidden Forest. Luna nodded and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm fine. There is hope in her eyes. She wants to see the horned beast, so she will not leave the Forbidden Forest until she sees it. An evil breath flows in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is originally dark. This evil breath is like a black mist, and even the moonlight is stained with gray. Charlotte jumped over the river and walked forward. Feeling the evil aura, he cast his gaze into the Forbidden Forest. It seems that thing is in the Forbidden Forest. Their current location is on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, which is also within Hagrid's inspection range. Hagrid usually wears Fanya. As long as you hear Fanya's voice, you could determine Hagrid's location. But beware, Snape would follow Hagrid. Charlotte looked towards Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's hut was not clearly visible from here. I don't know if Hagrid has started to patrol the Forbidden Forest, Charlotte said. Luna blinked her eyes, pointed to a black shadow that was growing in the distance, and said, Is that Hagrid? Only then did Charlotte notice that someone seemed to be approaching. He pulled Luna and hid under a huge fallen tree, then stared at the approaching figure. It was inconspicuous from a distance, but after getting closer, Charlotte realized that there were several people. These people were all wearing black robes. Their faces were hidden in the hoods, and they couldn't see clearly. They walked forward, and they seemed to be rushing into the Forbidden Forest. Did you catch that thing? Of course not. That thing runs too fast. Idiot. If it weren't for you, would this thing be able to run away? Its blood is very delicious. Been thinking about 3.5, idiot. Those men in black robes said, walking side by side towards the front, and waited for the shadow to get smaller before they came out from behind the tree. The smell of blood, their existences from darkness. Luna said on the side, Is it the incarnation of pitch-black worms? Charlotte looked at Luna. There were always many strange creatures hidden in Luna's mind. However, her senses are indeed very keen. According to Luna, the smell of blood could be a vampire? Charlotte looked at the backs of those people. This is really possible. The vampires have long fallen to the Devil King's camp. Although Voldemort and Grindelwald have temporarily disappeared, those two vampire families are still secretly serving the Devil King. Charlotte and Luna were about to stand up, but the next moment they saw Hagrid and Snape walking together. Snape's eyes were fixed on the backs of the vampires who walked in. Obviously, Snape had spotted these people. Professor Snape, shall we follow? Hagrid led Fong Fong, and Fong Fong barked twice. Hagrid stretched out his hand to pull Fong Fong's dog leash and said, No, Fong. Hagrid, you stay here. I'll follow them. Snape said, Recently, the animals in the Forbidden Forest have been rioting. He and Hagrid guarded here, and have encountered many magical animals as manic as Buckbeak. Dumbledore said that there were evil beings in the Forbidden Forest, and Snape went in alone to search several times, but he didn't receive any goods. It was not until this evening that Snape saw these people who sneaked into the Forbidden Forest. Professor Snape, this is very dangerous. I think we need to tell Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid said. Fong Fong looked very excited. Although Hagrid scolded several times, Fong Fong was still moving frantically, wanting to rush into the Forbidden Forest. No, if you let them slip away now, you may not be able to wait later. You stay on guard outside the Forbidden Forest. If I don't come out, go tell Headmaster Dumbledore. There are too many possibilities for rioting animals. Hagrid is good at dealing with those rioting animals. In order to prevent rioting animals from rushing out of the Forbidden Forest after he enters, one person should be left guarding outside the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid nodded worriedly. He looked at Snape. Snape flicked his cloak as if a big bat was walking forward. Hagrid turned around and walked outside the Forbidden Forest. Charlotte and Luna poked their heads out, and Luna blinked. Professor Snape has passed. Charlotte stood up and said, Professor Snape is very powerful, but those vampires are not vegetarian. He might be in danger. Charlotte turned over the trunk and pulled Luna over again. Do you want to go on? Charlotte looked at Luna. Luna nodded. She stretched out her hand to pinch the beer cork hanging around her neck and said, "This is a talisman. We will be fine. And the horn-snoring beast has a bad breath. I think it was killed by those nasit bugs entangled." What are nasit bugs? It's some soul-eating insects, dark and evil, and they will turn holiness into depraved evil. Luna said. She looked up at the moonlight leaking from the woods, said, "It's getting cloudier." Charlotte knew that Luna was talking about the horn monster, so he stretched out his hand and grabbed Luna. "Follow me. Remember to be careful." Luna nodded, gripping Charlotte's skirt tightly. Things get a little more complicated. He had no way to send Luna away first, so he could just take Luna forward. Luna's keen intuition may help him at critical moments. Moreover, now that Snape is also involved, if 123 sees himself in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and Luna, maybe the unselfish Mr. Bad, will deduct 100 points from Lawin Kelluo. Thinking that she hadn't gotten back the 50 points before, Charlotte felt a little headache. It seemed that it was better not to let Snape see this time. Still, neither he nor the vampires seemed to be looking for something. The group of vampires said that its blood is delicious. What is it? Charlotte frowned and didn't think about it any further, because the answer was right ahead. Next, there may be some dangers. You have to follow me closely and don't get lost. Charlotte instructed. Luna nodded and said, "Don't worry, Charlotte. You are easy to find. In the dark, the light on your body is very bright, and I won't lose it." Those vampires walked very slowly. They were looking for something while walking forward. Charlotte commanded Buckbeak to come down. There was more information on the ground than in the sky. It seemed that it was better for him to be on the ground. Charlotte turned over and got Buckbeak down. Luna was about to follow him down. Charlotte reached out to stop him and said to Buckbeak, "Buckbeak, watch Luna carefully. Don't let Luna get hurt." "Are you going there alone?" Luna asked. "Don't worry, you sit on Buckbeak," Charlotte said, reaching out to pat Buckbeak. Buckbeak let out a low cry and then flew up into the sky again. Charlotte took out her wand, cloaked herself instantly with a flick of the wand, and followed Snape again. This time, he stopped to look at the tree touched by the vampire. The tree seemed to have been hit by something and had some blood on it. Charlotte stretched out her hand to twist the blood powder. It seemed that it had been here for a long time, and there was some evil aura on the blood. Charlotte then walked on. Now that the invisibility charm had been cast, he was more casual, since Snape couldn't see him anyway. So Charlotte walked past Snape carelessly. Snape froze. He felt a familiar smell, but there was no one around him. Who's there?" Snape asked quietly. But there was literally no one in front of him, because Charlotte was already walking towards the vampires. Luna, who was sitting on Buckbeak, stared at Charlotte closely. Even from such a distance, Buckbeak still seemed a little unstable. It barked twice, and Luna reached out to touch Buckbeak. She seemed to have a unique power to calm people down. Buckbeak turned back and rubbed against her, and the agitation in his eyes dissipated a lot. "Buckbeak, be quiet. Charlotte is doing something. We can't disturb him, can we?" Buckbeak yelled twice, then glided down for a while, and then flew up again. In the Forbidden Forest, Charlotte follows those. At this time, an ominous atmosphere came from the Forbidden Forest. Charlotte frowned. Something rioted. Those vampires also seemed to feel the ominous atmosphere. What breath? The damned animals? Damn, it's all about that idiot, Wong Li-Hao Lucius. The 6 vampires simply wrapped themselves in the black robes, which wrapped them tightly. And then his figure and the black robes were all hidden in a black mist. This is a common method of vampires, and Charlotte has seen it many times before. These vampires will blend their bodies into the black mist to increase their speed. But this time, the ominous aura seemed to come even faster. Before the black mist incarnated by the vampires left, a group of densely packed spiders the size of football rushed towards the vampire's position overwhelmingly. "Come over." Octopus. The spider community living in the Forbidden Forest was formed by Aragog brought in by Hagrid. These things are highly poisonous, cruel by nature, and like to eat human flesh. In the beginning, this giant spider was bred to protect the treasures of wizards. Later, the Ministry of Magic banned the cultivation of this dangerous spider. But the range of the Acromantula branch has begun to expand, and it has been sighted in many places. Charlotte's figure flashed, and she jumped directly onto the rock. These dark and hairy guys don't feel very good. And as a carnivorous animal that likes to eat human flesh, I don't know if these spiders can see themselves. When Charlotte jumped onto the stone, the 6 vampires were surrounded by spiders, and the Acromantia couldn't eat the black mist, but the 6 vampires also left the spider swarm. 890, damn, what the hell? Damn it. The figure of the vampire emerged from the black mist, and many spiders jumped on it when they saw the figure of the vampire. Charlotte looked at it twice, then looked away. Acromantis doesn't eat vampires, but there is a shortage of food in the dense forest, and people will eat anything in a hurry, let alone spiders. The Acromantula is like a torrent, and there are many large Acromantulas as big as a car mixed in it. Their originally black eyes have now all turned red, and the bright red color is everywhere, making the forest in front of them look a little scary. Charlotte looked back, and Snape was right behind. He couldn't deal with so many Acromanders by himself. What's more, these giant 8-eyed spiders are not all cannibals. Click, click, click. The huge claws of the Acromantula made a clearly audible sound, which made people feel extraordinarily creepy on this moonlit night. Snape cautiously looked ahead. He hadn't followed too closely because he was afraid that these people in front would find him. He hid behind a stone and listened to the sound ahead. After hearing the sound of walking stop, he frowned and listened more carefully to what happened in front of him. But soon he heard a dense crawling sound, and there was a terrible clicking sound in it. Snape's expression froze. He poked his head out to look and saw densely packed Acromantula rushing towards him. Almost all giant spiders came out in full force. Why? These giant spiders will come out in full force. Snape leaned against the rock. He didn't see those people. For a moment, he wondered if he had been discovered, so those people used the Acromant to deal with him. But no matter what, he couldn't let these giant 8-eyed spiders go any further. Behind is the edge of the Forbidden Forest. If you cross the Forbidden Forest, these spiders will enter Hogwarts. Although Snape didn't like students, he didn't like to see, any little wizards die under spiders. But if you go out now, what if you expose your tracks and be targeted by those people? Snape was caught in a dilemma, but he made a choice almost instantly. Snape rushed out, waving his wand. The magic wand in his hand first knocked away the 2 giant Acromantulas in front of him. Those 2 Acromantulas as big as cars immediately flipped backwards, flew out a section of their tongues, and hit the ground. Green blood splashed, and a lot of Acromants were stoned. The nearby Acromantula immediately rushed towards the 2 dead Acromantulas, eating them up. Snape kept waving his wand, and giant spiders kept being killed by his magic, and then eaten by nearby companions. A person's strength is limited. At first he barely gained the upper hand, but after a while, Snape's speed slowed down. His forehead was covered with sweat, but his face was still extremely indifferent, and he kept spitting out spells from his mouth, knocking away the giant 8-eyed spider in front of him. Snape stepped back. The number of Acromantia didn't decrease because of his spell. It seemed to be getting more and more, and because of his spell, the eyes of these Acromantulas became even redder. Snape indifferently spat out one spell after another, flying the giant in front of him. His magic power is almost exhausted, but if he doesn't stop these Acromants will spread out soon, even threatening Hogwarts. Snape's face darkened even more. However, at the moment when he was a little dull, an Acromantula rushed towards him. Its sharp pincers are making a clicking sound because of excitement. The sound makes people feel extremely creepy, and even makes people feel chills from the bottom of their hearts. Snape's face was very indifferent. He raised his wand and shouted, "Shun foam." But before he finished shouting, the Acromantula froze the moment it touched his clothes. Snape took a step back, and the frozen spider fell to the ground with a snap, before turning into a cloud of powder that floated towards him. The corpse powder of the Acromantia does not smell good. Snape waved his sleeves away, watching what was happening with a grim face. The acromantulas that had been rushing towards Snape all froze in place, and the 8 eyes on their backs all turned white. When the acromantula becomes blind, its eyes turn white. But these giant arachnids are not blind, but just like the giant arachnid just now, they were petrified. Before Snape could figure out what was going on, an evil whisper came from the woods. This sound is like a poisonous snake whispering in your ear, and the hoarse pronunciation squeezed out of your throat makes your hair stand on end. Parcel tongue. Snape looked around. The parcel tongue was coming from the jungle as soon as the voice came. Those berserk giant spiders that were densely packed and wanted to cover the petrified spiders and continued to move forward immediately stopped. The natural enemy of the acromantia is the basilisk. Even though these acromantulas fell into a frenzy, they were still afraid of the basilisk in their bones. When the parcel tongue sounded, these acromantulas scattered around in fear for a century. Rusting sounds resounded in all directions, and soon the acromantula disappeared before Snape's eyes. Snape was sweating profusely, and he let go of his wand. Although there was still no expression on his face, Snape felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. He can't deal with so many acromanders alone, and the final result will only be that he is swallowed by the acromanders and Hagrid at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, although he is friends with Aragog. But these descendants of Aragog will not admit this at all. Hagrid is also consumed by raging spider swarms. The final result is that spiders spread to Hogwarts. Snape put away his wand, and he looked towards where Parseltongue had just come from. He walked a few steps into the forest, but the forest was denser and there was no moonlight, so he couldn't see who was inside. Snape had some guesses in his mind. The only people in this world who could use Parseltongue were the descendants of Slytherin. Apart from Voldemort, he had never heard of the second person. Of course, Dumbledore is one of those who are not descendants of Slytherin, but can use it, but Dumbledore can only read it. Snape thought of Charlotte. Since Charlotte showed her strength last time, Snape always felt that Charlotte had a lot of secrets. But these speculations are meaningless until they are confirmed. Snape didn't continue to pay attention to the forest, but walked forward stepping on the corpses of those giant spiders. If this clue is missed, there may be other troubles in the Forbidden Forest. A figure came out from the darkness in the forest. Under the moonlight, it was obviously a boy. Charlotte looked at Snape's back, then at the corpses of acromanders all over the floor. He was the one who helped Snape just now, but he thought Snape would track down his whereabouts. After all, Parseltongue is an evil language, and only the heirs of Slytherin speak Parseltongue. Wasn't he afraid of being a second Voldemort or something? Charlotte snapped her fingers and followed Snape once more invisibly. Snape heard something, but turned around, but saw nothing. After walking for a while, Snape arrived at the location of the 6 vampires. Asked for flowers. But the 6 vampires were no longer where they were, and the silent forest carried Charlotte's Parseltongue far, and even here the evil language was heard. The acromantula here also disappeared. Snape stood where he was, and he looked around, picking up some fragments of his black robe on the ground. Lost. Snape frowned. He looked around, and there were obviously many traces of fighting in this area, and there were many stumps of acromantula after being swallowed. Unlike the spiders who were petrified just now, the ones who spoke Parseltongue in the forest just now are most likely not in the same group as these people. The traces of the fight disappeared all the way to the door of a huge lair, and at this door, Snape was keenly aware of some traces of blood. The lair in front of me is the lair of the acromantula. Although most of the acromantids have already left their nests and scattered in the Forbidden Forest, there must be more acromantia inside, and there is a greater danger. Snape squinted, wondering if he should go in or not. He alone would definitely not be able to deal with these acromant spiders, and he might even lose his life. But now that he has found the nest, he can wait until the next day to bring people over. However, one night, more unforeseen things are likely to happen. Just like the acromantid riot just now. If he hadn't come over, these acromantulas would have broken into Hogwarts. Snape thought for a while. He took out his wand. With a wave of his wand, a ray of light flew from the tip of the wand, and then exploded in the sky. The most sensible choice right now is to enter the lair and then have people rush over to the factory as soon as possible. The Acromantula's lair looks very intrusive, and the entrance is on a higher slope. Because there are Acromantula crawling around all the year round, there are relatively few trees growing around it, and most of them are shrubs and thorns. Snape walked towards the lair immediately after sending the signal. Charlotte stood in the doorway, watching Snape walk in. He waved his hand towards the sky, and Buckbeak immediately slid down and stopped beside him. Charlotte patted Buckbeak on the head and said, "I need to go in." Luna looked at him and said, "It's very dangerous. These guys are cannibals. Come down again." 11. When she saw the 8-eyed 727 giant spider rushing out of the sky, Luna almost didn't rush down, but because Charlotte was invisible, she couldn't find Charlotte at all. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's dangerous here. You should leave for now." Charlotte continued, "I'm sorry, Luna. It seems that we will have to wait a while to accompany you to find the horned snork." Luna shook her head and said, "No, Charlotte, I can feel it in there." As Luna was about to get off Buckbeak, Charlotte reached out to stop her. "It's dangerous inside." Luna looked at Charlotte and stopped her movements. "Okay, I see. I'll wait for you outside until you come out." There was stubbornness in her eyes, as if she was worried about Charlotte. "Okay, Buckbeak will take a good look at you." Snape sent a signal to the school. "If anyone comes, you'd better hide. If you pull Winkelluo and deduct points, this year's Academy Cup, we will replace Gryffindor." Luna nodded, and then watched Charlotte walk towards the Acromantula's lair. She rolled over and stood on the ground, and led Buckbeak to the stone on the other side. She sat down on the stone, and then stared at the entrance. "I don't know what I'm thinking." The entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid trampled an acromant to death, complaining, "Oh, how annoying. Did Aragog also suffer from this unwarranted mania? These little things, sorry." Hagrid picked up a few Acromantula corpses into a pit dug nearby, with a sorry look on his face. Aragog is his good partner, and the Acromantula is the descendant of Aragog. Originally, Hagrid was unwilling to harm these little spiders, but there were too many of them. He guarded outside the Forbidden Forest. These spiders must not be allowed into Hogwarts. Yaya threw the dead spider in his mouth into the pit in disdain and whimpered twice. Hagrid led him to the water basin, and Yaya buried his head in the water basin, grunting a few times before shaking off the water. "Go ahead and find those spiders." Hagrid looked at the Forbidden Forest, worried. At this moment, he saw the magic power exploding in the sky. He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately moved his body to take the shotgun on the wall and walked into the Forbidden Forest. "Father, stay here. You need to watch and don't let those spiders run in." Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall hurried towards Dumbledore's headmaster's office. "Sorry, Albus, for disturbing your sleep." Dumbledore stood in front of McGonagall wearing a nightcap full of stars and a nightgown. He smiled kindly and said, "Oh, don't worry, McGonagall. I've seen Snape's magic." McGonagall said nervously, "It must be that something happened in the Forbidden Forest." I said, "We need to deal with the animal riots in the Forbidden Forest as soon as possible. It is best to suspend the class for a few days. After the matter is resolved, let the students return. Closing classes in an unremarkable term will put Hogwarts on the headlines of the Daily Prophet." McGonagall. Dumbledore said with a smile, "I think you should relax and sit down, McGonagall. Would you like a cup of hot cocoa?" Dumbledore waved his wand and made a thick cup of hot cocoa in the office. "No, Albus, you're quite right. We shouldn't be shutting down for a normal term, but it's dangerous in the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts is so close to the Forbidden Forest, and if something happens, I can't imagine. What are the kids going to do?" McGonagall clenched his hands, pained on his face. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry, McGonagall. Our children are very powerful. They are growing until one day they will grow up enough to take on the heights of this world." McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. "I don't understand, Albus. They're still kids, aren't they?" Dumbledore grinned. "Of course, they're still children. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the Forbidden Forest. Oh, Professor McGonagall, are you sure you don't want a cup of hot cocoa?" Dumbledore held the cup and raised it towards McGonagall. McGonagall frowned. got up and walked 2.2 outside. I don't think so, Albus, since you said that. I have to go back to my room and worry about those children. But when he walked out of the office, McGonagall turned his head and said, the matter of the Forbidden Forest must be resolved as soon as possible. Albus, the safety of the children is the most important thing at Hogwarts. Dumbledore didn't put down the cup in his hand until McGonagall walked out of the office. The hot cocoa was already finished. Old Dang touched his hat and said, oh, of course, the safety of the children is the most important thing. However, it is also important to create a free and safe environment for children. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the giant eight-eyed spider's lair. Charlotte looked at the nest in front of him, and he waved his hand to make some green light spots float around him. These light spots will not easily reveal his existence, but they can allow him to see some things around him clearly. What he is walking now is a very long passage. The ground of the passage is covered with moist soil and dry grass. The walls of the cave are covered with dense white spider silk, and some small animals are even wrapped inside, just like snow. Mink or something. There are no ferrets in the Forbidden Forest, so they probably stole Buckbeak's food. Charlotte poked the tightly wrapped ferret curiously. The tenacity and stickiness of the spider silk were very strong. Charlotte's wand felt that it could not be torn off just after sticking to it. Leon swept across the spider silk, and the spider silk melted for a while before Charlotte took off the wand. It seems that the spider silk of Acromantula is also afraid of fire. Charlotte walked forward, and Snape's back was not far in front of him. He walked forward slowly, not noticing that Charlotte was also behind him. Although the passage was very long, it soon came to an end. Snape stopped immediately. He raised his wand, enlarged the light a little, and then saw the situation of the whole cave clearly. The entire mountain was almost hollowed out by these giant eight-eyed spiders. Dozens of hundreds of large and small holes were distributed on the walls, leading to unknown places. Surrounded by these caves is a huge void, which is surrounded by countless dense spider threads, just like roads, connecting the entire void together and finally converging to the white ball in the center. A palace that belongs exclusively to the giant spider. The white spider silk is very conspicuous in the dark, although the light emitted by Snape is not bright, but most of the structures can be seen clearly. As for the deeper and far away, the light doesn't shine. The road made of spider silk spreads from the white ball, extending in all directions, and there are many unique spider nests tied up and many hanging on the walls. Some of the prey on the top of the cave are mostly small animals, and of course there are some large ones. Biology. Snape even saw a troll inside. His face sank, and he stretched out his foot and trampled to death a crawling little spider. Most of the giant eight-eyed spiders left the nest because of the riots, but there are still some old and newly hatched giant eight-eyed spiders still crawling in the nest. Snape stood at the door of the passage, then picked up a stone and threw it towards the path made by the spider silk, and the spider silk swayed. It's like a chain reaction. All the spider threads are connected together. As long as one of them shakes, the spiders in other places will know what happened here. But the vibration of stone is not the same as the struggle of a living thing. Soon, an old acromantula crawled over from the spider web, opened its huge pincers, and said, "Who are you? A wizard? This is the acromantula's lair. You shouldn't came here." This giant eight-eyed spider looked very old, and 7 of the 8 eyes on its back were already blind. This is the proof that the giant spider is old. When all 8 eyes turn white, the giant spider will die. Snape said in a deep voice, "The Acromantula colony rioted. You violated the rules of the Forbidden Forest. I think you need to give an explanation." The Acromantula rubbed its forelimbs, looked at Snape nervously, and then said, "It's not our fault. Those kids rioted because of you. Wizards, you put in unforgivable things." "Something unforgivable?" Snape frowned. "This wasn't done by Hogwarts, but you almost let spiders break into Hogwarts. And have you ever seen 6 wizards in black robes? They seem to walk into your cave." The Acromantula was very impatient. It lowered its forelimbs, and the pincers on its mouth clicked a few times. "Of course not. Wizard, you should get out of here, otherwise I will eat you. Although it is old, It will never refuse the human flesh that comes to your door. You know, the acromantula likes to eat human flesh the most, but because they live in the forbidden forest, they can eat those wild animals every day. Snape frowned, picked up his wand, pointed at the acromantula in front of him. We need to talk. The only remaining black eye of the acromantula flashed some light. It raised its forelimb, pointed at Snape, and wanted to stab Snape to death with its forelimb. At this moment, the spider's silk vibrated again, and the movement of the acromantula slowed down a bit. It put away its forelimbs and said, "Okay, wizard. Aragog invites you to come." Snape stared cautiously at the acromantula in front of him. This is a test for him. If he enters the giant spider's lair, he will be really helpless. But in order to understand all this, Snape thought for a moment before climbing on the back of the acromantula. After the acromantula carried Snape far away, Charlotte showed her figure. He looked at the nest in front of him and then at the white ball. "Let me see. What the hell are you doing?" The spider silk of the acromantula is very sticky, and the silk is very sensitive. Stepping on it rashly will only disturb the remaining spiders in the nest. It doesn't matter if you startle the spiders. The most important thing is that if the 6 vampires are also here, the loss outweighs the gain. So, Charlotte chose to let herself float in midair. When he was in the Titan tribe before, he also liked to let himself hang in midair. It's just that it consumes a lot of power. Of course, this consumption is nothing to Charlotte. If the magic power consumed by levitation is not high, Charlotte believes that many people in a magic world will choose to levitate themselves in midair because it is really very convenient. The white spider's silk exudes a faint smell, which is myopic and tasteless to humans, but to small animals, it has a sweet smell. The acromantula not only relies on its size and venom to hunt, but occasionally uses the spider silk to make those small animals throw themselves into the net. Charlotte continued to observe the surroundings. Most of the acromanders left in the acromander nest now only have 1 or 2 eyes, which makes their senses dull. Originally, most spiders' communication methods rely on the vibration of the spider silk. So as long as they don't get close to the spider silk to cause the vibration of the spider silk, even if Charlotte uses a wide range of lighting, it will not disturb these acromants. The spider dragging Snape crawled towards the ball, and Charlotte floated on the web, following him as close as possible. But on the way, he saw a few spiders dragging the 6 vampires, seeming to be walking down along the spider's thread. Charlotte stared at those few people. He was still invisible. These people couldn't see themselves. Should we go find Snape now, or follow these 6 vampires? Charlotte thought about it and decided to go see Snape first. Although Aragog was Hagrid's friend, but Hagrid was not here now, it was very dangerous for Snape to meet Aragog alone. Located in the spider lair in the center, Snape was put down by the spider, and he walked forward on the sticky web. Although he didn't like this feeling very much, but Snape still endured the unpleasant feeling and walked forward. Aragog is a very huge spider, the size of a large truck by visual inspection. In the spider nest where it lives, there are several small spiders crawling around, and a female spider is weaving a web beside it. Aragog was already very old, and he was lying on the spider web. Of the 8 black eyes on it, only 1 eye barely had some vision, and the rest of the eyes were all changed. Snape stood in front of Aragog and said, "Aragog, you once made a covenant with Hogwarts not to harm humans, but you broke this covenant." Aragog is a foreign acromantula. After settling in the Forbidden Forest, because of his ferocious temperament, Hogwarts asked Hagrid to negotiate with him many times. In the end, Aragog decided not to eat people for Hagrid's sake. "Wizards of Hogwarts," Aragog said, "I did not violate the covenant. It was you who put the forbidden creatures, which made this forest polluted with evil breath. My descendants cannot bear such temptation, attracted by that evil voice. That's why I left the lair to hurt you. This is the wizard's mistake, and it has nothing to do with the acromantula." Aragog's voice sounded very old, and its lifespan was coming to an end. A few small spiders scurried past Snape's feet. Snape frowned and continued, "Forbidden creature, what is it?" That can't be said, wizard. You need to find it yourself. Of course, if you can't find it, don't blame my descendants. Although they obey my orders, they are still acromants after all. As acromants, they eat people. It's just a kind of nature. Aragog moved his pincers. You should have left the wizard. There is no answer you are looking for here. Snape took a deep look at Aragog, then flicked the cloak behind him and walked outside on the sticky spider web. He sat on the old spider's back again. Well, wizard, I told you everything. There is no one you are looking for here. The old spider said and crawled towards the entrance of the cave. If it weren't for Aragog's, Lily's, Kuz's order, I really wanted to keep you in the cave. I have been there for a long time. No, it should be said that I have never eaten human flesh since I was born. Maybe you can fulfill my wish. Snape stood on the spider's back, looking around constantly. His intuition told him that Aragog hadn't told the truth, and that the Acromantula was planning to do something, and this thing was definitely not good for Hogwarts. The wand in Snape's hand was shaking in all directions, and the spider under his feet was still babbling, as if it was about to persuade Snape to keep a few pieces of meat by nagging. Just then, in the flickering light of Snape's wand, he saw a top hat disappearing into the darkness. The top hat almost flashed by, but Snape caught it sharply. Snape looked at where the top hat had disappeared on the spiderweb going down. Wait first. Snape patted the old spider. The old spider was nagging and trying to persuade Snape to fulfill his wish of eating human flesh, even if it was to buy some human flesh for him. It could provide Snape with some venom or something. I can promise you, Snape said. It is the nature of the Acromantula to eat human flesh. Upon hearing this, the remaining eye of the Acromantula immediately stared straight. What you said is true. The old spider stopped, and its pincers kept making clicking sounds because of excitement. Of course, as long as you take me down to find those people, Snape said. The old spider stopped 370 for a while, seemed to be hesitant, and stammered, "Oh, wizard, we don't have anyone here." Looking at the old spider's attitude, Snape was even more sure that Aragog was hiding something, and he took out his wand and put it next to the old spider's only remaining eye. You can think about it, but I won't give you much time. If you agree, I will bring you what you want and let you taste the taste of human flesh. But if you refuse, I will make your last eye disappear too. Snape's wand poked next to the Acromantula's eyes. The Acromantula's shell is somewhat hard. Although the Acromantula won't feel pain when poked by the wand, the magic power fluctuations released by the tip of the wand make the Acromantula's eyes struggle desperately. The old spider had little choice. But, Bay, it still wants to struggle. Wizard, if I die here, you will die too. Aragog will not let go of the wizard who murdered the Acromant, even if he promised you that he would never eat human flesh again. Snape held his wand. His voice was extremely cold, and there was no expression on his face. Death is not something to be feared. If possible, he would rather die now, so that at least he can pay for the mistakes he made, and maybe even see Lily again. If you agree to help me, I will bring you the qualification to stand in the sun, and bring you everything you want. I think you really want to know the taste of human flesh. At the mention of human flesh, some sticky saliva flowed from the mouth of the Acromantula. Although Aragog forbids the Acromantula to eat human flesh, most Acromantula are very interested in human flesh, especially the old spiders. At the end of their lives, facing what they have always longed for in their nature, they have almost no way to refuse the desire to eat human flesh. Okay, wizard, but I'm just responsible for taking you there, taking you to where they're going, and the rest The old spider smiled strangely twice, as if there was some ulterior secret hidden underneath. Same, of course. Snape put away his wand and fixed his gaze on the dark hole below. Hey, wizard, I really don't know why you want to go to this place. It's not wise, but if you die down there, I can eat you, right? The old spider turned around and chattered. Acromantula can speak human language, but generally they still use the language of spiders, or communicate with spider silk. Almost no humans will enter their lairs. Because it was rare to meet a living person, the old spider was still very happy to have a good chat with this wizard before he died. It's not a good thing here, Jia, wizard, Why don't I eat you now? Anyway, you are about to lose your life. The old spider said. Although there was a lot of nonsense, its walking speed was not very slow because it knew that Snape might lose his life down there so that he might be able to eat some human flesh. Although the old spider talked a lot, it's a pity that Snape didn't talk much, and Snape was a silent, greasy man, so he just sat on the spider's back and stared at the place where the top hat disappeared. Charlotte followed Snape the entire time. His invisibility was good, and Snape didn't pay much attention to the bright green light around him. Snape was more concerned with the downward vampires than with the strange blips. Charlotte was also curious about what those vampires were going to do. Things seemed to go beyond expectations. At first, he still thought that these guys just wanted to use the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest to riot, so that he would no longer be able to contact magical animals. But now it seems that these guys don't just have this purpose. There is something hidden in the Acromander's lair, something only these guys know. Vampires have lasted for a long time, and their understanding of the magical world is even higher than that of just now. Charlotte drifted past the spider. He looked at Snape sitting on the old spider's back and decided to go down first to have a look. The spider silks in the Acromantula's nest extend in all directions and are complicated and intertwined. Charlotte is very careful when flying, not to let herself touch those spider silks. After all, no matter how many spider threads there are, they are connected together, and it is easy to alarm those spiders. Although, even if they were exposed, those spiders couldn't find where they were. Charlotte walked around a spider web and almost ran into a web hidden behind it. He cautiously flew toward a larger space. After flying for a while, he saw the old spider leading Snape up. The old spider was still chattering, this time talking about some interesting things that happened in their spider's lair. Charlotte looked at the old spider's back, and Snape was expressionless, not even the slightest bit impatient. Charlotte couldn't help but gave Snape a thumbs up and then followed behind the old spider. Perhaps it was because of the lighting problem at the beginning. He didn't know that the further down these spider threads were, the denser the spider threads would be, and it was very likely that if one bypassed one, it would bump into the next one head-on. Therefore, it is better to follow behind the old spider's spider. Charlotte rubbed her nose, then sat in the air and followed the spider. The wand in Snape's hand continued to glow. He looked at the dense spider webs below and asked, "What's under there?" The old spider was talking about the love story of the 135th child of its neighbor next door. When it suddenly heard Snape's response, it froze for a moment and said, "Well, I think you'd better not know about it." In fact, the giant eight-eyed spider didn't even know what was inside it first, because the giant spiders moved in from the outside. After they built their nests in this place, they began to gradually develop their nests. Later, no one knew who opened up the nest below, making the range of the nests extremely large. But at the same time, some strange things began to happen in the acromant spider's lair. The old spider was talking like a storyteller, and at this moment, there were several sounds of the rope breaking above them. Charlotte looked up, and some of the prey hanging above, including the spider web wrapped around the giant monster, suddenly hung down from above, and several spiders cut the spider's silk with their sharp pincers. The prey fell down like a package. The old spider was not surprised. It continued. "There seems to be something living under here. Aragog sent some tuckers. Oh yes, tuckers are the existence in our tribe. Second only to Aragog, they negotiate with what's hidden underneath. We give it some food every day. It no longer kills our children. You don't know, after it appeared, we didn't dare to let our children go down because too many acromantulas were hunted by it killed." Another web-wrapped prey fell from the old spider. "However, we have reached an agreement with it." As he spoke, the old spider slammed the brakes on the car, and it slammed and laughed. "That's right, give it food or something. Anyway, we're almost there. We're at the front. I can't send you down that place, and I can't go down without the order of Tucker and Aragog." The old spider's words were a little hypocritical, but in fact it was a little scared. Although he said that he would eat Snape's body after he died, but in fact he didn't dare to go down. Charlotte stared at the old spider, which hesitated just now. The agreement reached between the acromantula and the things below is definitely not simple. And it is as simple as food and then harming the arachnid. Asking for flowers. Otherwise, Would this nagging guy continue talking? I'm afraid it's just because this guy slipped his tongue. Charlotte sat in the air with her chest folded and followed the old spider down. Snape also seemed to have heard something wrong with what the old spider said. He said coldly, "No, you have to take me down." "Wizard, you are embarrassing me." "What if I go down and I get eaten by it?" said the old spider. "If you take me down, I can leave you with my body," Snape said. "0. I have a way to guarantee that if I die, my corpse will only belong to you, a spider." The old spider was a little moved. Originally, he wanted to eat human flesh when he brought Snape down. It was originally prepared to just pick up some scraps of meat. After all, no one dares to take food from its mouth. But to be able to enjoy it alone, the old spider will definitely not let go of this opportunity. "Can you promise?" "Wizard." "Certainly." The old spider's pincers clicked twice excitedly, and then said, "Okay, wizard, I believe you." The old spider suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Originally, I wanted to take you to the place where it eats. Once you go down, it will know. After it eats you, maybe I can pick up some leftovers, but now, well, I'll take you to a secret passage I found. This secret passage will take us to the bottom smoothly without being discovered by it. But wizard, don't blame me for not reminding you. The creatures under here are very dangerous, much, much more dangerous than the acromantula." After a few reminders, the old spider jumped off the web near the bottom. "Wizard, don't light your wand anymore. If it finds us, we will definitely be eaten by it." The light at the tip of Snape's wand went out, and the surroundings went dark for a moment. The old spider crawled down the rugged wall next to it. During the crawling process, Charlotte, who had been following behind, heard some strange sounds. This sound is the sound of some kind of creature eating and the sound of all kinds of messy things crawling. The old spider crawled forward cautiously, and within a short while it reached a place close to the ground. 367, it's here. You have to be careful. I will stay here. If you keep the promise, please come here at the last moment before you die. Of course, if you're willing to keep the promise, I can probably eat some leftovers," said the old spider. Snape got off the spider's back, and his wand glowed again, but this time the brightness was very low. So as long as you were careful, you wouldn't be able to see it. Charlotte also fell from the air, and Snape leaned against the wall, poking his head out cautiously to see what was going on over there, and he walked out carelessly. The hollow below the Akantara's cave covers a large area, about half the size of a golf course by visual inspection. Charlotte walked forward and soon saw the 6 vampires in the middle of the space. The 6 vampires have already taken off their black robes, and they are standing in the dark. Because of the unique talent of the vampires, they can see things in the dark without any lighting. They were dressed in gowns and bowed towards the cave ahead. Surrounding him were several huge acromantulas. Most of those acromantulas had 2 or 3 eyes. It seemed that they were the Tucker that the old spider said. Charlotte then walked forward. He was already invisible, so he didn't have to worry about being spotted by these people. When she got closer, Charlotte heard the vampires say in a flattering voice, "We are willing to cooperate with you with the most sincere heart. This cave is so cramped and narrow. Only the outside world can match your noble status. Sons of Ugoliant, we sincerely hope for your sincerity, not your allegiance. Offer. This is a gift we have prepared for you, and we hope to get your response." The vampire's voice echoed in the hollow, sounding very flattering. They lowered their heads, as if they had abandoned the noble status that vampires have always emphasized. The giant 8-eyed spider next to him chattered in the spider language. Even if Charlotte couldn't understand the spider's language, she probably knew what the spiders said. If he stood from the perspective of the spider, he would also find the scene very funny. The vampire's voice seemed to have caused movement in the cave ahead, and a bound thing under the leading vampire's feet uttered 2 moos, like a calf. As soon as the sound came out, the movement in the cave seemed to become a little louder. The vampire's face showed excitement, and a leading vampire kicked the animal, and the little animal let out a more painful cry, which made the movement of the cave a little louder. Charlotte looked at the animal. The animal was the same size as a deer, and it sounded like a cow barking, but because he was not standing very close, he couldn't tell what the animal was. Perhaps Cheelin? Charlotte made a guess, but decided to wait and see what happened. Behind Charlotte, Snape was hiding near the stone wall, and he obviously noticed the animal. He carefully followed the stones of the cave floor to cover his figure, and kept getting close to the vampire and the acromantula. The vampire and acromantula didn't notice Snape's approach. They stared at the cave intently. The vampire said, while lifting the small animal under his feet, "You won't be lying to us, are you? Vicious? I think it's just a coward hiding here." The giant eight-eyed spider moved its pincers. "Of course not." The vampire sneered and said, "I'm not a coward, so why don't you dare come out?" The vampire picked up the little animal on the ground, and no matter what sounds the animal made, the creatures inside remained silent. The existence that even the evil blood can't seduce seems to be nothing. As he said that, the vampire threw the tied little animal in his hand, and with a bang, the 0.7 little animal hit the ground, mooed, and no further movement was heard. At the same time, a strong smell of fresh blood filled the entire space. The smell of fresh blood was not only strong, but also had a strange aura. This is an extremely ominous and dark atmosphere, so evil that it makes people feel trembling and fearful, as if all the evils in this world are gathered together. Those vampires and acromantulas were breathing crazily, and the acromantula that got close even lay down on the ground, wiping the blood with its claws and stuffing it into its mouth. What a wonderful taste! At the moment when the breath of fresh blood filled the entire space, the vampire and the acromantula seemed even crazier. The vampire's eyes were originally red, but smelling the whole breath, they became even crazier, and even many vampires turned their heads to look at the animal that fell to the ground. But they just watched but did not dare to approach. The acromantula licked the blood without any scruples, and one of the vampires couldn't help licking its lips. What delicious blood! Competing with this group of spiders for food? The leading vampire said, barely maintaining his sanity, so that he maintained the pride of a vampire and did not want to lick blood on the ground like this group of spiders. Crazy and ominous smells stirred wildly in the air. Charlotte stood aside, and the moment he smelled that smell, he sealed his nose. Crazy. Charlotte looked at the group of acromanders vying for blood and the vampires standing aside, drooling on the ground, about to lose control. The scene in front of 16 was so crazy that it made one's brain and scalp numb. Snape had already sealed his nose. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. Snape had to admit that what was happening before him made him feel uncomfortable, even horrified. And what's even more weird is that these giant eight-eyed spiders were eating the blood on the ground, but they didn't dare to approach the little animal lying on the ground at all. The little animal trembled and twitched slightly, as if it hadn't died yet. What animal is this? Charlotte tried to walk over there, to get a closer look at the little thing. But the accident happened at this time. There was a crawling sound in the dark cave, followed by an extremely crazy fluctuation. Charlotte turned her head to look at the cave, and the vampires and spiders were still mad for blood. But in Charlotte's eyes, everything in front of her stopped. There was only a creepy sound coming from that cave. Next moment, rows of spider silks gushed out of the cave, and those spider silks rushed towards the acromantula and vampires who were fighting for food in front of them like a big web. The countless sticky spider threads bound the acromantula and the vampire almost instantly, binding them tightly. The acromantula and the vampire, who were originally attracted by the blood, reacted. The giant eight-eyed spider opened its pincers and bit towards those spider threads. But it was of no use at all. The acromantula let out a sharp cry and fled in all directions. But even if he ran out, he was still tightly wrapped by his spider silk. "Run away! Run away!" The vampire yelled, while stretching out his hand to pull the spider silk on his body. The spider silk was like chewed gum, stuck on almost every inch of the vampire's skin, and their skin blended into one. There is no way to tear it off. "We're here to work with you. We are here to cooperate. Don't kill us. Don't kill us," the vampire yelled, and they shouted towards the cave while fleeing, but was of no use at all. Those spider silks still came out of the cave continuously, wrapping the little-eyed spider and the fleeing vampire tightly. The spider web sprayed out like raindrops, sticking to various places, and Charlotte avoided those spider webs flexibly. He took a moment to glance at Snape, who was hiding behind a stone, and the spider web shot toward the stone, sticking Snape's foot to the ground. Snape was bound to be bound by the silk. But this is not detrimental to oneself. Charlotte thought for a moment, then glanced at a creature lying on the ground. In his haste, he didn't have time to observe carefully. He directly grabbed the thing and threw it in his bead, and then flew up suddenly, avoiding the area where the spider silk was sprayed. He was suspended at a slightly higher place until the hollow below was covered by the spider silk. The vampire and the acromantula gradually stopped struggling. They were gradually bound into cocoons of spider silk and then lay motionless on the ground. After waiting for a while, Charlotte saw a huge spider crawling out of the hole. It was about the same size as Aragog, but it had huge feet on its head and 2 clusters of eyes. The reason why it was called 2 clusters was that it was a pile of eyes composed of densely packed eyes. Its neck is like a short rod, and behind it is a huge and bloated body. The 2 rows of legs are covered with some hard fluff, which are tied straight like steel wires. The pitch-black body is covered with iron blue plates, and the curved limbs are taller than the back, as if the whole body is suspended in mid-air. Child of Ugoliant, Charlotte frowned, looking at the ugly spider in front of her. Old Antonio has many mysterious records about the old world, among which such existence is recorded. In ancient times, next to the towering tower, the evil spirit living in it was the last descendant of its continuation. Its name is Circle Melting Stone. Shelob, why is it here? Charlotte looked at the big, ugly spider. Shelob was using her forelimbs to drag the acromantula in front to her cave. After removing the vampire and acromantia, Shelob walked towards Snape, who was tightly bound. Charlotte returned to the ground and lifted the invisibility spell. Child of Ugoliant. Charlotte looked up at the big, ugly spider. Shelob was obviously surprised that there were other people besides here. She let out a sharp cry and rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte waved the wand in her hand. An ray of light from the wand hit Shelob's body. Shelob's shell is very hard, and the spell is of no use to her. But Shelob's movements were a little slower. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charlotte dodged to the side. Shelob turned around and sprayed countless spider threads toward Charlotte. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a stream of fierce flames sprayed out from her hand. Shelob's spider silk was very hard and very sticky. Although it was still being burned by the severe flames, the continuous spider silk spewed out from Shelob's stomach, and it was barely in a stalemate with Charlotte's severe flames. Air. As expected of the heir of the evil spirit, you must know that even the spider silk of the acromantula is absolutely impossible to stand in a stalemate with him. But Shelob's silk was equal to his strength. Charlotte waved his hand, and a force spread out along with the arc of his wave, forming several arc-shaped fires in the air. Charlotte stretched out her hand to flick the tinder, and the tinder turned into a fiery red giant bird in the air and rushed toward Shelob. With a scorching breath, Lien rushed towards Heleb like an arrow from the string, but stopped when he was close to Heleb, turned into a giant bird, and spewed flames towards Heleb. Shelob looked nervously in all directions, and countless spider threads spewed out from its mouth, and those spider threads wrapped Shelob completely. The flames sprayed on the big white spider silk ball, and the spider silk was constantly being burned, and a strong stench filled the air, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though Charlotte closed her sense of smell, the air around her became increasingly cramped and oppressive, making Charlotte frown slightly. I really don't know what this guy's stomach is made of. How come there are so many spider silks? It is almost impossible to burn it completely with severe flames. The cries of spiders came from above the cave, and the hot flames burned the spider threads, and after the rich aura was piled up at the bottom, it surged upwards. The giant eight-eyed spiders that had been hiding in the lair rushed out one after another and looked down. The scorching breath melted many of the spider threads. Aragog even ran out to see the situation below and said, "What happened? Who are those vampires? I have warned Tuckers that vampires must not be trusted. Oh, the Acromantula's lair is about to be destroyed, and even I won't be spared," Aragog shouted. And its remaining I also seemed to have a sign that it was about to go out. But at this time, outside the cave, Luna sat on the rock. She looked up at the moon. The moon was moving slowly in the sky. It seemed that it was about to fall. Luna reached out and touched Buckbeak. "Hope Charlotte is doing well." Luna moved her nose, and she keenly felt an ominous aura in the air, which was evil and made people feel extremely uncomfortable. "What's this smell?" Luna stood up. She looked towards the Acromantula's lair. She walked forward, looking worriedly at the entrance of the cave. Buckbeak yelled behind her and held her magic robe in his mouth to prevent her from entering. "Buckbeak, I know Charlotte won't let me in, but it's dangerous, and I've got some bad feelings, and I need to see what's going on." Luna turned and touched Buckbeak's head. Buckbeak shook his head, abruptly pulled Luna down onto the stone, and sat her down with his wings. Luna tried to stand up again. Buckbeak yelled, and then Luna heard a rough voice. "Oh, the road here is really difficult. These spiders are crazy. Don't know what Aragog is doing." Hagrid pushed aside the thorns in front of him, and then came out from the downhill, and Luna got up quickly. "Hagrid," Li Wangzhao blinked his eyes. "Oh, Luna," and shaking. Hagrid's voice choked up, and like a lost child, he awkwardly walked to Buckbeak's side and stretched out his hand to touch Buckbeak's neck. "Oh, my child, you finally, I know, Buckbeak." Luna stood beside Hagrid, reached out and pulled Hagrid's robe, and said, "Hagrid, Charlotte may be in danger." He entered the Acromantula's cave, and Professor Snape, they are all inside. She smelled something bad, which made her feel a little uneasy. Although she believed in Charlotte, Luna still didn't want to see Charlotte really in danger. Hagrid stretched out his hand to touch Buckbeak, and when he heard what Luna said, he wiped away his tears, picked up the shotgun beside him, and said, "Don't worry, Luna. Aragog will not harm humans. We have an agreement. They will not eat human flesh." There was some worry in Luna's eyes, but I feel a lot of bad breath. Hagrid reached out and patted Luna's shoulder. "You have to trust Hagrid, Luna. I was worried about where Professor Snape would go, but I didn't expect it to be here. Since this is the case, I don't have to worry. Don't worry, Luna. I'll send you out of the Forbidden Forest first. It's very dangerous here." Hagrid couldn't feel any other aura, but he found a lot of violent dead spiders on the way just now. This meant that there were not many spiders left in Aragog's lair, and since Snape was there, he didn't have to worry too much, but it was Luna here that made him feel inappropriate. "No, Hagrid," Luna refused. "I'll wait here for 267 Charlotte to come out. I promised him." Hagrid thought deeply. "Well, with Buckbeak here, I believe he will protect you well." Buckbeak yelled and rubbed against Hagrid. Hagrid smiled and said, "Oh, Buckbeak, we'll talk about the old days later. Now I'm going to find Aragog. I hope Aragog is not killed by the rest of the little spiders." Influenced, but I didn't see him on the way here. I think it should still be sane. "Hagrid, can you take me with you?" Luna looked at Hagrid, and Hagrid shook his head. "Of course not. Luna, you'd better stay here. The Forbidden Forest is dangerous. You'd better not walk around here. They're all spider corpses. Those ferocious things won't come over." Luna nodded and said, "Please bring the mouth back safely." Hagrid nodded solemnly, and then walked into the Acromantula's cave. The cave was still dark, and the further he went inside, Hagrid could smell some burning smell. This taste. Hagrid froze for a moment, quickened his pace, and ran forward suddenly, where there used to be only darkness at the end of the passage, but now Hagrid sees a burning fire. He ran to the end suddenly, and saw countless flames burning on the spider silk in the huge void in front of him. Many spiders fled on the spider silk, and when they fled, many spiders directly fell off the spider silk because the spider silk broke and fell to the bottom of the cave. "Oh no!" Hagrid suddenly opened his eyes wide. He looked at the scene in front of him in panic and wanted to step on a spider thread, but the only spider thread linking this tunnel was at his feet. The moment he stepped on it, he was ignited by a flame. Hagrid was so frightened that he directly fell to the ground, looking at the sea of flames in front of him, a little at a loss. Aragog! The rough voice echoed in the cave. The sound was heard, even in the cave. Charlotte had already turned into a Balrog. He stretched out his hand, and a flaming sword appeared in his hand. Just a simple chop forward, and the white spider silk ball was instantly melted like ice cream. Shelob, who was hiding inside, showed her figure in an instant. Charlotte flapped the wings behind her and rushed forward. Shelob screamed and crazily stepped back, as if she had seen some terrible existence flee. He even wanted to climb up the cave wall, but before he could climb up, he fell down and lay on the ground with his feet up, screaming and struggling. The sharp blade in Charlotte's hand slashed, and Shelob's struggling 8 long rings were cut off by him and rolled aside. Shelob made a more frightening sound. The sound was like a siren, and it hurt people's eardrums. Thick green slime spewed out from Shelob's broken limbs, and countless slimes stuck to the ground, causing the ground to be corroded. White smoke floated from the slime, and a stench spread at the bottom of the cave. The Balrog withdrew its wings and gradually dissipated in the flames, and Charlotte walked out of the flames. Charlotte straightened the magic robe and waved away the flames wrapped around the corner of the magic robe. Shelob, son of the evil spirit. Charlotte walked forward, and the powerful magic power lifted him up until she stood in front of Shelob. Shelob struggled. Her countless eyes showed a look of fear. Her limbs had been cut off. The fear and shadow of death shrouded her body. Almost instantly, Shelob let go of her arrogance. Speaking of people's words that I never bothered to say, sons of men! Charlotte waved her magic wand, and the surrounding flames gradually subsided, and a huge acromantula fell from above, smashing into countless pieces of flesh with a bang. Green juice splashed out, making the surrounding walls extremely disgusting. Charlotte seems unaware. The riot in the Forbidden Forest was because of you? Shelob! Shelob roared crazily. Seemingly not hearing Charlotte's voice, it struggled crazily on the ground, cursing Charlotte with the most vicious words. Charlotte frowned, and originally hoped to ask some questions from Shelob, but with Shelob's crazy appearance, it seemed that she couldn't ask anything. Flame burned again at the tip of his wand. Since there is no value, it is better for you to die. The flame ignited the tip of the magic war, and the scorching flames sprang out like a fiery snake, directly pounced on the struggling Shelob. Shelob was struggling in pain, and the sharp sound seemed to shatter the entire mountain. It was struggling crazily, and even wanted to jump to Charlotte's side. Charlotte took a few steps back, using her magic to make herself fly. Shelob has turned into a big fireball, and the fireball is constantly hitting the wall, and the creepy scream echoes in the entire huge cave. Hagrid sat on the ground, hearing this voice, trembling his shoulders unconsciously. A kind of fear arose from the bottom of his heart. My God, what's that sound? Hagrid looked down, but the entrance was too far from the bottom of the cave, and at most he could only see a hot flame rolling around. And that eerie sound came from this flame, and Hagrid's heart beat like a big drum. Even Luna, outside the cave, stood up abruptly, staring at the entrance of the cave with extremely complicated eyes. Buckbeak, stand here, she said, with a toughness she had never felt before. Then, Luna walked into the cave. The corridor has been illuminated by the firelight. Hagrid fell to sit at the end of the corridor. Luna ran to Hagrid. Merlin is here. She raised her head and looked at the cave in front of her. Countless spider threads were ignited, and the sea of flames in the cave was filled with heat waves. During the heat waves, dozens of huge acromantulas dropped their threads and fell into the abyss at the level of the cave. The more one looked down into the cave, the brighter the firelight became. Luna stood by the cave and asked anxiously, Charlotte, where is he? Hagrid shook his head. He stood up from the ground and said with lingering fear, Luna, we must leave immediately. You go back and tell Dumbledore what happened here. We may lose. Oh. After speaking, Hagrid's eyes were stained with tears unconsciously. He didn't know why Aragog's cave was engulfed in flames, but in this case, the chances of Charlotte and Snape surviving were too low. If anything had happened to Charlotte and Snape, Hagrid felt that he couldn't bear to think about it anymore. He wiped away his tears and said nasally, "Hope we can see them again." Luna looked up at Hagrid, disbelief in her eyes. "No, Hagrid." The water in her eyes flickered, and her expression became extremely greasy and determined. "I believe that he will be fine. We have agreed." Click! The spider cocoon that was entangled with spider silk hanging on the ceiling of the cave broke under the firelight, and a giant eight-eyed spider screamed and fell down after being hit by the big cocoon. When the sharp sound of a broken bellows sounded, Charlotte stepped back, and the acromantula that fell from above hit Shelob right on the body. This caused Shelob, who was struggling desperately, to stop moving. Shelob's broken limbs crawled twice on the ground, and then stopped moving. The acromantula provided dye to the flames, and the flames soared with a bang. Charlotte reached out to pick up Snape, who was bound by the spider silk, and then used her magic power to fly up. Due to the flames, the originally dense and complicated spider threads were all covered by the flames. Charlotte passed through the flames and flew towards the entrance just now. As for flowers, although Shelob's silk was not poisonous, it was better to get Snape out as soon as possible. At the entrance, Hagrid wiped his tears and said, "I think about it. We should go to Aragog from that road. Maybe they have nothing to do. I was too worried. Charlotte is very powerful. He can always save the day. And Snape, he's a good teacher. I really hope they can stand in front of me in the next second." Before Hagrid finished speaking, Luna exclaimed, "Hagrid, look!" In the sea of flames, Charlotte dragged a white cocoon and flew towards them. His speed was very fast, and he was in front of Hagrid and the others in no time. "Hagrid, Luna, why are you here?" Charlotte placed Snape at the entrance. Luna came up and hugged Charlotte. Chong Luo blinked. "What's wrong?" Luna shook her head, looked up at Charlotte. Her eyes were full of stars. Among the stars, the brightest moment happened to fall on Charlotte. "Oh, Charlotte!" Hagrid reached out and hugged Charlotte, and picked up Luna by the way, rubbing his beard against Charlotte's face, and said, "I'm so worried, and Luna, she is also very worried you. And Professor Snape, I'm glad you're all right." Charlotte looked at the two with a smile. "Don't worry, but I think I still have to worry about it." Charlotte pointed to the cocoon on the ground. Hagrid knelt down, poked the cocoon, and asked, "Professor Snape, why didn't he come out with you?" "That is, I still have some things I want to know." "Hagrid, you send Professor Snape back first. Luna, you go back with Hagrid and let Zhongsher Beijing wait for me outside."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.